Home Education by Charlotte Mason. Preface to the Home Education series. The educational outlook is rather misty and depressing, both at home and abroad. That science should be a staple of education, that the teaching of Latin, of modern languages, of mathematics must be reformed, that nature and handicrafts should be pressed into service for the training of the eye and the hand, that boys and girls must learn to write English and therefore must know something of history and literature. And on the other hand, that education must be made more technical and utilitarian. These, and such as these, are the cries of expedience with which we take the field. But we have no unifying principle, no definite aim. In fact, no philosophy of education. As a stream can rise no further than its source, so it is probable that no educational effort can rise above the whole scheme of thought which gives it birth. And perhaps this is the reason of all the fallings from us, vanishings, failures and disappointments which mark our educational records. Those of us who have spent many years in pursuing the benign and elusive vision of education perceive that her approaches are regulated by a law, and that this law has yet to be invoked. We can discern its outlines, but no more. We know that it is pervasive. There is no part of a child's home life or schoolwork which the law does not penetrate. It is illuminating too, showing the value or lack of value of 1,000 systems and expedients. It is not only a light, but a measure, providing a standard whereby all things, small and great, belonging to educational work must be tested. The law is liberal, taking in whatsoever things are true, honest, and of good report, and offering no limitation or hindrance, save where excess should injure. And the path indicated by the law is continuous and progressive, with no transition stage from cradle to the grave, except that maturity takes up a regular self-direction to which immaturity has been trained. We shall doubtless find, when we apprehend the law, that certain German thinkers, Kant, Herbart, Lotz, Froebel, are justified, that, as they say, it is necessary to believe in God. That, therefore, the knowledge of God is the principal knowledge and the chief end of education. By one more character shall we be able to recognize this perfect law of educational liberty when it shall be made evident. It has been said that the best idea which we can form of absolute truth is that it is able to meet every condition by which it can be tested. This we shall expect of our law, that it shall meet every test of experiment and every test of rational investigation. Not having received the tables of our law, we fall back upon Froebel or upon Herbart, or, if we belong to another school, upon Locke or Spencer. But we are not satisfied. A discontent, is it a divine discontent, is upon us. And assuredly, we should hail a workable, effectual philosophy of education as a deliverance from much perplexity. Before this great deliverance comes to us, it is probable that many tentative efforts will be put forth, having more or less of the characters of a philosophy, notably having a central idea, a body of thought with various members working in vital harmony. Such a theory of education, which need not be careful to call itself a system of psychology, must be in harmony with the thought movements of the age, must regard education not as a shut-off compartment, but as being as much a part of life as birth or growth, marriage or work. It must leave the pupil attached to the world at many points of contact. It is true that educationalists are already eager to establish such contact in several directions, but their efforts rest upon an axiom here and an idea there, and there is no broad unifying basis of thought to support the whole. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread, and the hope that there may be many tentative efforts toward a philosophy of education, and that all of them will bring us nearer to the magnum opus, encourages me to launch one such attempt. The central thought, or rather body of thought, upon which I found is the somewhat obvious fact that the child is a person, with all the possibilities and powers included in personality. Some of the members which develop from this nucleus have been exploited from time to time by educational thinkers and exist vaguely in general common sense, a notion here, another there. One thesis, which is perhaps new, that education is the science of relations, appears to me to solve the question of a curriculum, as showing that the object of education is to put a child in living touch with as much as may be of the life of nature and of thought. Add to this one or two keys to self-knowledge, and the educated youth goes forth with some idea of self-management, with some pursuits and many vital interests. My excuse for venturing to offer a solution, however tentative and passing, to the problem of education is twofold. For between 30 and 40 years, I have laboured without pause to establish a working and philosophic theory of education. And in the next place, each article of the educational faith I offer has been arrived at by inductive processes, and has, I think, been verified by a long and wide series of experiments. It is, however, with sincere diffidence that I venture to offer the results of this long labour, because I know that in this field there are many labourers far more able and expert than I, the angels who fear to tread, so precarious is the footing. But if only pour encourager les autres, I append a short synopsis of the educational theory advanced in the volumes of the Home Education series. The treatment is not methodic, but incidental, here a little, there a little, as seems to me most likely to meet the occasions of parents and teachers. I should add that in the course of a number of years, the various essays have been prepared for the use of the Parents' Educational Union in the hope that that society might witness for a more or less coherent body of educational thought. The consequence of truth is great. Therefore, the judgment of it must not be neglected. Whichcote. 1. Children are born persons. 2. They are not born either good or bad, but with possibilities for good and evil. 3. The principles of authority on one hand and obedience on the other are natural, necessary, and fundamental. But 4. These principles are limited by the respect due to the personality of children, which must not be encroached upon, whether by fear or love, suggestion or influence, or undue play upon any one natural desire. 5. Therefore, we are limited to the 3 educational instruments: the atmosphere of environment, the discipline of habit, and the presentation of living ideas. By the saying, education is an atmosphere, it is not meant that a child should be isolated in what may be called a child environment, especially adapted and prepared, but that we should take into account the educational value of his natural home atmosphere, both as regards persons and things, and should let him live freely among his proper conditions. It stultifies a child to bring down his world to the child's level. 7. By education is a discipline is meant the discipline of habits formed definitely and thoughtfully, whether habits of mind or body. Physiologists tell us of the adaptation of brain structure to habitual lines of thought, i.e. to our habits. 8. In the saying that education is a life, the need of intellectual and moral as well as of physical sustenance is implied. The mind feeds on ideas, and therefore children should have a generous curriculum. 9. But the mind is not a receptacle into which ideas must be dropped. Each idea added to an apperception mass of its like, the theory upon which the Herbartian doctrine of interest rests. 10. On the contrary, a child's mind is no mere sack to hold ideas, but is rather, if the figure may be allowed, a spiritual organism with an appetite for all knowledge. This is its proper diet, with which it is prepared to deal, and which it can digest and assimilate as the body does foodstuffs. 11. This difference is not a verbal quibble. The Herbartian doctrine lays the stress of education, the preparation of knowledge, in enticing morsels, presented in due order, upon the teacher. Children taught upon this principle are in danger of receiving much teaching with little knowledge. And the teacher's axiom is, what a child learns matters less than how he learns it. 12. But believing that the normal child has powers of mind that fit him to deal with all knowledge proper to him, we must give him a full and generous curriculum, taking care only that the knowledge offered to him is vital. That is, that facts are not presented without their informing ideas. Out of this conception comes the principle that 13. Education is the science of relations. That is, that a child has natural relations with a vast number of things and thoughts. So we must train him upon physical exercises, nature, handicrafts, science and art, and upon many living books. For we know that our business is not to teach him all about anything, but to help him make valid as many as may be of those firstborn affinities that fit our new existence to existing things. 14. There are also 2 secrets of moral and intellectual self-management, which should be offered to children. These we may call the way of the will and the way of reason. 15. The way of the will. Children should be taught A. to distinguish between I want and I will. B. That the way to will effectively is to turn our thoughts from that which we desire but do not will. C. That the best way to turn our thoughts is to think of or do some quite different thing, entertaining or interesting. D. That after a little rest in this way, the will returns to its work with new vigour. This adjunct of the will is familiar to us as diversion, whose office it is to ease us for a time from will effort, that we may will again with added power. The use of suggestion, even self-suggestion, as an aid to the will is to be deprecated as tending to stultify and stereotype character. It would seem that spontaneity is a condition of development and that human nature needs the discipline of failure as well as of success. 16. The way of reason. We should teach children too not to lean too confidently unto their own understanding, because the function of reason is to give logical demonstration, A, of mathematical truth, and B, of an initial idea accepted by the will. In the former case, reason is perhaps an infallible guide, but in the second, it is not always a safe one. For whether that initial idea be right or wrong, reason will confirm it by irrefragable proofs. 17. Therefore, children should be taught, as they become mature enough to understand such teaching, that the chief responsibility which rests on them as persons is the acceptance or rejection of initial ideas. To help them in this choice, we should give them principles of conduct and a wide range of knowledge fitted for them. These three principles, 15, 16 and 17, should save children from some of the loose thinking and heedless action which cause most of us to live at a lower level than we need. 18. We should allow no separation to grow up between the intellectual and spiritual life of children, but should teach them that the divine spirit has constant access to their spirits and is their continual helper in all the interests, duties, and joys of life. The Home Education series is so called for the title of the first volume and not as dealing wholly on principally with home as opposed to school education. Preface to the fourth edition. My attempt in the following volume is to suggest to parents and teachers a method of education resting upon a basis of natural law, and to touch in this connection upon a mother's duties to her children. In venturing to speak on this latter subject, I do so with the sincerest deference to mothers, believing that, in the words of a wise teacher of men, the woman receives from the Spirit of God Himself the intuitions into the child's character, the capacity of appreciating its strength and its weakness, the faculty of calling forth the one and sustaining the other, in which lies the mystery of education, apart from which all its rules and measures are utterly vain and ineffectual. But just in proportion as a mother has this peculiar insight as regards her own children, she will, I think, feel her need of a knowledge of general principles of education, founded upon the nature and the needs of all children. And this knowledge of the science of education, not the best of mothers will get from above, seeing that we do not often receive as a gift that which we have by means of getting by our own efforts. I venture to hope that teachers of young children also may find this volume of use. The period of a child's life between his 6th and his 9th year should be used to lay the basis of a liberal education and of the habit of reading for instruction. During these years, the child should enter upon the domain of knowledge in a good many directions, in a reposeful, consecutive way, which is not to be attained through the somewhat exciting medium of oral lessons. I hope that teachers may find the approach from a new standpoint to the hackneyed subjects of instruction, proper for little children, at any rate interesting and stimulating. And possibly the methods which this fresh standpoint indicates may prove suggestive and helpful. The particular object of this volume, as a member of the Home Education series, is to show the bearing of physiology of habit upon education, why certain physical, intellectual, and moral habits are a valuable asset to a child, and what may be done toward the formation of such habits. I beg to acknowledge my indebtedness to Dr. Carpenter's Mental Physiology for the valuable teaching on the subject of habits contained in some 2 or 3 chapters of that work. Also, I would renew my grateful thanks to those medical friends who have given careful and able revision to such parts of the work as rest on a physiological basis. I should add that some 20 years ago, 1885, the greater part of this volume was delivered as lectures to ladies, in which form the papers were originally published, 1886, under the title which is still retained. Lectures 7 and 8 and the appendix of the original volume have been transferred from this to the other volumes of the series. The whole has been very carefully revised and much new matter introduced, especially in Part 5. Lessons as the Instruments of Education, which now offers a fairly complete introduction to methods of teaching subjects fit for children between ages of 6 and 9. The rest of the volume attempts to deal with the whole of education from its infancy until the 9th year of life. C. M. Mason, Scale Howe, Ambleside, 1905. Home Education, Part 1. Some Preliminary Concerns. Not the least sign of higher status they have gained is the growing desire for work that obtains amongst educated women. The world wants the work of such women, and presently, as education becomes more general, we shall see all women with the capacity to work falling into the ranks of working women, with definite tasks, fixed hours, and for wages, the pleasure and honour of doing useful work if they are under no necessity to earn money. Children are a public trust. Now that work, which is of most importance to society, is the bringing up and instruction of the children, in the school certainly, but far more in the home, because it is more than anything else the home influences brought to bear upon the child that determine the character and career of the future man or woman. It is a great thing to be a parent. There is no promotion, no dignity to compare with it. The parents of but one child may be cherishing what shall prove a blessing to the world. But then, entrusted with such a charge, they are not free to say, I may do this, as I will, with mine own. The children are, in truth, to be regarded less as personal property than as public trusts, put into the hands of parents that they may make the very most of them for the good of society. And this responsibility is not equally divided between the parents. It is upon the mothers of the present that the future of the world depends, in even a greater degree than that upon the fathers, because it is the mothers who have the sole direction of the children's early, most impressionable years. This is why we hear so frequently of great men who have had good mothers, that is, mothers who brought up their children themselves and did not make over their gravest duty to indifferent persons. Mothers owe a thinking love to their children. The mother is qualified, says Pestalozzi, and qualified by the Creator himself, to become the principal agent in the development of her child. And what is demanded of her is a thinking love. God has given to thy children all the faculties of our nature, but the grand point remains undecided. How shall this heart, this head, these hands be employed? To whose service shall they be dedicated? A question the answer to which involves a futurity of happiness or misery to a life so dear to thee. Maternal love is the first agent in education. We are waking up to our duties, and in proportion as mothers become more highly educated and efficient, they will doubtless feel the more strongly that the education of their children during the first 6 years of life is an undertaking hardly to be entrusted to any hands but their own. And they will take it up as their profession, that is, with the diligence, regularity, and punctuality which men bestow on their professional labours. That the mother may know what she is about, may come thoroughly furnished to her work, she should have something more than a hearsay acquaintance with the theory of education and with those conditions of the child's nature upon which such theories rest. The training of a child dreadfully defective. The training of children, says Mr. Herbert Spencer, physical, moral, and intellectual, is dreadfully defective. And in great measure it is so because parents are devoid of that knowledge by which this training can alone be rightly guided. What is to be expected when one of the most intricate of problems is undertaken by those who have given scarcely a thought to the principle on which its solution depends? For shoemaking or house building, for the management of a ship or of a locomotive engine, a long apprenticeship is needful. Is it then that the unfolding of a human being in body and mind is so comparatively simple a process that anyone may superintend and regulate it with no preparation whatsoever? If not, if the process is, with one exception, more complex than any in nature, and the task of ministering it one of surpassing difficulty, is it not madness to make no provision for such a task? Better sacrifice accomplishments than omit this all-essential instruction. Some acquaintance with the first principles of physiology and the elementary truths of psychology is indispensable for the right bringing up of children. Here are the indisputable facts: that the development of children in mind and body follows certain laws, that unless these laws are in some degree conformed by the parents, death is inevitable. That unless they are in a great degree conformed to, there must rest serious physical and mental defects. And that only when they are completed, conformed to, can a perfect maturity be reached. Judge then whether all who may one day be parents should not strive with some anxiety to learn what these laws are. How parents usually proceed. The parent begins instinctively by regarding his child as an unwritten tablet, and is filled with great resolves as to what he should write thereon. By and by, traits of disposition appear. The child has little ways of his own, and at first, every new display of personality is a delightful surprise. That the infant should show pleasure at the sight of his father, that his face should cloud in sympathy with his mother, must always be wonderful to us. But the wonder stales. His parents are used to the fact by the time the child shows himself a complete human being, like themselves, with affections, desires, powers, taking to his book, perhaps, as a duck to the water, or to the games which shall make a man of him. The notion of doing all for the child with which the parents begin gradually recedes. So soon as he shows that he has a way of his own, he is encouraged to take it. Father and mother have no greater delight than to watch the individuality of their child unfold as a flower unfolds. But Othello loses his occupation. The more the child shapes his own course, the less do the parents find to do, beyond feeding him with food convenient, whether of love, of thought, or of bodily milk, meat and drink. And here we may notice the parents need only supply. The child knows well enough how to appropriate. The parents' chief care is that that which they supply shall be wholesome and nourishing, whether in the way of picture books, lessons, playmates, bread and milk, or mother's love. This is education as most parents understand it, with more of meat, more of love, more of culture, according to their kind and degree. They let their children alone, allowing human nature to develop on its own lines, modified by facts of environment and descent. Nothing could be better for the child than this masterly inactivity, so far as it goes. It is well he should be let grow and help to grow according to his nature. And so long as the parents do not step in to spoil him, much good and no very evident harm comes of letting him alone. But this philosophy of let him be, while it covers a part, does not cover the serious part of the parent's calling, does not touch the strenuous, incessant efforts upon lines of law which go to the producing of a human being at his best. Nothing is trivial that concerns a child. His foolish-seeming words and ways are pregnant with meaning for the wise. It is in the infinitely little we must study the infinitely great. And the vast possibilities and the right direction of education are indicated in the open book of the little child's thoughts. A generation ago, a great teacher among us never wearied of reiterating that in the divine plan, the family is the unit of the nation, not the individual, but the family. There is a great deal of teaching in the phrase, but this lies on the surface. The whole is greater than the part. The whole contains the part, owns the part, orders the part. And this being so, the children are the property of the nation, to be brought up for the nation as is best for the nation, and not according to the whim of individual parents. The law is for the punishment of evildoers, for the praise of them that do well. So practically, parents have very free play. But it is as well we should remember that the children are a national trust whose bringing up is the concern of all, even of those unmarried and childless persons whose part in the game is the rather dreary one of looking on. 1. A method of education. Traditional methods of education. Never was it more necessary for parents to face for themselves this question of education in all its bearings. Hitherto, children have been brought up upon traditional methods mainly. The experience of our ancestors, floating in a vast number of educational maxims, is handed on from lip to lip, and few or many of these maxims form the educational code of every household. But we hardly take in how complete a revolution advancing science is effecting in the theory of education. The traditions of the elders have been tried and found wanting. It will be long before the axioms of the new school pass into common currency. And in the meantime, parents are thrown upon their own resources and absolutely must weigh principles and adopt a method of education for themselves. For instance, according to the former code, a mother might use her slipper now and then to good effect and without blame. But now the person of the child is, whether rightly or wrongly, held sacred, and the infliction of pain for moral purposes is pretty generally disallowed. Again, the old rule for the children's table was, the plainer the better, and let hunger bring sauce. Now, the children's diet must be at least as nourishing and as varied as that of their elders. An appetite, the craving for certain kinds of food, hitherto a vicious tendency to be repressed, is now within certain limitations the parent's most trustworthy guide in arranging a dietary for their children. That children should be trained to endure hardness was a principle of the old regime. I shall never make a sailor if I can't face the wind and rain, said a little fellow of 5 who was taken out on a bitter night to see a torchlight procession. And though shaking with cold, he declined the shelter of a shed. Nowadays the shed is everything. The children must not be permitted to suffer from fatigue or exposure. That children should do as they are bid, mind their books and take pleasure as it offers when nothing stands in the way, sums up the old theory. Now, the pleasures of children are apt to be made of more account than their duties. Formerly, they were brought up in subjection. Now the elders give place, and the world is made for that child. English people rarely go so far as the parents of that story in the French home life, who arrived an hour late at a dinner party because they had been desired by their girl of 3 to undress and go to bed when she did, and were able to steal away only when the child was asleep. We do not go so far, but that is the direction in which we are moving. And how far the new theories of education are wise and humane, the outcome of more widely spread physiological and psychological knowledge, and how far they just pander to the child worship to which we are all succumbing is not a question to be decided offhand. At any rate, it is not too much to say that a parent who does not follow reasonably a method of education fully thought out fails, now more than ever before, to fulfill the claims his children have upon him. Method a way to an end. Method implies two things: a way to an end and step-by-step progress in that way. Further, the following of a method implies an idea, a mental image of the end or object to be arrived at. What do you propose that education shall effect in and for your child? Again, method is natural, easy, yielding, unobtrusive, simple as the way of nature herself, yet watchful, careful, all-pervading, all-compelling. Method, with the end of education in view, presses the most unlikely matters into service to bring about that end, but with no more tiresome mechanism than the sun employs when it makes the winds to blow and the waters to flow only by shining. The parent who sees his way, that is, the exact force of method, to educate his child will make use of every circumstance of the child's life, almost without intention on his own part. So easy and spontaneous is the method of education based upon natural law. Does the child eat or drink? Does he come or go or play? All the time he is being educated, though he is as little aware of it as he is of the act of breathing. There is always the danger that a method, a bona fide method, should degenerate into a mere system. The kindergarten method, for instance, deserves the name as having been conceived and perfected by large-hearted educators to aid the many-sided evolution of the living, growing, most complex human being. But what a miserable wooden system does it become in the hands of ignorant practitioners. A system easier than a method. A system of education is an alluring fancy, more so on some counts than a method, because it is pledged to more definite calculable results. By means of a system, certain developments may be brought about through the observation of given rules. Shorthand, dancing, how to pass examinations, how to become a good accountant or a woman of society may all be learned upon systems. System. The observing of rules until the habit of doing certain things, of behaving in certain ways, is confirmed, and therefore the art is acquired, and so successful in achieving precise results that it is no wonder there should be endless attempts to straighten the whole field of education to the limits of a system. If a human being were a machine, education could do no more for him than to set him in action in prescribed ways, and the work of the educator would be simply to adopt a good working system or set of systems. But the educator has to deal with a self-acting, self-developing being, and his business is to guide and assist in the production of the latent good in that being and the dissipation of the latent evil, the preparation of the child to take his place in the world at his best, with every capacity for good that is in him developed into a power. Though system is highly useful as an instrument of education, a system of education is mischievous, as producing only mechanical action instead of the vital growth and movement of a living being. It is worthwhile to point out the differing characters of a system and a method, because parents let themselves be run away with often enough by some plausible system, the object of which is to produce development in one direction, of the muscles, of the memory, of the reasoning faculty, and the rest content as if that single development were a complete all-round education. This easy satisfaction arises from the sluggishness of human nature, to which any definite scheme is more agreeable than the constant watchfulness, the unforeseen action called for when the whole of the child's existence is to be used as the means of his education. But who is sufficient for an education so comprehensive, so incessant? A parent may be willing to undergo any definite labours for the child's sake, but to be always catering for his behoof, always contriving that circumstances shall play upon him for his good, is the part of a God and not of a man. A reasonable objection enough, if one looks upon education as an endless series of independent efforts, each to be thought out and acted out on the spur of the moment. But the fact is that a few broad essential principles cover the whole field. And these once fully laid hold of, it is as easy and natural to act upon them as it is to act upon our knowledge of some facts, as that fire burns and water flows. My endeavour in this and the following chapters will be to put these few fundamental principles before you in their practical bearing. Meantime, let us consider one or two preliminary questions. 2. The child's estate. The child in the midst. And first, let us consider where and what the little being in who is entrusted to the care of human beings. A tablet to be written upon, a twig to be bent, wax to be moulded. Very likely, but he is much more, a being belonging to an altogether higher estate than ours. As it were, a prince committed to the fostering care of peasants. Hear Wordsworth's estimate of the child's estate. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar, not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Thou, whose exterior semblance dost belie thy soul's immensity, thou best philosopher, who yet dost keep thy heritage, thou eye among the blind, that deaf and silent readest the eternal deep, haunted for ever by the eternal mind. Mighty prophet, seer blessed, on whom those truths do rest, which we are toiling all our lives to find. Thou, over whom thy immortality broods like the day, a master o'er the slave, a presence which is not to be put by. Thou little child, yet glorious in the might of heaven-born freedom, on thy being's height. And so on, through the whole of that great ode, which, next after the Bible, shows the deepest insight into what is peculiar to the child in their nature and estate. Of such is the kingdom of heaven. Except ye become as these little children, ye shall in no case enter the kingdom of heaven. Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And he called a little child and set him in the midst. Here is the divine estimate of the child's estate. It is worthwhile for parents to ponder every utterance in the Gospels about the children, divesting themselves of the notion that these sayings belong, in the first place, to the grown-up people who have become as little children. What these profound sayings are and how much they mean is beyond us to discuss here. Only they appear to cover far more than Wordsworth claims for the children in his sublimest reach. Trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. Code of education in the Gospels. It may surprise parents who have not given much attention to the subject to discover also a code of education in the Gospels, expressly laid down by Christ. It is summed up in 3 commandments, and all 3 have a negative character, as if the chief thing required of grown-up people is that they should do no sort of injury to these children. Take heed that ye offend not, despise not, hinder not one of these little ones. So run the 3 educational laws of the New Testament which, when separately examined, appear to me to cover all the help we can give the children and all the harm we can save them from. That is, whatever is included in training up the child in the way he should go. Let us look upon these 3 great laws as prohibitive in order to clear the ground for the consideration of a method of education. For if we once settle with ourselves what we may not do, we are greatly helped to see what we may do and must do. But as a matter of fact, the positive is included in the negative. What we are bound to do for the child in what we are forbidden to do to his hurt. 3. Offending the children. Offences. The first and second of the divine edicts appear to include our sins of commission and of omission against the children. We offend them when we do by them that which we ought not to have done. We despise them when we leave undone those things which, for their sakes, we ought to have done. An offence, we know, is literally a stumbling block, that which trips up the walker and causes him to fall. Mothers know what it is to clear the floor of every obstacle when a baby takes his unsteady little runs from chair to chair, from one pair of loving arms to another. The table leg, the child's toy on the floor, which has caused a fall and a pitiful cry, is a thing to be deplored. Why did not somebody put it out of the way so the baby would not stumble? But the little child is going out into the world with uncertain tottering steps in many directions. There are causes of stumbling not so easy to remove as an offending stool, and woe to him who causes the child to fall. Children are born law-abiding. Naughty baby, says the mother, and the child's eye droops, and a flush rises over the neck and brow. It is very wonderful, very funny, some people think, and say naughty baby when the baby is sweetly good, to amuse themselves with the sight of the infant soul rising visibly before their eyes. But what does it mean, this display of feeling, conscience in the child, before any human teaching can have reached him? No less than this, that he is born a law-abiding being, with a sense of may and must not, of right and wrong. That is how the children are sent into the world with the warning, take heed that ye offend not one of these little ones. And this being so, who has not met big girls and boys, the children of right-minded parents, who yet do not know what must means, who are not moved by aught, whose hearts feel no stir at the solemn name of duty, who know no higher rule of life than I want and I don't want, I like and I don't like. Heaven help parents and children when it has come to that. But how has it been brought about that the babe with an acute sense of right and wrong, even when it can understand little of human speech, should grow into the boy or girl already proving the curse of lawless heart? By slow degrees, here a little and there a little, as all that is good and bad in character comes to pass. Naughty, says the mother again, when a little hand is thrust into the sugar bowl and a pair of roguish eyes seeks hers furtively to measure, as they do unerringly, how far the little pilferer may go. It is very amusing. The mother cannot help laughing, and the little trespass is allowed to pass. And what the poor mother has not thought of, an offence, a cause of stumbling, has been cast into the path of her 2-year-old child. He has learned already that that which is naughty may be done with impunity, and he goes on improving his knowledge. It is needless to continue. Everybody knows the steps by which the mother's no comes to be disregarded, her refusal teased into consent. The child has learned to believe that he has nothing to overcome but his mother's disinclination. If she choose to let him do this and that, there is no reason why she should not. He can make her choose to let him do the forbidden thing, and then he may do it. The next step in the argument is not too great for childish wits. If his mother does what she chooses, of course he will do what he chooses, if he can. And henceforward the child's life becomes an endless struggle to get his own way. A struggle in which the parent is pretty sure to be worsted, having many things to think of, while the child sticks persistently to the thing which has his fancy for the moment. They must perceive that their governors are law-compelled. Where is the beginning of this tangle, spoiling the lives of the parent and the child alike? In this, that the mother began with no sufficient sense of duty. She thought herself free to allow and disallow, to say and unsay at pleasure, as if the child were hers to do what she liked with. The child has never discovered a background of must behind his mother's decisions. He does not know that she must not let him break his sister's playthings, gorge himself with cake, spoil the pleasure of other people, because these things are not right. Let the child perceive that his parents are law-compelled, as well as he, that they simply cannot allow him to do the things which have been forbidden, and he submits with sweet meekness, which belongs to his age. To give reason to a child is usually out of place, and is a sacrifice of parental dignity. But he is quick enough to read the must and ought which rule her in his mother's face and manner, and in the fact that she is not to be moved from a resolution on any question of right and wrong. Parents may offend their children by disregarding the laws of health. This, of allowing him in what is wrong, is only one of many ways in which the loving mother may offend her child. Through ignorance or willfulness, which is worse, she may not only allow wrong in him, but do wrong by him. She may cast a stumbling block in the way of his physical life by giving him unwholesome food, letting him sleep and live in ill-ventilated rooms, by disregarding any or every of the simple laws of health, ignorance of which is hardly to be excused in the face of the pains taken by scientific men to bring this necessary knowledge within the reach of everyone. And of the intellectual life. Almost as bad is the way the child's intellectual life may be wrecked at its outset by a round of dreary, dawdling lessons in which definite progress is the last thing made or expected, and which, so far from educating in any true sense, stultify his wits in a way he never gets over. Many a girl, especially, leaves the home schoolroom with a distaste for all manner of learning, an aversion to mental effort, which lasts her whole lifetime. And that is why she grows up to read little but trashy novels, and to talk all day about her clothes. And of the moral life. And her affections, the movements of the outgoing, tender child heart, how are they treated? There are few mothers who do not take pains to cherish the family affections. But when the child comes to have dealings with outsiders, do no worldly maxims and motives ever nip the buds of childish love? Far worse than this happens when the child's love finds no natural outlet within her home. When she is the plain or the dull child of the family and is left out in the cold while the parent's affection is lavished on the rest. Of course, she does not love her brothers and sisters who monopolize what should have been hers too. And how is she to love her parents? Nobody knows the real anguish which many a child in the nursery suffers from this cause, nor how many lives are embittered and spoiled through the suppression of these childish affections. "My childhood was made miserable," a lady said to me a while ago, "by my mother's doting fondness for my little brother. There was not a day when she did not make me wretched by coming into the nursery to fondle and play with him, and all the time she had not a word, nor a look, nor a smile for me, any more than if I had not been in the room. I have never got over it. She is very kind to me now, but I never feel quite natural with her. And how can we two, brother and sister, feel for each other as we should if we had grown up together in love in the nursery?" 4. Despising the children. Children should have the best of their mothers. Suppose that a mother may offend her child. How is it possible that she should despise him? Despise, to have a low opinion of, to undervalue. Thus the dictionary. And, as a matter of fact, however much we may delight in them, we grown-up people have far too low an opinion of children. If the mother did not undervalue her child, would she leave him to the society of an ignorant nursemaid during the early years, when his whole nature is, like the photographer's sensitive palette, receiving momentary indelible impressions? Not but that his nurse is good for the child. Very likely it would not answer for educated people to have their children always about them. The constant society of his parents might be too stimulating for the child, and frequent change of thought and the society of other people make the mother all the fresher for her children. But they should have the best of their mother, her freshest, brightest hours, while at the same time she is careful to choose her nurses wisely, train them carefully, and keep a vigilant eye upon all that goes on in the nursery. Nurse. Mere coarseness and rudeness in his nurse does the tender child lasting harm. Many a child leaves the nursery with his moral sense blunted, and with an alienation from his heavenly Father set up which may last him his lifetime. For the child's moral sense is exceedingly quick. He is all eyes and ears for the slightest act or word of unfairness, deception, shiftiness. His nurse says, "If you'll be a good boy and won't tell," and the child learns that things may be concealed from his mother, who should be to him as God, knowing all his good and evil. And it is not as if the child noted the slips of his elders with aversion. He knows better, it is true, but then he does not trust his own intuitions. He shapes his life on any pattern set before him, and with the fatal taint of human nature upon him, he is more ready to imitate a bad pattern than a good. Give him a nurse who is coarse, violent, and tricky, and before the child is able to speak plainly, he will have caught these dispositions. Children's faults are serious. One of many ways in which parents are apt to have too low an opinion of their children is in the matter of their faults. A little child shows some ugly trait. He is greedy and gobbles up his sister's share of goodies as well as his own. He is vindictive, ready to bite or fight the hand that offends him. He tells a lie. No, he did not touch the sugar bowl or the jam pot. The mother puts off the evil day. She knows she must sometime reckon with the child for these offences. But in the meantime she says, "It does not matter this time. He is very little and will know better by and by. To put the thing on no higher grounds, what happy days for herself and her children would the mother secure if she would keep watch at the place of the letting out of waters. If the mother settle it with her own mind that the child never does wrong without being aware of his wrongdoing, she will see that he is not too young to have his fault corrected or prevented. Deal with a child on his first offence, and a grieved look is enough to convict the little transgressor. But let him go on until the habit of wrongdoing is formed, and the cure is a slow one. Then the mother has no chance until she has formed in him a contrary habit of well-doing. To laugh at ugly tempers and let them pass because the child is small is to sow the wind. 5. Hindering the children. A child's relationship with Almighty God. The most fatal way of despising the child falls under the third educational law of the Gospels. It is to overlook and make light of his natural relationship with Almighty God. Suffer the little children to come unto me, says the Saviour, as if that were the natural thing for the children to do, the thing they would do when they are not hindered by their elders. And perhaps it is not too beautiful a thing to believe in this redeemed world, that as the babe turns to the mother, though he has no power to say her name, as the flowers turn to the sun, so the hearts of the children turn to their Saviour and God with unconscious delight and trust. Nursery theology. Now listen to what goes on in many nurseries. God does not love you, you naughty, wicked boy. He will send you to a bad, wicked place, and so on. And this is all the practical teaching about the ways of his almighty lover that the child ever gets. Never a word of how God does love and cherish the little children all day long and fill their hours with delight. Add to this listless, perfunctory prayers, idle discussions of the divine things in their presence, light use of holy words, few signs whereby the child can read that the things of God are more to his parents than any things in the world, and the child is hindered, tacitly forbidden to come unto me. And this often by parents who in the depths of their hearts desire nothing in comparison with God. The mischief lies in that same foolish undervaluing of the children, in the notion that the child can have no spiritual life until it please his elders to kindle the flame. 6. Conditions of healthy brain activity. Having just glanced at the wide region of forbidden ground, we are prepared to consider what it is, definitely and positively, that the mother owes to her child under the name of education. All mind labour means wear of brain. And first of all, the more educable powers of the child, his intelligence, his will, his moral feelings, have their seat in the brain. That is to say, as the eye is the organ of sight, so is the brain, or some part of it, the organ of thought and will, of love and worship. Authorities differ as to how far it is possible to localize the functions of the brain, but this at least seems pretty clear, that none of the functions of the mind are performed without real activity in the mass of grey and white nervous matter named the brain. Now this is not a matter for the physiologist alone, but for every mother and father of the family, because that wonderful brain, by means of which we do our thinking, if it is to act healthily and in harmony with the healthful actions of the members, should act only under such conditions of exercise, rest and nutrition as secure health in every other part of the body. Exercise. Most of us have met with a few eccentric and a good many silly persons concerning whom the question forces itself. Were these people born with less brain power than others? Probably not. But if they were allowed to grow up without daily habit of appropriate moral and mental work, if they were allowed to dawdle through youth without regular and sustained efforts of thought or will, the result will be the same, and the brain, which should have been invigorated by daily exercise, has become flabby and feeble, as a healthy arm would be after being carried for years in a sling. The large active brain is not content with entire idleness. It strikes out lines for itself and works fitfully. And the man or woman becomes eccentric, because unwholesome mental effort, like moral, must be carried on under the disciplines of rules. A shrewd writer suggests that mental indolence may have been in some measure the cause of those pitiable attacks of derangement and depression from which poor Cowper suffered. The making of graceful verses, when the maggot bit, did not afford him the amount of mental labour necessary for his well-being. The outcome of which is, do not let the children pass a day without distinct efforts, intellectual, moral, volitional. Let them brace themselves to understand. Let them compel themselves to do and to bear, and let them do right at the sacrifice of ease and pleasure. And this for many higher reasons, but in the first and lowest place, that the mere physical organ of mind and will may grow vigorous with work. Rest. Just as important is it that the brain should have due rest, that is, should rest and work alternately. And here two considerations come into play. In the first place, when the brain is actively at work, it is treated as is every other organ of the body in the same circumstances. That is to say, a large additional supply of blood is attracted to the head for the nourishment of the organ which is spending its substance in hard work. Now there is not an infinite quantity of what we will for the moment call surplus blood in the vessels. The supply is regulated on the principle that only one set of organs shall be excessively active at one time. Now the limbs, now the digestive organs, now the brain. And all the blood in the body that can be spared goes to support those organs which, for the time being, are in a state of labour. Rest after meals. The child has just had his dinner, the meal of the day which most severely taxes his digestive organs. For as much as 2 or 3 hours after, much labour is going on in these organs, and the blood that can be spared from elsewhere is present to assist. Now send the child out for a long walk immediately after dinner. The blood goes to the labouring extremities, and the food is left half digested. Give the child a regular course of such dinners and walks, and he will grow up a dyspeptic. Set him to his books after a heavy meal, and the case is as bad. The blood, which should have been assisting in the digestion of meals, goes to the labouring brain. It follows that the hours for lessons should be carefully chosen after periods of mental rest, sleep or play for instance, and when there is no excessive activity in any other part of the system. Thus the morning after breakfast, the digestion of which lighter meal is not a severe task, is much the better for lessons and every sort of mental work, if the whole afternoon cannot be spared for out-of-door recreation. That is the time for mechanical tasks such as needlework, drawing, practicing. The children's wits are bright enough in the evening, but the drawback to evening work is that the brain, once excited, is inclined to carry on its labours beyond bedtime, and dreams, wakefulness and uneasy sleep attend the poor child who has been at work until the last minute. If the elder children must work in the evening, they should have at least 1 or 2 pleasant social hours before they go to bed. But indeed, we owe it to the children to abolish evening preparation. Change of occupation. There is, says Huxley, no satisfactory proof at present that the manifestation of any particular kind of mental faculty is especially allotted to or connected with the activity of any particular region of the cerebral hemispheres. A dictum against the phrenologists, but coming to us on too high an authority to be disputed. It is not possible to localize the faculties, to say you are cautious with this fraction of your brain and music loving with another. But this much is certain and is very important to the educator. The brain, or some portion of the brain, becomes exhausted when any given function has been exercised too long. The child has been doing sums for some time and is getting unaccountably stupid. Take away his slate and let him read history, and you find his wits fresh again. Imagination, which has had no part in sums, is called into play by the history lesson, and the child brings a lively, unexhausted power to his new work. School timetables are usually drawn up with a view to give the brain of the child variety of work. But the secret of the weariness children often show in the home schoolroom is that no such judicious change of lessons is contrived. Nourishment. Again, the brain cannot do its work well unless it be abundantly and suitably nourished. Somebody has made a calculation of how many ounces of brain went into the production of such a work, say Paradise Lost, how many to such another, and so on. Without going into mental arithmetic of this nature, we may say with safety that every sort of intellectual activity wastes the tissues of the brain. A network of vessels supplies an enormous quantity of blood to the organ. To make up for this waste of material, and the vigour and health of the brain depend upon the quality and quantity of this blood supply. Certain causes affect the quality of blood. Now, the quality of the blood is affected by 3 or 4 causes. In the first place, the blood is elaborated from the food. The more nutritious and easy of digestion the food, the more vital will be the properties of the blood. The food must be varied too, a mixed diet, because various ingredients are required to make up for the various waste in the tissues. The children are shocking spendthrifts. Their endless goings and comings, their restlessness, their energy, the very wagging of their tongues, all mean expenditure of substance. The loss is not appreciable, but they lose something by every sudden sally out of doors or within. No doubt, the gain of power which results from exercise is more than compensation for the loss of substance. But all the same, this loss must be promptly made good. And not only is the body of the child more active proportionably than that of the man, the child's brain, as compared with the man's, is in a perpetual flutter of endeavour. It is calculated that though the brain of a man weighs no more than a 40th part of his body, yet a 5th or a 6th of his whole complement of blood goes to nourish this delicate and intensely active organ. But in the child's case, a considerably larger proportion of blood that is in him is spent on the sustenance of his brain. And all the time, with these excessive demands upon him, the child has to grow, not merely to make up for the waste, but to produce new substance in brain and body. Concerning meals, what is the obvious conclusion? That the child must be well fed. Half the people of low vitality we come across are the victims of low feeding during their childhood, and that more often because their parents were not alive to their duty in this respect than because they were not in a position to afford their children the diet necessary to fulfill their full physical and mental development. Regular meals, usually unbroken intervals, dinner, never more than 5 hours after breakfast, luncheon, unnecessary, animal food once certainly, in some lighter form, twice a day, are the suggestions of common sense followed out in most well-regulated households. But it is not the food which is eaten, but the food which is digested that nourishes body and brain. And here so many considerations press that we can only glance at 2 or 3 of the most obvious. Everybody knows that children should not eat pastry or pork or fried meats or cheese or rich, highly flavoured food of any description, that pepper, mustard and vinegar, sauces and spices should be forbidden, with new bread, rich cakes and jams like plum or gooseberry, in which the leathery coat of the fruit is preserved, that milk or milk and water, and that not too warm, or cocoa is the best drink for children, and that they should be trained not to drink until they have finished eating, that fresh fruit at breakfast is invaluable, that, as serving the same end oatmeal porridge and treacle, and the fat of toasted bacon are valuable breakfast foods, and that a glass of water, also taken the last thing at night and the first thing in the morning, is useful in promoting those regular habits on which much of comfort of life depends. Talk at meals. All this and much of the same kind, it is needless to urge, but again, let me say, it is digested food that nourishes the system, and people are apt to forget how far mental and moral conditions affect the processes of digestion. The fact is that the gastric juices, which act as solvents to the viands, are only secreted freely when the mind is in a cheerful and contented frame. If the child dislikes his meal, he swallows it, but the digestion of that distasteful meal is a laborious, much impeded process. If the meal be eaten in silence, unrelieved by pleasant chat, the child loses much of the good of his dinner. Hence it is not a matter of pampering them at all, but a matter of health, of due nutrition, that the children should enjoy their food, and that their meals should be eaten in gladness, though, by the way, joyful excitement is as mischievous as is its opposite in destroying that even cheerful tenor of mind favourable to the processes of digestion. No pains should be spared to make the hours of meeting round the family table the brightest hours of the day. This is supposing that the children are allowed to sit at the same table with their parents, and if it is possible to let them do so at every meal excepting a late dinner. The advantage to the little people is incalculable. Here is the parent's opportunity to train them in manners and in morals, to cement family love, and to accustom the children to habits such as that of thorough mastication, for instance, as important on the score of health as on that of propriety. Variety in meals. But given pleasant surroundings and excellent food, and even then the requirements of these exacting little people are not fully met. Plain as their food should be, they must have variety. A leg of mutton every Tuesday, the same cold on Wednesday, and hashed on Thursday may be very good food, but the child who has this diet week after week is inadequately nourished, simply because he is tired of it. The mother should contrive a rotation for her children that will last at least a fortnight, without the same dinner recurring twice. Fish, especially if the children dine off it without meat to follow, is excellent as a change, the more so as it is rich in phosphorus, a valuable brain food. The children's puddings deserve a good deal of consideration, because they do not commonly care for fatty foods, but prefer to derive the warmth of their bodies from the starch and sugar of their puddings. But give them variety. Do not let it be everlasting tapioca. Even for tea and breakfast, the wise mother does not say, "I always give my children so and so." They should not have anything always. Every meal should have some little surprise. But is this the way to make them think overmuch of what they shall eat and drink? On the contrary, it is the underfed children who are greedy and unfit to be trusted with any unusual delicacy. Air as important as food. The quality of the blood depends almost as much on the air we breathe as on the food we eat. In the course of every 2 or 3 minutes, all the blood in the body passes through the endless ramifications of the lungs, for no other purpose than that during the instant of its passage, it should be acted upon by the oxygen contained in the air which is drawn into the lungs in the act of breathing. But what can happen to the blood in the course of an exposure of so short duration? Just this: the whole character, the very colour of the blood is changed. It enters the lungs spoiled, no longer capable of sustaining life. It leaves them a pure and vital fluid. Now observe, the blood is only fully oxygenated when the air contains its full proportion of oxygen, and every breathing and every burning object withdraws some oxygen from the atmosphere. Hence, the importance of giving the children daily airings and abundant exercise of limb and lung in unvitiated, unimpoverished air. The children walk every day. The children walk every day. They are never out less than an hour when the weather is suitable. That is better than nothing. So is this. An East London schoolmistress notices the pale looks of one of her best girls. "Have you had any dinner, Nellie?" "Yes," with hesitation. "What have you had?" "Mother gave Jessie and me a halfpenny to buy our dinners, and we bought a ha'porth of aniseed drops. They go further than bread," with an appeal in her eyes against possible censure for extravagance. Children do not develop at their best upon aniseed drops for dinner, nor upon an hour's constitutional daily. Possibly science will bring home to us more and more the fact that animal life pent under cover is supported under artificial conditions, just as is plant life in a glass house. Here is where most continental nations have the advantage over us. They keep up the habit of out-of-door life. And as a consequence, the average Frenchman, German, Italian, Bulgarian is more joyous, more simple, and more hardy than the average Englishman. Climate? Does not Charles II, and he knew, declare for the climate of England because you could be abroad more hours in the day and more days in the year in England than in any other country? We lose sight of the fact that we are not like that historical personage who lived upon nothing but victuals and drink. "You can't live upon air," we say to the invalid who can't eat. No, we cannot live upon air, but if we must choose among the 3 sustainers of life, air will support us the longest. We know all about it. We are deadly weary of the subject. Let but the tail of your eye catch oxygenation on a page, and the well-trained organ skips that paragraph of its own accord. No need to tell Macaulay's schoolboy, or anybody else, how the blood of the body is brought to the lungs, and there spread about in a huge extent of innumerable pipes, that it may be exposed momentarily to the oxygen in the air. How the air is made to blow upon the blood, so spread out in readiness, by the bellows-like action of breathing. How the air penetrates the very thin walls of the pipes, and then, behold, a magical or chemical transmutation. The worthless sewage of the system becomes on the instant the rich vivifying fluid whose function it is to build up the tissues of muscle and nerve. And the prospero that wears the cloak, oxygen his name, and the marvel that he effects within us some 15 times in the course of a minute is possibly without parallel in the whole array of marvels which we tot up with easy familiarity, setting down life and carrying a cipher. Oxygen has its limits. We know all about it. What we forget, perhaps, is that even oxygen has its limitation. Nothing can act but where it is, and waste attends work. Hold true for this vital gas as for other matters. Fire and lamp and breathing beings are all consumers of the oxygen which sustains them. What follows? Why, that this element, which is present in the ratio of 23 parts to the 100 in pure air, is subject to an enormous drain within the four walls of a house, where the air is more or less stationary. I'm not speaking just now of the vitiation of the air, only of the drain upon its life-sustaining element. Think, again, of the heavy drain upon oxygen, which must support the multitudinous fires and many breathing beings congregated in a large town. What follows is a strictly vital question. Man can enjoy the full measure of vigorous, joyous existence possible to him only when his blood is fully aerated. And this takes place when the air he inhales contains its full complement of oxygen. Is it too much to say that vitality is reduced, other things being equal in proportion as persons are house dwellers rather than open air dwellers? The impoverished air sustains life at a low and feeble level, whereas in the great towns, stature dwindles, the chest contracts, men hardly live to see their children's children. True, we must needs have houses for shelter from the weather by day and for rest at night. But in proportion as we cease to make our houses comfortable, as we regard them merely as necessary shelters when we cannot be out of doors, we shall enjoy to the full the vigorous vitality possible to us. Unchanged air. Parents of pale-faced town children think of these things. The gutter children who feed on the pickings of the street are better off and healthier looking in this one respect than your cherished darlings, because they have more of the first essential of life, air. There is some circulation of air even in the slums of the city, and the child who spends its days in the streets is better supplied with oxygen than he who spends most of his hours in the unchanged air of a spacious apartment. But it is not the feelings of their inmates, at least an inch of window open at the top day and night renders a room tolerably safe, because it allows of the escape of the vitiated air, which being light ascends, leaving room for the influx of colder, fresher air by cracks and crannies in doors and floors. An open chimney is a useful, though not a sufficient ventilator. It is needless to say that the stopping up of chimneys in sleeping rooms is suicidal. It is particularly important to accustom children to sleep with an inch or two or more of open window all through the year, as much more as you like in the summer. Night air wholesome. There is a popular notion that night air is unwholesome, but if you reflect that wholesome air is that which contains its full complement of oxygen and no more than its very small complement of carbonic acid gas, and that all burning objects, fire, furnace, gas lamp, give forth carbonic gas and consume oxygen, you will see that night air is, in ordinary circumstances, more wholesome than day air, simply because there is a less exhaustive drain upon its vital gas. When the children are out of doors, which they commonly occupy, day nursery or breakfast room, then is the opportunity to air it thoroughly by throwing windows and doors wide open and producing a thorough draught. Sunshine. But it is not only air and pure air the children must have if their blood is to be of the finest quality, as the advertisements have it. Quite healthy blood is exceedingly rich in minute red disc-like bodies, known as red corpuscles, which in favourable circumstances are produced freely in the blood itself. Now it is observed that people who live much in the sunshine are of a ruddy countenance. That is, a great many of these red corpuscles are present in their blood, while the poor souls who live in cellars and sunless alleys have skins the colour of whitey brown paper. Therefore, it is concluded that light and sunshine are favourable to the production of red corpuscles in the blood. And therefore, to this therefore is but a step for the mother, the children's rooms should be on the sunny side of the house, with a south aspect if possible. Indeed, the whole house should be kept light and bright for their sakes. Trees and outbuildings that obstruct the sunshine and make the children's rooms dull should be removed without hesitation. Free perspiration. Another point must be attended to in order to secure that the brain be nourished by healthy blood. The blood receives and gets rid of the waste of the tissues, and one of the most important agents by means of which it does this necessary scavenger's work is the skin. Millions of invisible pores perforate the skin, each the mouth of a minute many-folded tube, and each such pore is employed without a moment's cessation, while the body is in health, in discharging perspiration, that is, the waste of the tissues upon the skin. Insensible perspiration. When the discharge is excessive, we are aware of the moisture upon the skin. But aware of it or not, the discharge is always going on. And what is more, if it be checked, or if a considerable portion of the skin be glazed, so that it becomes impervious, death will result. This is why people die in consequence of scalds or burns, which injure a large surface of the skin, although they do not touch any vital organ. Multitudes of minute tubes, which should carry off injurious matters from the blood, are closed. And though the remaining surface of the skin and of other excretory organs take extra work upon them, it is possible to make good the loss of what may be called efficient drainage over a considerable area. Therefore, if the brain is to be duly nourished, it is important to keep the whole surface of the skin in a condition to throw off freely the excretions of the body. Daily bath and porous garments. Two considerations follow. Of the first, the necessity for the daily bath, followed by a vigorous rubbing of the skin. It is needless to say a word here, but possibly it is not so well understood that children should be clothed throughout in porous garments which admit of the instant passing of the exhalations of the skin. Why did delicate women faint, or at any rate feel faint, when it was the custom to go to church in sealskin coats? Why do people who sleep under down and even under silk or cotton quilts frequently rise unrefreshed? From the one cause, their coverings have impeded the passage of insensible perspiration, and so have hindered the skin and its function of relieving the blood of impurities. It is surprising what a constant loss of vitality many people experience from no other cause than the unsuitable character of their clothing. The children cannot be better dressed throughout than in loosely woven woolen garments, flannels and serges of varying thicknesses for summer and winter wear. Woolens have other advantages over cotton and linen materials, besides that of being porous. Wool is a heat conductor and therefore does not allow of the too free escape of the animal heat, and it is absorbent and therefore relieves the skin of the clammy sensations which follow sensible perspiration. We should be the better for it if we could make up our minds to sleep in wool, discarding linen or cotton in favour of sheets made from some slightly woven woolen material. We might say much on this one question, the due nutrition of the brain, upon which the very possibility of health education depends. But something will have been affected if the reason why of only 2 or 3 practical rules of health is made so plain that they cannot be evaded without a sense of law breaking. I fear the reader may be inclined to think that I am inviting his attention for the most part to a few psychological matters, the lowest round of the educational ladder. The lowest round it may be, but yet it is the lowest round, the necessary step to all the rest, and it is not too much to say that, in our present state of being, intellectual, moral, even spiritual life and progress depends greatly upon physical conditions. That is to say, not that he who has a fine physique is necessarily a good and clever man, but that the good and clever man requires much animal subsistence to make up for the expenditure of tissue brought about in the exercise of his virtue and intellect. For example, is it easier to be amiable, kindly, candid, with or without a headache or an attack of neuralgia? 7. The reign of law in education. Common sense and good intentions. Besides, though this physical culture of the brain may be the only groundwork of education, the method of it indicates what should be the method of all education. That is, orderly, regulated progress under the guidance of law. The reason why education affects so much less than it should affect is just this, that in 9 cases out of 10, sensible, good parents trust too much to their common sense and their good intentions, forgetting that common sense must be at the pains to instruct itself in the nature of the case, and that well-intended efforts come to little if they are not carried on in obedience to divine laws, to be read in many cases, not in the Bible, but in the facts of life. Law-abiding lives often more blameless than pious lives. It is a shame to believing people that many whose highest profession is that they do not know and therefore do not believe should produce more blameless lives, freer from flaws of temper, from the vice of selfishness, than do many sincerely religious people. It is a fact that will confront the children by and by, and one of which they will require an explanation. And what is more, it is a fact that will have more weight should it confront them in the person of a character which they cannot but esteem and love, than all the doctrinal teaching they have had in their lives. This appears to me the threatening danger to that confessed dependence upon the allegiance to the Almighty God, which we recognize as religion. Not the wickedness, but the goodness of the school which refuses to admit any such dependence and allegiance. My sense of this danger is my reason for offering the little I have to say upon the subject of education. My sense of the danger and the assurance I feel that it is no such great danger after all, but one that parents of the cultivated class are competent to deal with and are precisely the only persons who can deal with it. Mind and matter equally governed by law. As for this superior morality of some non-believers, supposing we grant it, what does it amount to? Just to this, that the universe of mind, as the universe of matter, is governed by unwritten laws of God, that the child cannot blow soap bubbles or think his flitting thoughts otherwise than in obedience to divine laws, that all safety, progress, and success in life come of obedience to law, to the laws of mental, moral, or physical science, or of that spiritual science which the Bible unfolds, that it is possible to ascertain laws and keep laws without recognizing the lawgiver, and that those who do ascertain and keep any divine law inherit the blessing due to obedience. whatever be their attitude towards the lawgiver. Just as the man who goes out into blazing sunshine is warmed, though he may shut his eyes and decline to see the sun. Conversely, that they who take no pains to study the principles which govern human action and human thought miss the blessing of obedience to certain laws, though they may inherit the better blessings which come of acknowledged relationship with the lawgiver. Antagonism to law shown by some religious persons. These last blessings are so unspeakably satisfying that often enough the believer who enjoys them wants no more. He opens his mouth and draws in his breath for the delight he has in law. It is true, but it is the law of the spiritual life only. Toward the other laws of God which govern the universe, he sometimes takes up an attitude of antagonism, almost of resistance, worthy of an infidel. It is nothing to him that he is fearfully and wonderfully made. He does not care to know how the brain works, nor how more subtle essence we call the mind evolves and develops in obedience to laws. There are pious minds to which a desire to look into these things savours of unbelief, as if it were to dishonest the Almighty to perceive that he carries on his glorious works by means of glorious laws. They will have to do with no laws excepting the laws of the kingdom of grace. In the meantime, the non-believer who looks for no supernatural aids lays himself out to discover and conform to all the laws which regulate the natural life, physical, mental, moral. All the laws of God, in fact, excepting those of the spiritual life, which the believer appropriates as his peculiar inheritance. But these laws, which are left to Esau, are laws of God also, and the observance of them is attended with such blessings. Look, how is it that these who do not acknowledge the law as of God are better than we who do? Parents must acquaint themselves with the principles of physiology and moral science. Now, believing parents have no right to lay up this crucial difficulty for their children. They have no right, for instance, to pray that their children may be made truthful, diligent, upright, and at the same time neglect to acquaint themselves with those principles of moral science, the observance of which will guide into truthfulness, diligence, and uprightness of character. For this also is the law of God. Observe not into the knowledge of God, the thing best worth living for. No mental science and no moral science is pledged to reveal that. What I contend for is that these sciences have their part to play in the education of the human race, and that the parent may not disregard them with impunity. My endeavour in this and the following volumes of the series will be to sketch out roughly a method of education which, as resting upon a basis of natural law, may look, without presumption, to inherit the divine blessing. Any sketch I can offer in this short compass must be very imperfect and very incomplete, but a hint here and there may be enough to put intelligent parents on profitable lines of thinking with regard to education of their children. Part 2. Out-of-door life for the children. 1. A growing time. Meals out of doors. People who live in the country know the value of fresh air very well, and their children live out of doors, with intervals within for sleeping and eating. As to the latter, even country people do not make full use of their opportunities. On fine days when it is warm enough to sit out with wraps, why should not tea and breakfast, everything but hot dinner, be served out of doors? For we are an overwrought generation, running to nerves as a cabbage runs to seed, and every hour spent in the open is a clear gain, tending to the increase of brain power and bodily vigour, and to the lengthening of life itself. They who know what it is to have fevered skin and throbbing brain deliciously soothed by the cool touch of air are inclined to make a new rule of life. Never be within doors when you can rightly be without. Besides the gain of an hour or two in the open air, there is this to be considered. Meals taken al fresco are usually joyous, and there is nothing like gladness for converting meal and drink into healthy blood and tissue. All the time, too, the children are storing up memories of happy childhood. 50 years hence, they will see the shadows of the bows making patterns on the white tablecloth, and sunshine, children's laughter, hum of bees, and scent of flowers are being bottled up for after refreshment. For dwellers in towns and suburbs. But it is only the people who live, so to speak, in their own gardens who can make a practice of giving their children tea out of doors. For the rest of us, and most of us who live in towns or the suburbs of towns, that is included in the larger question. How much time daily in the open air should the children have? And how is it possible to secure this for them? In this time of extraordinary pressure, educational and social, perhaps a mother's first duty to her children is to secure for them a quiet, growing time, a full 6 years of passive, receptive life, the waking part of it spent for the most part out in the fresh air. And this not for the gain in bodily health alone. Body and soul, heart and mind are nourished with food convenient for them when the children are let alone, let to live without friction and without stimulus among happy influences which incline them to be good. Possibilities of a day in the open. I make a point, says a judicious mother, of sending my children out, weather permitting, for an hour in winter and 2 hours a day in the summer months. That is well, but it is not enough. In the first place, do not send them. If it is in any way possible, take them. For although the children should be left much to themselves, there is a great deal to be done and a great deal to be prevented during these long hours in the open air. And long hours they should be, not 2, but 4, 5, 6 hours they should have on every tolerably fine day from April till October. Impossible, says an overwrought mother, who sees her way to no more for her children than a daily hour or so on the pavements of the neighbouring London squares. Let me repeat that I venture to suggest not what is practicable in any household, but what seems to me absolutely best for the children. And that, in the faith that mothers work wonders once they are convinced that wonders are demanded of them. A journey of 20 minutes by rail or omnibus and a luncheon basket will make a day in the country possible to most town dwellers. And if one day, why not many? Even every suitable day. Supposing we have got them, what is to be done with these golden hours so that every one of them should be delightful? They must be spent with some method, or the mother will be taxed and the children bored. There is a great deal to be accomplished in this large fraction of the children's day. They must be kept in a joyous temper all the time, or they will miss some of the strengthening and refreshing held in charge for them by the blessed air. They must be let alone, let to themselves a great deal to take in what they can of the beauty of earth and heavens. For of the evils of modern education, few are worse than this, that the perpetual cackle of his elders leaves the poor child not a moment of time, nor an inch of space wherein to wonder and grow. At the same time, here is the mother's opportunity to train the seeing eye, the hearing ear, and to drop seeds of truth into the open soul of the child, which shall germinate, blossom, and bear fruit without further help or knowledge of hers. Then there is much to be got by perching in a tree or nestling in heather, but muscular development comes of more active ways, and an hour or two should be spent in vigorous play. And last, and truly least, a lesson or two must be got in. No storybooks. Let us suppose mother and children arrive at some breezy open wherein it seemeth always afternoon. In the first place, it is not her business to entertain the little people. There should be no storybooks, no telling of tales, as little talk as possible, and that to some purpose. Who thinks to amuse children with tale or talk at a circus or pantomime? And here, is there not infinitely more display for their delectation? Our wise mother arrived, first sends the children to let off their spirits in a wild scamper with cry, halloo and hullabaloo, and any extravagance that comes into their young heads. There is no distinction between big and little. The latter love to follow in the wake of their elders, and in lessons or play to pick up and do according to their little might. As for the baby, he is in bliss. Divested of his garments, he kicks and crawls and clutches the grass, laughs soft baby laughter, and takes in his little knowledge of shapes and properties in his own wonderful fashion, clothed in a woolen gown, long and loose, which is none the worse for the worst usage it may get. 2. Sightseeing. By and by, the others come back to their mother, and while wits are fresh and eyes keen, she sends them off on an exploring expedition. Who can see the most and tell the most about yonder hillock or brook, hedge or copse? This is an exercise that delights children and may be endlessly varied, carried on in the spirit of a game and yet with the exactness and carefulness of a lesson. How to see. Find out all you can about the cottage at the foot of the hill, but do not pry about too much. Soon they are back, and there is a crowd of excited faces and a hubbub of tongues and random observations that are shot breathlessly into mother's ear. There are beehives. We saw a lot of bees going into one. There is a long garden. Yes, and there are sunflowers in it, and hen and chicken daisies and pansies. And there's a great deal of pretty blue flowers with rough leaves, Mother. What do you suppose it is? Borage for the bees, most likely. They are very fond of it. Oh, and there is apple and pear and plum trees on one side. There's a little path up the middle, you know. On which hand side are the fruit trees? The right. No, the left. Let me see. Which is my thimble hand? Yes, it is the right side. And there are potatoes and cabbages and mint and things on the other side. Where are the flowers then? Oh, they are just the borders running down each side of the path. But we have not told Mother about the wonderful apple tree. I should think there are 1,000,000 apples on it, all ripe and rosy. 1,000,000, Fanny? Well, a great many, Mother. I don't know how many. And so on, indefinitely, the mother getting by degrees a complete description of the cottage and its garden. Educational usages of sightseeing. This is all play to the children, but the mother is doing invaluable work. She is training their powers of observation and expression, increasing their vocabulary and their range of ideas by giving them the name and the uses of an object on the right moment, when they ask, what is it and what is it for? And she is training her children in truthful habits by making them careful to see the fact and to state it exactly without omission or exaggeration. The child who describes a tall tree going up to a point with rather roundish leaves not a pleasant tree for shade because the branches all go up, deserves to learn the name of the tree and anything her mother has to tell her about it. But the little bungler who fails to make it clear whether he is describing an elm or a beech should get no encouragement. Not a foot should his mother move to see his tree. No coaxing should draw her into talk about it until in despair he goes off and comes back with some more certain note, rough or smooth bark, round or smooth leaves. Then the mother considers, pronounces, and full of glee he carries her off to see it for herself. Discriminating observation. By degrees, the children will learn discriminatingly every feature of the landscapes with which they are familiar, and think what a delightful possession for old age and middle life is a series of pictures imaged, feature by feature, in the sunny glow of a child's mind. The miserable thing about the childish recollections of most persons is that they are blurred, distorted, incomplete, no more pleasant to look upon than a fractured cup or a torn garment. And the reason is not that the old scenes are forgotten, but that they were never fully seen. At the time, there was no more than a hazy impression that such and such objects were present, and naturally, after a lapse of years, those features can rarely be recalled of which the child was not cognizant when he saw them before him. 3. Picture painting. Method of. So exceedingly delightful is this faculty of taking mental photographs, exact images of the beauties of nature we go about the world for the refreshment of seeing, that it is worthwhile to exercise children in another way toward this end. Bearing in mind, however, that they see the near and the minute, but can only be made with an effort to look at the wide and the distant. Get the children to look well at some patch of landscape and then to shut their eyes and call up the picture before them. If any bit of it is blurred, they had better look again. When they have a perfect image before their eyes, let them say what they see. Thus, I see a pond. It is shallow on this side, but deep on the other. Trees come to the water's edge on that side, and you can see their green leaves and branches so plainly in the water that you would think there was wood underneath. Almost touching the trees in the water is a bit of blue sky with a soft white cloud, and when you look up you see that same little cloud, but with a great deal of sky instead of a patch, because there are no trees up there. There are lovely yellow water lilies round the far edge of the pond, and 2 or 3 of the big round leaves are turned up like sails. Near where I am standing, 3 cows have come to drink, and one has got far into the water, nearly up to her neck, etc. Strain on the attention. This too is an exercise children delight in, but as it involves some strain on the attention, it is fatiguing and should only be employed now and again. It is, however, well worthwhile to give children the habit of getting a bit of landscape by heart in this way, because it is the effort of recalling and reproducing that is fatiguing, while the altogether pleasurable act of seeing fully and in detail is likely to be repeated unconsciously until it becomes a habit by the child, who is required now and then to reproduce what he sees. Seeing fully and in detail. At first, the children will want a little help in the art of seeing. The mother will say, "Look at the reflection of the trees. There might be a wood under the water. What do those standing up leaves remind you of?" And so on, until the children have noticed the salient points of the scene. She will even herself learn 2 or 3 scenes and describe them with closed eyes for the children's amusement. And such little mimics are they and at the same time so sympathetic that any graceful, fanciful touch which she throws into her descriptions will be reproduced with the variations in theirs. The children will delight in this game of picture painting, all the more if the mother introduce it by describing some great picture gallery she has seen. Pictures of mountains, of moors, of stormy seas, of ploughed fields, of little children at play, of an old woman knitting. And goes on to say that though she does not paint her pictures on canvas and has never put them in frames, she carries about with her just such a picture gallery. For whenever she sees anything lovely or interesting, she looks at it until she has the picture in her mind's eye, and then she carries it away with her, her own forever, a picture on view just when she wants it. A means of after solace and refreshment. It would be difficult to overrate this habit of seeing and storing as a means of after solace and refreshment. The busiest of us have holidays when we slip our necks out of the yoke and come face to face with nature to be healed and blessed by the breathing balm, the silence and the calm of mute, insensate things. This immediate refreshment is open to everybody according to his measure, but it is a mistake to suppose that everybody is able to carry away a refreshing image of that which gives him delight. Only a few can say with Wordsworth of scenes they have visited, though absent long, these forms of beauty have not been to me, as is a landscape to a blind man's eye. But oft in lonely mums and mid the din of towns and cities I have owed to them, in hours of weariness, sensations sweet, felt in the blood and felt along the heart, and passing even into my purer mind with tranquil restoration. And yet this is no high poetic gift, which the rest of us must be content to admire, but a common reward for taking pains in the act of seeing, which parents may do a great deal to confer upon their children. The mother must beware how she spoils the simplicity, the objective character of the child's enjoyment, by treating his little descriptions as feats of cleverness to be repeated to his father or to visitors. She had better make a vow to suppress herself, to say nothing to nobody in his presence at any rate, though the child should show himself a born poet. 4. Flowers and trees. Children should know field crops. In the course of this sightseeing and picture painting, opportunities will occur to make the children familiar with rural objects and employments. If there are farmlands within reach, they should know meadow and pasture, clover, turnip and cornfield, under every aspect, from the ploughing of the land to the getting in of the crops. Field flowers and the life history of plants. Milkwort, eyebright, rest harrow, lady's bedstraw, willow herb, and every wild flower that grows in their neighbourhood they should know quite well, should be able to describe the leaf, its shape, size, growing from the root or from the stem, the manner of flowering, a head of flowers, a single flower, a spike, etc. And having made the acquaintance of a wild flower so that they can never forget it or mistake it, they should examine the spot where they find it, so that they will know for the future in what sort of ground to look for such and such a flower. We should find wild thyme here. Oh, this is the very spot for marsh marigolds. We must come here in the spring. If the mother is no great botanist, she will find Miss Anne Pratt's wildflowers very useful, with its coloured plates, like enough to identify the flowers by, common English names, and pleasant facts and fancies that the children delight in. To make collections of wildflowers for several months, press them and mount them neatly on squares of cartridge paper, with the English name, habitat and date of finding of each. Affords much happy occupation and at the same time much useful training. Better still is it to accustom children to make careful brush drawings of the flowers that interest them, of the whole plant where possible. The study of trees. Children should be made early intimate with trees too. Should pick out half a dozen trees, oak, elm, ash, beech, in their winter nakedness, and take these to be their year-long friends. In the winter, they will observe the light tresses of the birch, the knotted arms of the oak, the sturdy growth of the sycamore. They may wait to learn the names of the trees until the leaves come. By and by, as the spring advances, behold a general stiffening and look of life in the still bare branches. Life stirs in the beautiful mystery of the leaf buds, a nest of delicate baby leaves lying in downy warmth within many waterproof wrappings. Oak and elm, beech and birch, each has its own way of folding and packing its leaflets. Observe the ruby-budded lime and the ash with its pretty stag's foot of a bud, not green but black. More black than ash buds in the front of March. Seasons should be followed. But it is hard to keep pace with the wonders that unfold themselves in the bountiful season bland. There are the dangling catkins and the little ruby red pistillate flowers of the hazel, clusters of flowers, both of them, two sorts on a single tree, and the downy staminate catkins of the willow, and the festive breaking out of all the trees into lovely leafage, the learning the patterns of leaves as they come out, and the naming of trees from this and other signs. Then the flowers come, each shut up tight in the dainty casket we call a bud, as cunningly wrapped as the leaves in their buds, but less carefully guarded, for these sweet nurslings delay their coming out for the most part until the earth has a warm bed to offer and the sun a kindly welcome.
Leigh Hunt on flowers. Suppose, says Leigh Hunt, suppose flowers themselves were new. Suppose they had just come into the world, a sweet reward for some new goodness. Imagine what we should feel when we saw the first lateral stem bearing off from the main one and putting forth a leaf. How we should watch the leaf gradually unfolding its little graceful hand, then another, then another, then the main stalk rising and producing more, and then one of them giving indications of astonishing novelty, a bud. Then this mysterious bud gradually unfolding like the leaf, amazing us, enchanting us, almost alarming us with delight, as if we knew not what enchantment were to ensue, till at length, in all its fairy beauty and odorous voluptuousness and mysterious elaboration of tender and living sculpture, shines forth the blushing flower. The flowers, it is true, are not new, but the children are, and it is the fault of their elders if every new flower they come upon is not to them a piccola, a mystery of beauty to be watched from day to day with unspeakable awe and delight. Meanwhile, we have lost sight of those half-dozen forest trees, which the children have taken into a sort of comradeship for the year. Presently, they have the delight of discovering that the great trees have flowers too, flowers very often of the same hue as their leaves, and that some trees put off having their leaves until their flowers have come and gone. By and by, there is fruit, and the discovery that every tree, with exceptions which they need not learn yet, and every plant bears fruit and seed after his kind. All this is stale knowledge to older people, but one of the secrets of the educator is to present nothing as stale knowledge, but to put himself in the position of the child and wonder and admire with him. For every common miracle which the child sees with his own eyes makes him, for the moment, another Newton. Calendars. It is a capital plan for children to keep a calendar. The first oak leaf, the first tadpole, the first cowslip, the first catkin, the first ripe blackberries, where seen and when. The next year they will know when and where to look out for their favourites, and will every year be in a condition to add new observations. Think of the zest and interest, the object, which such a practice will give to daily walks and little excursions. There is hardly a day when some friend may not be expected to hold a first at home. Nature diaries. As soon as he is able to keep it himself, a nature diary is a source of delight to the child. Every day's walk gives him something to enter. 3 squirrels in a larch tree, a jay flying across a field, a caterpillar climbing up a nettle, a snail eating a cabbage leaf, a spider dropping suddenly to the ground, where he found ground ivy, how it was growing and what plants were growing with it, how bindweed or ivy manages to climb. Innumerable matters to record occur to the intelligent child. While he is quite young, 5 or 6, he should begin to illustrate his notes freely with brush drawings. He should have a little help at first in mixing colours, in the way of principles, not directions. He should not be told to use now this and now that, but we get purple by mixing so, and then he should be left to himself to get the right tint. As for drawing, instruction has no doubt its time and place, but his nature diary should be left to his own initiative. A child of 6 will produce a dandelion, poppy, daisy, iris with its leaves, impelled by the desire to represent what he sees with surprising vigour and correctness. An exercise book with stiff covers serves for a nature diary, but care is necessary in choosing paper that answers both for writing and brush drawing. I can't stop thinking. But I can't stop thinking. I can't make my mind sit down. Poor little girl, all children owe you thanks for giving voice to their dumb woes. And we grown-up people have so little imagination that we send a little boy with an overactive brain to play by himself in the garden in order to escape the fag of lessons. Little we know how the brain people swarm in and out and rush about. The human brain is like a millstone turning ever round and round. If it have nothing else to grind, it must itself be ground. Set the child to definite work by all means and give him something to grind. But pray, let him work with things and not with signs. The things of nature in their own places, meadow and hedgerow, woods and shore. 5. Living creatures. A field of interest and delight. Then, as for the living creatures, here is a field of unbounded interest and delight. The domesticated animals are soon taken into kindly fellowship with the little people. Perhaps they live too far from the real country for squirrels and wild rabbits to be more to them than dream of possible delights. But surely there is a pond within reach, a road or rail, where tadpoles may be caught and carried home in a bottle, fed and watched through all their changes, fins disappearing, tails getting shorter and shorter until at last there is no tail at all, and a pretty pert little frog looks you in the face. Turn up any chance stone and you may come upon a colony of ants. We have always known it becomes us to consider their ways and be wise, but now think of all Lord Avebury has told us to make that 12-year-old ant of his acquaintance quite a personage. Then there are bees. Some of us may have heard the late Dean Farrar describe that lesson he was present at on How Doth the Little Busy Bee? The teacher bright, but the children not responsive. They took no interest at all in little busy bees. He suspected the reason, and questioning the class, found that not one of them had ever seen a bee. "Have never seen a bee? Think for a moment," said he, "of how much that implies." And then we were moved by an eloquent picture of the sad child life from which bees and birds and flowers are all shut out. But how many children are there who do not live in the slums of London and yet are unable to distinguish a bee from a wasp or even a humble from a honeybee? Children should be encouraged to watch. Children should be encouraged to watch patiently and quietly until they learn something of the habits and history of bee, ant, wasp, spider, hairy caterpillar, dragonfly, and whatever of larger growth comes in their way. A little girl in some storybook is made to complain, but that was her fault. The bright, keen eyes with which children are blessed were made to see and see into the doings of creatures too small for the unaided observation of older people. Ants may be brought under home observation in the following way. Get 2 pieces of glass 1 foot square, 3 strips of glass 11.5 inches long, and 1 strip 11 inches long. These all 1/4 inch wide. The glass must be carefully cut so as to fit exactly. Place the 4 strips of glass upon one of the sheets of glass and fix in an exact square, leaving a 1/2 inch opening with seccotine or any good fixer. Get from an ant hill about 12 ants. The yellow ants are best, as the red are inclined to be quarrelsome. A few eggs and 1 queen. The queen will be quite twice as large as an ordinary ant, and so can be easily seen. Take some of the earth off the ant hill. Put the earth with your ants and eggs upon the sheet of glass, and fix the other sheet above, leaving only a small hole in the corner, made by the shorter strip, which should be stopped with a bit of cotton wool. The ants will be restless for perhaps 48 hours, but will then begin to settle and arrange the earth. Remove the wool plug once a week and replace it after putting 2 or 3 drops of honey on it. Once in 3 weeks, remove the plug to drop in with a syringe about 10 drops of water. This will not be necessary in the winter while the ants are asleep. This nest will last for years. Now, with regard to the horror which some children show of beetle, spider, worm, that is usually a trick picked up from grown-up people. Kingsley's children would run after their daddy with a delicious worm, a lovely toad, a sweet beetle, carried tenderly in both hands. There are real antipathies not to be overcome, such as Kingsley's own horror of a spider. But children who are accustomed to hold and admire caterpillars and beetles from their babyhood will not give way to affected horrors. The child who spends an hour in watching the ways of some new grub he has come upon will be a man of mark yet. Let all he finds out about it be entered into his diary, by his mother, if writing be a labour to him, where he finds it, what it is doing, or seems to him to be doing, its colour, shape, legs. Some day he will come across the name of the creature and will recognise the description of an old friend. friend. The force of public opinion in the home. Some children are born naturalists with a bent inherited, perhaps, from an unknown ancestor. But every child has a natural interest in the living things about him, which it is the business of his parents to encourage. For but few children are equal to holding their own in the face of public opinion. And if they see that things which interest them are indifferent or disgusting to you, their pleasures in them vanishes, and that chapter of the book of nature is closed to them. It is likely that the natural history of Selborne would never have been written had it not been that the naturalist's father used to take this boy on daily foraging expeditions, when not a moving or growing thing, not a pebble, not a boulder within miles of Selborne, escaped their eager examination. Audubon, the American ornithologist, is another instance of the effect of this kind of early training. When I had hardly learned to walk, he says, and to articulate those first words always so endearing to parents, the productions of nature lay spread all around and were constantly pointed out to me. My father generally accompanied my steps, procuring birds and flowers for me, and pointed out the elegant movements of the former, the beauty and softness of their plumage, the manifestations of their pleasure, or their sense of danger, and the always perfect forms and splendid attire of the latter. He would speak of the departure and return of the birds with the season, describe their haunts, and more wonderful than all, their change of livery, thus exciting me to study them and to raise my mind toward their great Creator. What town children can do. Town children may get a great deal of pleasure in watching the ways of sparrows, knowing little birds, and easily tamed by a dole of crumbs, and their days out will bring them in the way of new acquaintances. But much may be done with sparrows. A friend writes, "Have you seen the man in the gardens of the Tuileries feeding and talking to dozens of them? They sit on his hat, his hands, and feed from his fingers. When he raises his arms, they all flutter up and then settle again on him and round him. I have watched him call a sparrow from a distance by name and refuse food to all others till Petit Chou, a pretty pied sparrow, came for his destined bit. Others had their names and came at call, but I could not see any distinguishing feature, and the crowd of sparrows on the walk, benches and railing formed a most attentive audience to the bright French talk, which kept them in constant motion as they were, here one and there one, invited to come for a tempting morsel. Truly a St. Francis and the birds." The child who does not know the portly form and spotted breast of the thrush, the graceful flight of the swallow, the yellow bill of the blackbird, the gush of song which the skylark pours from above, is nearly as much to be pitied as those London children who have never seen a bee. A pleasant acquaintance, easy to pick up, is the hairy caterpillar. The moment to seize him is when he is seen shuffling along the ground in a great hurry. He is on the lookout for quiet quarters to which to lie up. Put him in a box, then, and cover the box with net, through which you may watch his operations. Food does not matter. He has other things to attend to. By and by, he spins a sort of white tent or hammock, into which he retires. You may see through it and watch him, perhaps at the very moment when his skin splits asunder, leaving him for months to come an egg-shaped mass without any sign of life. At last the living thing within breaks out of this bundle, and there it is, the handsome tiger moth, fluttering feeble wings against the net. Most children of 6 have had this taste of a naturalist's experience, and it is worth speaking of it only because, instead of being merely a harmless amusement, it is the valuable piece of education of more use to a child than the reading of a whole book on natural history or much geography and Latin. For the evil is that children get their knowledge of natural history, like all their knowledge, at second hand. They are so sated with wonders that nothing surprises them, and they are so little used to see for themselves that nothing interests them. The cure for this blasé condition is to let them alone for a bit and then begin on new lines. Poor children, it is no fault of theirs if they are not as they were meant to be. Curious, eager little souls, all agog to explore so much of this wonderful world as they can get at, as quite their first business in life. He prayeth best who loveth best. All things both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us, He made and loveth all. Nature knowledge, the most important for young children. It should be well if all we persons in authority, parents and all who act for parents, could make up our minds that there is no sort of knowledge to be got in these early years so valuable to children as that which they get for themselves of the world they live in. Let them once get touch with nature, and a habit is formed which will be a source of delight through life. We were all meant to be naturalists, each in his degree, and it is inexcusable to live in a world so full of the marvels of plants and animal life and to care for none of these things. Mental training of a child naturalist. Consider too what an unequalled mental training the child naturalist is getting for any study or calling under the sun. The powers of attention, of discrimination, of patient pursuit, growing with his mind. What will they not fit him for? Besides, life is so interesting to him that he has no time for the faults of temper which generally have their source in ennui. There is no reason he should be peevish or sulky or obstinate when he is always kept well amused. Nature work especially valuable for girls. I say he from force of habit, as speaking of the representative sex, but truly that she should be thus conversant with nature is a matter of infinitely more importance to the little girl. She it is who is most tempted to indulge in ugly tempers, as child and woman, because time hangs heavily on her hands. She, whose idler, more desultory habits of mind want the spur and the bridle of an earnest, absorbing pursuit, whose feebler health demands to be braced by an out-of-door life full of healthy excitement. Moreover, it is to the girls, little and big, a most true kindness to lift them out of themselves and out of the round of petty personal interests and emulations which too often hem in their lives. And then, with whom but the little girls must it rest to mould the generations yet to be born? 6. Field Law and Naturalist Books. Reverence for life. Is it advisable then to teach the children the elements of natural science, of biology, botany, zoology? On the whole, no. The dissection even of a flower is painful to a sensitive child, and during the first 6 or 8 years of life, I would not teach them any botany which should necessitate the pulling of flowers to bits. Much less should they be permitted to injure or destroy any not noxious form of animal life. Reverence for life as a wonderful and awful gift which a ruthless child may destroy but never can restore is a lesson of first importance to the child. Let knowledge grow from more to more, but more of reverence in us dwell. The child who sees his mother with reverent touch lift an early snowdrop to her lips learns a higher lesson than the print books can teach. Years hence, when the children are old enough to understand that science itself is in a sense sacred and demands some sacrifices, all the common information they have been gathering until then, and the habits of observation they have acquired will form a capital groundwork for a scientific education. In the meantime, let them consider the lilies of the field and the fowls of the air. Rough classification at first hand. For convenience in describing, they should be able to name and distinguish petals, sepals, and so on. And they should be encouraged to make such rough classifications as they can with their slight knowledge of both animal and vegetable forms. Plants with heart-shaped or spoon-shaped leaves, with whole or divided leaves, leaves with crisscross veins and leaves with straight veins, bell-shaped flowers and cross-shaped flowers, flowers with 3 petals, with 4, with 5, trees which keep their leaves all the year, and trees which lose them in the autumn, creatures with a backbone and creatures without, creatures that eat grass and creatures that eat flesh, and so on. To make collections of leaves and flowers, pressed and mounted and arranged according to their form, affords much pleasure, and what is better, valuable training in the noticing of differences and resemblances. Patterns for this sort of classification of leaves and flowers should be found in every little book of elementary botany. The power to classify, discriminate, distinguish between things that differ is among the highest faculties of the human intellect, and no opportunity to cultivate it should be let slip. But a classification got out of books that the child does not make for himself and is not able to verify for himself cultivates no power but that of verbal memory, and a phrase or two of the Tamil or other unknown tongue learnt off would serve that purpose just as well. Use of naturalists' books. The real use of naturalist books at this stage is to give the children delightful glimpses into the world of wonders he lives in, to reveal the sort of things to be seen by curious eyes, and fill him with desire to make discoveries for himself. There are many to be had, all pleasant reading, many of them written by scientific men, and yet requiring little or no scientific training for their enjoyment. Mothers and teachers should know about nature. The mother cannot devote herself too much to this kind of reading. Not only that she may read tidbits to her children about matters they have come across, but that she may be able to answer their queries and direct their observation. And not only the mother, but any woman who is likely to spend an hour or two in the society of children should make herself mistress of this sort of information. The children will adore her for knowing what they want to know, and who knows but she may give its bent for life to some young mind destined to do great things for the world. 7. The child gets knowledge by means of his senses. Nature's teaching. Watch a child standing at gaze at some sight new to him, a plough at work, for instance, and you will see he is as naturally occupied as is a babe at the breast. He is in fact taking in the intellectual food which the working faculty of his brain at this period requires. In his early years, the child is all eyes. He observes, or more truly, he perceives, calling sight, touch, taste, smell, and hearing to his aid, that he may learn all that is discoverable by him about every new thing that comes under his notice. Everybody knows how a baby fumbles over with soft little fingers and carries to his mouth and bangs that it may produce what sound there is in it, the spoon or doll which supercilious grown-up people have given him to keep him quiet. The child is at his lessons and is learning all about it at a rate utterly surprising to the physiologist, who considers how much is implied in the act of seeing, for instance, that to the infant, as to the blind adult restored to sight, there is at first no difference between a flat picture and a solid body, that the ideas of form and solidity are not obtained by sight at all, but are the judgments of experience. Then think of the vague passes in the air the little fist makes before it lays hold of objects of desire, and you see how he learns the whereabouts of things, having as yet no idea of direction. And why does he cry for the moon? Why does he crave equally a horse or a housefly as an appropriate plaything? Because far and near, large and small, are ideas he has yet to grasp. The child has truly a great deal to do before he is in a condition to believe his own eyes. But nature teaches so gently, so gradually, so persistently, that he is never overdone, but goes on gathering little stores of knowledge about whatever comes before him. And this is the process the child should continue for the first few years of his life. Now is the storing time, which should be spent in laying up images of things familiar. By and by, he will have to conceive of things he has never seen. How can he do it except by comparison with things he has seen and knows? By and by, he will be called upon to reflect, understand, reason. What material will he have unless he has a magazine of facts to go upon? The child who has been made to observe how high in the heavens the sun is at noon on a summer's day, how low at noon on a day in midwinter, is able to conceive of the great heat of the tropics under a vertical sun, and to understand that the climate of the place depends greatly upon the mean height the sun reaches above the horizon. Overpressure. A great deal has been said lately about the danger of overpressure, of requiring too much mental work for a child of tender years. The danger exists, but lies not in giving the child too much, but in giving him the wrong thing to do, the sort of work for which the present state of his mental development does not fit him. Who expects a boy in petticoats to lift half a hundredweight? But give the child work that nature intended for him, and the quantity he can get through with ease is practically unlimited. Whoever saw a child tired of seeing, of examining in his own way unfamiliar things? This is the sort of mental nourishment for which he has an unbounded appetite, because it is that food of the mind on which for the present he is meant to grow. Object lessons. Now, how far is this craving for natural sustenance met? In infant and kindergarten schools, by the object lesson, which is good so far as it goes, but is sometimes like that bean, a day on which the Frenchman fed his horse. The child at home has more new things brought under his notice, if with less method. Neither at home nor at school is much effort made to set before the child an abundant feast of eyes for which his needs demand. A child learns from things. We older people, partly because of our maturer intellect, partly because of our defective education, get most of our knowledge through the medium of words. We set the child to learn in the same way and find him dull and slow. Why? Because it is only with a few words in common use
that he associates a definite meaning. All the rest are no more to him than vocables of a foreign tongue. But set him face to face with a thing, and he is 20 times as quick as you are in knowing all about it. Knowledge of things flies to the mind of a child as steel filings to a magnet. And pari passu with his knowledge of things, his vocabulary grows, for it is a law of the mind that what we know we struggle to express. This fact accounts for many of the apparently aimless questions of children. They are in quest not of knowledge, but of words to express the knowledge they have. Now, consider what a culpable waste of intellectual energy it is to shut up a child, blessed with this inordinate capacity for seeing and knowing, within the four walls of a house, or the dreary streets of a town. Or suppose that he is let run loose in the country where there is plenty to see. It is nearly as bad to let this great faculty of the child's dissipate itself in random observations for want of method and direction. The sense of beauty comes from early contact with nature. There is no end to the store of common information, got in such a way that it will never be forgotten, with which an intelligent child may furnish himself before he begins his school career. The boy who can tell you offhand where to find each of the half-dozen most graceful birches, the 3 or 4 finest ash trees in the neighbourhood of his home, has chances in life 12 to 1 compared with the lower, slower intelligence that does not know an elm from an oak. Not merely chances of success, but chances of a larger, happier life. For it is curious how certain feelings are linked with the mere observation of nature and natural objects. The aesthetic sense of the beautiful, says Dr. Carpenter, of the sublime, of the harmonious, seems in its most elementary form to connect itself immediately with the perceptions which arise out of the contact of our minds with external nature. While he quotes Dr. Morrell, who says, still more forcibly, that all those who have shown a remarkable appreciation of form and beauty date their first impressions from a period lying far behind the existence of definite ideas or verbal instruction. Most grown men lose the habit of observation. Thus we owe something to Mr. Evans for taking his little daughter Mary Ann with him on his long business drives among the pleasant Warwickshire lanes. The little girl stood up between her father's knees, seeing much and saying little, and the outcome was the scenes of rural life in Adam Bede and the Mill and the Floss. Wordsworth, reared amongst the mountains, becomes a very prophet of nature, while Tennyson draws endless imagery from the levels of the eastern counties where he was brought up. Little David Copperfield was a very observant child, though, says he. I think the memory of most of us can go farther back into such times than many of us suppose, just as I believe the power of observation in numbers of very young children is quite wonderful for its closeness and accuracy. Indeed, I think that most grown men who are remarkable in this respect may, with greater propriety, be said not to have lost the faculty than have acquired it. The rather, as I generally observe, such men to retain a certain freshness and gentleness and capacity of being pleased, which are also an inheritance they have preserved from their childhood. In which remark Dickens makes his hero talk sound philosophy as well as kindly sense. 8. The child should be made familiar with natural objects. An observant child should be put in the way of things worth observing. But what is the use of being a very observant child if you are not put in the way of things worth observing? And here is the difference between the streets of a town and the sights and sounds of the country. There is plenty to be seen in a town, and children accustomed to the ways of the streets become nimble-witted enough. But the scraps of information to be picked up in a town are isolated fragments. They do not hang on anything else, nor come to anything more. The information may be convenient, but no one is the wiser for knowing it, on which side of the street is Smith's and which turning leads to Thompson's shop. Every natural object a member of series. Now take up a natural object, it does not matter what, and you are studying one of a group, a member of a series. Whatever knowledge you get about it is so much towards the science, which includes all of its kind. Break off an elder twig in the spring. You notice a ring of wood round a centre of pith, and there you have at a glance a distinguishing character of a great division of the vegetable world. You pick up a pebble. Its edges are perfectly smooth and rounded. Why, you ask? It is water-worn, weather-worn. And that little pebble brings you face to face with disintegration, the force to which, more than to any other, we owe the aspects of the world, which we call picturesque, glen, ravine, valley, hill. It is not necessary that the child should be told anything about disintegration or dicotyledon, only that he should observe the wood and pith of the hazel twig, the pleasant roundness of the pebble. By and by he will learn the bearings of the facts with which he is already familiar, a very different thing from learning the reason why of facts which have never come under his notice. Power will pass more and more into the hands of scientific men. It is definitely well worth the mother's while to take some pains every day to secure, in the first place, that her children spend hours daily among real and natural objects, and in the second place, to infuse into them, or rather to cherish in them, the love of investigation. I say it deliberately, says Kingsley, as a student of society and of history. Power will pass more and more into the hands of scientific men. They will rule and they will act, cautiously we may hope, and modestly and charitably, because in learning true knowledge they will have learnt also their own ignorance, and the vastness, the complexity, the mystery of nature. But they will be able to rule, they will be able to act, because they have taken the trouble to learn the facts and the laws of nature. Intimacy with nature makes for personal well-being. But to enable them to swim with the stream is the least of the benefits this early training should confer on the children. A love of nature, implanted so early that it will seem to them hereafter to have been born in them, will enrich their lives with pure interests, absorbing pursuits, health, and good humour. I have seen, says the same writer, the young man of fierce passions and uncontrollable daring expend healthily that energy which threatened daily to plunge him into recklessness, if not into sin, upon hunting out and collecting through rock and bog, snow and tempest, every bird and egg of the neighbouring forest. I have seen the young London beauty, amid all the excitement and temptation of luxury and flattery, with her heart pure and her mind occupied in a boudoir full of shells and fossils, flowers and seaweeds, keeping herself unspotted from the world by considering the lilies of the field, how they grow. 9. Out-of-door geography. Small things may teach great. After this long digression intended to impress upon mothers the supreme importance of stirring up in their children a love of nature and of natural objects, a deep-seated spring to send up pure waters into the driest places of afterlife, we must return to the mother whom we have left out of doors all this time, waiting to know what she is to do next. This pleasant earth of ours is not to be overlooked in the out-of-door education of children. How do you get time for so much? Oh, I leave out subjects of no educational value. I do not teach geography, for instance, said the advanced young theorist with all sorts of certificates. Pictorial geography. But the mother who knows better will find 100 opportunities to teach geography by the way. A duck pond is a lake or an inland sea. Any brooklet will serve to illustrate the great rivers of the world. A hillock grows into a mountain. An alpine system, a hazel copse, suggests the mighty forests of the Amazon. A reedy swamp, the rice fields of China. A meadow, the boundless prairies of the West. The pretty purple flowers of the common mallow is the text whereon to hang the cotton fields of the southern states. Indeed, the whole field of pictorial geography, maps, may wait until by and by may be covered in this way. The position of the sun. And not only this, the children should be taught to observe the position of the sun in the heavens from hour to hour, and by his position to tell the time of day. Of course, they will want to know why the sun is such an indefatigable traveller, and thereby hangs a wonderful tale, which they may as well learn in the age of faith, of the relative sizes of sun and earth, and of the nature and movements of the latter. Clouds, rain, snow and hail. Clouds and rain, snow and hail, winds and vapours fulfilling his word, are all everyday mysteries that the mother will be called upon to explain faithfully, however simply. There are certain ideas which children must get from within a walking radius of their own home if ever they are to have a real understanding of maps and geographical terms. Distance is one of these. And the first idea of distance is to be attained by what children find a delightful operation. A child walks at his usual pace. Somebody measures and tells him the length of his pace, and he measures the paces of his brothers and sisters. Then such a walk, such a distance here and there is solemnly paced, and a little sum follows. So many inches or feet covered by each pace equals so many yards in the whole distance. Various short distances about the child's home should be measured in this way, and when the idea of covering distance is fully established, the idea of time as a means of measurement should be introduced. The time taken to pace 100 yards should be noted down. Having found out that it takes 2 minutes to pace 100 yards, children will be able for the next step that if they have walked for 30 minutes, the walk should measure 1,500 yards. In 35 minutes, they would have walked a mile, or rather 1,750 yards. And then they could add the 10 yards more, which would make a mile. The longer the legs, the longer the pace, and most grown people can walk a mile in 20 minutes. Direction. By the time they have got somewhat familiar with the idea of distance, that of direction should be introduced. The first step is to make children observant of the progress of the sun. The child who observes the sun for a year and notes down for himself or dictates the times of his rising and setting for the greater part of the year and the points of his rising and setting will have secured a basis for a good deal of definite knowledge. Such observation should take in the reflection of the sun's light, the evening light reflected by east windows, the morning light by west windows, the varying length and intensity of shadows, the cause of shadows, to be learned by the shadow cast by a figure between the blind and a candle. He should associate, too, the hot hours of the day with the high sun overhead, and the cool hours of the morning and evening with a low sun, and should be reminded that if he stands straight before the fire, he feels the heat more than if he were in the corner of a room. When he is prepared by a little observation of the course of the sun, he is ready to take in the idea of direction, which depends entirely upon the sun. East and west. Of course, the two first ideas, that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. From this fact, he will be able to tell the direction in which the places near his own home or the streets of his own town lie. Bid him stand so that his right hand is toward the east where the sun rises, and his left toward the west where the sun sets. Then he is looking toward the north, and his back is toward the south. All the houses, streets, and towns on his right hand are to the east of him. Those on the left are to the west. The places he must walk straight forward to reach are north of him, and the places behind him are to the south. If he is in a place new to him, where he has never seen the sun rise or set, and wants to know in what direction a certain road runs, he must notice in what direction his own shadow falls at 12 o'clock. Because at noon the shadow of all objects fall toward the north. Then, if he face the north, he has, as before, the south behind him, the east on his right hand, the west on his left. Or, if he face the sun at noon, he faces south. Practice in finding direction. This will throw an interesting light for him on the names of our great railways. A child may become ready in noticing the directions of places by a little practice. Let him notice how each of the windows of his schoolroom faces, or the windows of each of the rooms of his home, the rows of the houses he passes in his walks, and which are north, south, east, and west sides of the churches he knows. He will soon be prepared to notice the direction of the wind by noticing the smoke from the chimneys, the movement of branches, corn, grass, etc. If the wind blows from the north wind doth blow, and we shall have snow. If it blow from the west, a west wind, we expect rain. Care must be taken at this point to make it clear to the child that the wind is named after the quarter it comes from, and not from the point it blows towards, just as he is English because he was born in England, and not French because he goes to France. The ideas of distance and direction may now be combined. Such a building is 200 yards to the east of a gate, such a village 2 miles to the west. He will soon come across the difficulty that a place is not exactly east or west, north or south. It is well to let him give, in a roundabout way, the direction of places as more to the east than to the west, very near the east but not quite, halfway between the east and west. He will value the exact means of expression all the more for having felt the need of them. Later, he should be introduced to the wonders of the mariner's compass, should have a little pocket compass of his own, and should observe the 4 cardinal and all the other points. These will afford him the names for directions that he has found it difficult to describe. Compass drill. Then he should do certain compass drill in this way. Bid him hold the N of the compass toward the north. Then, with the compass in your hand, turn toward the east, and you will see a remarkable thing. The little needle moves too, but moves quite by itself in just the other direction. Turn to the west, and again the needle moves in the opposite direction to that in which you move.
However little you turn, a little quiver of the needle follows your movement. And you look at it, wondering how the little thing could perceive you had moved when you hardly knew it yourself. Walk straight on in any direction, and the needle is fairly steady. Only fairly steady because you are sure, without intending it, to move a little to the right or left. Turn round very slowly, a little bit at a time, beginning at the north and turning toward the east, and you may make the needle also move round in a circle. It moves in the opposite direction to yourself, for it is trying to get back to the north from which you are turning. Boundaries. The children having got the idea of direction, it will be quite easy to introduce that of boundaries. Such and such a turnip field, for instance, is bounded by the high road on the south, by a wheat crop on the southeast, a hedge on the northeast, and so on. The children getting by degrees the idea that the boundaries of a given space are simply whatever touches it on every side. Thus, one crop may touch another without any dividing line, and therefore one crop bounds the other. It is well that children should get clear notions on this subject, or later they will be vague when they learn that such a country is bounded by so and so. In connection with bounded spaces, whether they be villages, towns, ponds, fields, or whatnot, children should be led to notice the various crops raised in the district, why pasture lands and why cornfields, what manner of rocks appear, and how many sorts of trees grow in the neighbourhood. For every field or other space that is examined, they should draw a rude plan in the sand, giving the shape roughly and lettering directions such as north, south, west, etc. Plans. By and by, when they have learned to draw plans indoors, they will occasionally pace the length of a field and draw their plan according to scale, allowing an inch for 5 or 10 yards. The ground plans of garden, stable, houses, etc. may follow. Local geography. It is probable that a child's own neighbourhood will give him opportunities to learn the meaning of hill and dale, pool and brook, watershed, the current, bed, banks, tributaries of a brook, the relative positions of villages and towns, and all this local geography he must be able to figure roughly on a plan done with chalk on a rock, or with walking stick in the gravel, perceiving the relative distances and situations of the places he marks. 10. The child and mother, nature. The mother must refrain from too much talk. Does so wide a program alarm the mother? Does she with dismay see herself talking through the whole of those 5 or 6 hours, and even at that not getting through a tithe of the teaching laid out for her? On the contrary, the less she says, the better. And as for the quantity of educational work to be got through, it is the fable of the anxious pendulum over again. It is true there are countless ticks to be ticked, but there will always be a second of time to tick in, and no more than a single tick is to be delivered in any given second. Making a new acquaintance. The rapid little people will have played their play, whether of sightseeing or picture painting, in a quarter of an hour or so. For the study of natural objects, an occasional look, an attentive examination of the object on the mother's own part, a name given, a remark, a dozen words long, made at the right moment, and the children have begun a new acquaintance which they will prosecute for themselves. And not more than 1 or 2 such presentations should occur in a single day. Now see how much leisure there is left. The mother's real difficulty will be to keep herself from much talk with the children, and to hinder them from occupying themselves with her.
There are few things sweeter and more precious to the child than playful prattle with their mother. But one thing is better, the communing with the larger mother, in order to which the child and she be left to themselves. This is truly a delightful thing to watch. The mother reads her book or knits her sock, checking all attempts to mere talk. The child stares up into a tree or down into a flower, doing nothing, thinking of nothing, or leads a bird's life among the branches, or capers about in aimless ecstasy. Quite foolish, irrational doings, but all the time a fashioning is going on. Nature is doing her part with the vow, "This child I to myself will take. She shall be mine, and I will make a lady of my own." 2 things permissible to mother. There is one thing the mother will allow herself to do as interpreter between nature and the child, but that no oftener than once a week or once a month, and with look and gesture of delight rather than with flow of improving words. She will point out to the child some touch of a special loveliness in colouring or grouping in the landscape or in the heavens. One other thing she will do, but very rarely, and with tender filial reverence. Most likely she will say her prayers and speak out of her prayer, for to touch to this ground with hard words is to wound the soul of the child. She will point to some lovely flower or gracious tree, not only as a beautiful work, but as a beautiful thought of God, in which we may believe he finds continual pleasure, and which he is pleased to see his human children rejoice. Such a seed of sympathy with divine thought sown in the hearts of the child is worth many of the sermons the man may listen to hereafter, much of the divinity he may read. 11. Out-of-door games, etc. The bright hours fly by, and there is still at least one lesson on the program, to say nothing of an hour or 2 of games in the afternoon. The thought of a lesson is uninviting after the discussion of much that is more inviting and truly more important. But it need only be a little lesson, 10 minutes long, and the slight break and the effort of attention will give the greater zest to the pleasure and leisure to follow. The French lesson. The daily French lesson is that which should not be omitted, that children should learn French orally by listening to and repeating French words and phrases, that they should begin so young that the differences of accent does not strike them, but they repeat the new French word all the same as if it were English, and use it as freely, that they should learn a few, 2 or 3, 5, 6 new French words daily, and that at the same time the old words should be kept in use, are points to be considered more fully hereafter. In the meantime, it is so important to keep tongue and ear familiar with French vocables that not a lesson should be omitted. The French lesson may, however, be made to fit in with the spirit of the other out-of-door occupations. The half-dozen words may be the parts, leaves, branches, bark, trunk of a tree, or the colours of the flowers, or the movements of bird, cloud, lamb, child. In fact, the new French words should be but another form of expression for the ideas that for the time fill the child's mind. Noisy games. The afternoon's games after luncheon are an important part of the day's doings for the elder children, though the younger have probably worn themselves out by this time with the ceaseless restlessness by means of which nature provides for their due development of muscular tissue in them.
Let them sleep in the sweet air and awake refreshed. Meanwhile, the elders play. The more they run and shout and toss their arms, the more healthful is the play. And this is one reason why mothers should carry their children off to lonely places, where they may use their lungs to their heart's content without risk of annoying anybody. The muscular structure of the organs of voice is not enough considered. Children love to indulge in cries and shouts and view halloos and this rude and noisy play, with which their elders have not much patience, is no more than nature's way of providing for the due exercise of organs, upon whose working power the health and happiness of the child's future largely depends. People talk of weak lungs, weak chest, weak throat, but perhaps it does not occur to everybody that strong lungs and strong throat are commonly to be had on the same terms as a strong arm or wrist, by exercise, training, use, work. Still, if the children can give voice musically and move rhythmically to the sound of their own voices, so much the better. In this respect, French children are better off than English. They dance and sing through 100 roundelays. Just such games, no doubt, mimic marryings and buryings as the children played at long ago in the marketplace of Jerusalem. Rondes. Before Puritan innovations made us a staid and circumspect people, English lads and lasses of all ages danced out little dramas on the village green, accompanying themselves with the words and airs of just such rondes as the French children sing today. We have a few of them left still, to be heard at Sunday school treats and other gatherings of children, and they are well worth preserving. There came 3 dukes a-riding, a-riding, a-riding. Oranges and lemons, says the bells of St. Clement's. Here we come gathering nuts in May. What has my poor prisoner done? And many more. All set to the delightful sing-song airs that little feet trip to merrily, the more so for the pleasant titillation of the words duke, nuts, oranges. Who could not go to the tune of such ideas? The promoters of the kindergarten system have done much to introduce games of this, or rather of a more educational kind. But is it not a fact that the singing games of the kindergarten are apt to be somewhat inane? Also, it is doubtful how far the prettiest plays learnt at school and from a teacher will take hold of the children, as do the games which have been passed on from hand to hand through an endless chain of children and are not to be found in the print books at all. Skipping rope and shuttlecock. Cricket, tennis and rounders are the games par excellence if the children are old enough to play them, both as giving free harmonious play to the muscles and also as serving the highest moral purpose of games in bringing the children under the discipline of rules. But the little family we have in view, all of them under 9, will hardly be up to scientific games. Races and chases, tig, follow my leader, and any romping game they may invent will be more to their minds. Still better are the hoop, the ball, the shuttlecock, and the invaluable skipping rope. For the rope, the very best use is for each child to skip with her own, throwing it backwards rather than forwards, so that the tendency of movement is to expand the chest. Shuttlecock is a fine game, affording scope for ambition and emulation. Her biographer thinks it worth telling that Miss Austen could keep up in cup and ball over 100 times, to the admiration of nephews and nieces. In like manner, any feat in keeping up the shuttlecock might be noted down as a family event, so that the children may be fired with ambition to excel in a game which affords most graceful and vigorous play to almost every muscle of the upper part of the body, and has this great recommendation that it can be as well played within doors as without. Quite the best play is to keep up the shuttlecock with a battledore in each hand so that the muscles on either side are brought equally into play. But to ordain about children's games is an idle waste of words, for here fashion is as supreme and as arbitrary as in questions of bonnet and crinoline. Climbing. Climbing is an amusement not much in favour with mothers. Torn garments, bleeding knees, and boot toes rubbed into holes, to say nothing more of more serious risks, make a strong case against this form of delight. But truly, the exercise is so admirable, the body being thrown into endless graceful postures which bring every muscle into play, and the training to pluck, daring, and resource so invaluable that it is a pity trees and cliffs and walls should be forbidden even to little girls. The mother may do a good deal to avert serious mishaps by accustoming the younger children to small feats of leaping and climbing, so that they learn, at the same time, courage and caution from their own experiences and are less likely to follow the lead of too daring playmates. Later, the mother has best make up her mind to share the feelings of the hen that hatched a brood of ducklings, remembering that a little scream, a sharp and sudden "Come down instantly! Tommy, you'll break your neck!" gives the child a nervous shock and is likely to cause the fall it was meant to hinder by startling Tommy out of all presence of mind. Even boating and swimming are not without the reach of town-bred children, in days when everybody goes for a summer outing to the neighbourhood of the sea or of inland waters. And then there are swimming baths in most towns. It would be well if most children of 7 were taught to swim, not only for the possible usefulness of the art, but as giving them an added means of motion, and therefore of delight. Clothing. The havoc of clothes need not be great if the children are dressed for their little excursions, as they should be, in plainly made garments of some loosely woven woolen material, serge or flannel. Wool has many advantages over cotton and more over linen as a clothing material, chiefly that it is a bad conductor, that is to say, it does not allow the heat of the body too free an exit, nor the heat of the sun too free an entrance. Therefore, the child in woolen who has become heated in play does not suffer a chill from the sudden loss of this heat, as does the child in linen garments. Also, he is cooler in the sunshine and warmer in the shade. 12. Walks in bad weather. Winter walks as necessary as summer walks. All we have said hitherto applies to the summer weather, which is, alas for us, a very limited and uncertain quantity in our part of the world. The question of out-of-door exercise in winter and in wet weather is really more important. For who that could would not be abroad in the summertime? If the children are to have what is quite the best thing for them, they should be 2 or 3 hours every day in the open air all through the winter, say an hour and a half in the morning and as long in the afternoon. Pleasures connected with frost and snow. When frost and snow are on the ground, children have very festive times, what with sliding, snowballing and snowbuilding. But even on the frequent days when it is dirty underfoot and dull overhead, they should be kept interested and alert so that the heart may do its work cheerfully and a grateful glow be kept up throughout the body in spite of clouds and cold weather. Winter observations. All that has been said about sightseeing and picture painting, the little French talk, and observations to be noted in the family diary belongs just as much to winter weather as to summer. And there is no end to the things to be seen and noted. The party come across a big tree which they judge from its build to be an oak.
Down it goes in the diary. And when the leaves are out, the children come again to see if they are right. Many birds come into view the more freely in cold weather that they are driven forth in search of food. The cattle mourn in the corners where the fence screens them. The sun with ruddy orb ascending fires the horizon. Every herb and every spiry blade stretches a length of shadow over the field. The sparrows peep and quit the sheltering eaves. The redbreast warbles still, but is content with slender notes, and more than half suppressed. Pleased with his solitude and flitting light from spray to spray, wherever he rests, he shakes from many a twig the pendant drops of ice that tinkle in the withered leaves below. There is no reason why the child's winter walk should not be as fertile in observations as the poet's. Indeed, in one way, it is possible to see them more in winter, because the things to be seen do not crowd each other out. Habit of attention. Winter walks too, whether in town or country, give great opportunities for cultivating the habit of attention. The famous conjurer Robert Houdin relates in his autobiography that he and his son would pass rapidly before a shop window, that of a toy shop, for instance, and each cast an attentive glance upon it. A few steps further on, each drew paper and pencil from his pocket and tried which could enumerate the greater number of objects momentarily seen in passing. The boy surpassed his father in quickness of apprehension, being often able to write down 40 objects, whilst his father could scarcely reach 30. Yet on their returning to verify his statement, the son was rarely found to have made a mistake. Here is a hint for a highly educational amusement for many a winter's walk. Wet weather tramps. But what about wet days? The fact is that rain, unless of the heaviest, does the children no harm at all if they are suitably clothed. But every sort of waterproof garment should be tabooed, because the texture which will not admit rain will not allow the escape of the insensible perspiration, and one secret of health for people who have no organic disease is the prompt carrying off of the decayed and harmful matters discharged by the skin. Outer garments for children. Children should have woolen rain garments made of coarse serge, for instance, to be changed the moment they return from a walk, and then there is no risk of catching cold. This is the common sense of the matter. Wet clothes are put upon the head of a fever patient. By and by the clothes dry and are dipped again. What has become of the water? It has evaporated, and in evaporating has carried off much heat from the fevered head. Now, that which eases the hot skin of fever is just the one thing to be avoided in ordinary circumstances. To be wet to the skin may do a child no more harm than a bath would do him, if the wet clothes do not dry upon him. That is, if the water does not evaporate, carrying off much heat from the body in the process. It is the loss of animal heat which is followed by colds, and not the wetting which mothers are ready to deplore. Keep a child active and happy in the rain, and he gets nothing but good from his walk. The case is altered if the child has a cold already. Then active exercise might increase any inflammation already set up. I do not know whether it is more than a pretty fancy of Richter's that a spring shower is a sort of electric bath, and a very potent means of health. Certainly, rain clears the atmosphere, a fact of considerable importance in and about large towns. But it is enough for our purpose to prove that the rain need do no harm, for abundant daily exercise in the fresh air is of such vital importance to the children that really nothing but sickness should keep them within doors. A mere time and distance tramp is sufficiently joyous for a wet day. For taken good-humouredly, the beating rain itself is exhilarating. The long run of the schoolboy, that is, a steady trot, breaking now and then into a run, is capital exercise. But regard must be had to the powers of the children, who must not be overdone. Precautions. At the same time, children should never be allowed to sit or stand about in damp clothes. And here is the use of waterproof rain wraps to keep them dry on a short journey to church or school or neighbour's house, where they cannot very well change their garments. 13. Red Indian life. Scouting. Baden-Powell's little book about scouting set us upon a new track. Hundreds of families make joyous expeditions far more educative than they dream, wherein scouting is the order of the day. For example, one party of 4 or more lies in ambush, the best ambush to be had, which is pitched upon after much consideration. The enemy scouts, first he finds the ambush, and then his skill is shown in getting within touch of the alert foe without being discovered. But every family should possess the book Scouting, in default of the chance of going on the warpath with a Red Indian. The evil of the ready-made life we lead is that we do not discern the signs of the times. An alert intelligence toward what goes on in the open-air world is a great possession, and strongly as we sympathise with the effort made to put down bird nesting, we shall lose, if we are not careful, one of the few bits of which we may call Red Indian training, still within our reach. Bird stalking. But bird stalking, to adapt a name, is a great deal more exciting and delightful than bird nesting, and we should get our joy at no cost of pain to other living things. All the skill of a good scout comes into play. Think how exciting to creep noiselessly as shadows behind riverside bushes on hands and knees without disturbing a twig or a pebble till you get within a yard of a pair of sandpipers, and then lying low to watch their dainty little runs, pretty tricks of head and tail, and to hear the music of their call. And here comes in the real joy of bird stalking. If in the winter months the children have become fairly familiar with the notes of our resident birds, they will be able in the summer to stalk to some purpose. The notes and songs in June are bewildering, but the plan is to single out those you are quite sure of and then follow up the others. The key to a knowledge of birds is the knowledge of their notes, and the only way to get this is to follow any note of which you are not sure. The joy of tracking a song or note to its source is the joy of a find, a possession for life. But bird stalking is only to be done upon certain conditions. You must not only be most mousy quiet, but you must not even let a thought whisper. For if you let yourself think about anything else, the entire delightful play of bird life passes by you unobserved. Nay, the very bird notes are unheard. Here are 2 bird walks communicated by a bird lover. We heard a note, something like a chaffinch's, only slower, and we looked up in the boughs of the ash to try and track the bird by a sudden quiver of one twig here, another there. We found a steep, rocky path which brought us almost level with the treetops, and then we had a good view of the shy little willow wren busily seeking her food. A note from the next tree, like a bubbling of a song, drew us further on, and then we found the wood wren and watched him as with upturned head and bubbling throat he uttered his trill. A joyous burst of song came from a bush nearby, and we crept on to find a blackcap warbler with upraised crest turning excitedly round and round in the ecstasy of song. We waited and traced him to his next station by his light touch on the branches. A hoarse screech came from another tree, announcing a greenfinch,
and we had a long chase to get a glimpse of him. But he came to an outstanding twig, and we heard his pretty song, which we should never have guessed to be his had we not seen him at it. A little squeaky note made us watch the tree trunks, and then, sure enough, there was a tree creeper running up and round an ash, uttering his note all the time. Another day we got behind a wall from which we could examine a field that lay beside the lake. There was the green plover with his jaunty crest, running and pecking, and as he pecked, we caught sight of the rosy flash under his tail. We waited, hoping for more, for the plovers stand so still that they are lost in their surroundings. But someone coughed, and up went the plovers, a dozen of them, with their weary taunt. "Why don't you let us alone?" Their distress roused other birds, and we saw a snipe rise from the water edge, a marshy place, with hasty zigzag flight. It made a long round and settled not much further than where it rose. The sandpipers rose, two flying close to the water's edge, whistling all the time. By the side of a little gullet we watched a wagtail, and presently a turn in the sunshine showed us the yellow breast of the yellow wagtail. A loud tis-sick near us drew our eyes to the wall, and there stood a pied wagtail with full beak, waiting to get rid of us before visiting his nest in the wall. We crept away and sheltered behind a tree, and after a few minutes waiting, we saw him go into his hole. An angry chatter nearby, like a broom on Venetian blinds, directed our eyes to a little brown wren on the wall with cocked up tail, but in a minute he disappeared like a mouse over the side. This is from another bird lover. Now they, the children, are beginning to care more for the birds than the eggs. And their first question, instead of being, "What is the egg like?" is usually, "What is the bird like?" We have great searching through Morris's British Birds to identify birds we have seen and to make quite sure of doubtful points. But now for the birds. Stonechats abound on the heaths. I pricked myself up on my knees, standing in a gorse patch, watching and listening to the first I saw. But I was quite rewarded and saw at least 4 pairs at one time. Do you know the birds? The cockbirds are such handsome little fellows, black head and mask, white collar, rufous breast, and dark grey or brown back. They have a pretty little song, rather longer than a chaffinch's, besides the chit-chat cry when they are disturbed. They do not make a long flight and will hover in the air like a flycatcher. The sand martins have numbers of holes in the cliffs. We tried to see how deep they burrowed to build their nests, but though I put my arm up into my elbows in several deserted holes, I could not reach the end. I think my favourite are the reed warblers. I know of at least 4 pairs, and when I could induce the children to both stop talking for a few minutes, we were able to watch them boldly hopping up and down the reeds and singing in full view of us. This is the sort of thing bird stalkers come upon. And what a loss have those children who are not brought up on the gentle art wherein the eye is satisfied with seeing, and there is no greed of collecting, no play of the hunter's instinct to kill, and yet a lifelong joy of possession. 14. The children require country air. The essential proportion of oxygen. Everyone knows that the breathing of air, which has lost little of its due proportion of oxygen, is the essential condition of vigorous life and of a fine physique. Also, that whatever produces heat, whether it be animal heat or the heat of fire, candle, gas lamp, produces that heat at the expense of oxygen contained in the atmosphere, a bank which is drawn upon by every breathing and burning object.
That in situations where much breathing and burning are going on, there is a terrible drain upon this vital gas. That the drain may be so excessive that there is no longer sufficient oxygen in the air to support animal life, and death results. That where the drain is less excessive but still great, animal life may be supported and people live in a flaccid, feeble life, in a state of low vitality. Excess of carbonic acid gas. Also, we know that every breathing and every burning object expels a hurtful gas, carbonic acid. A very small proportion of this gas is present in the purest atmospheric air, and in that small proportion is healthful. But increase that quantity by the action of furnaces, fires, living beings, gas lamps, and the air is rendered unwholesome just in the proportion to the quantity of superfluous carbonic acid gas it contains. If the quantity be excessive, as when many people are huddled together in a small unventilated room, speedy death by suffocation is the result. Unvitiated, unimpoverished air. For these reasons, it is not possible to enjoy fullness of life in a town. For grown-up people, the stimulus of town life does something to make up for the impurity of town air. As, on the other hand, country people too often forfeit their advantages through the habit of mental sluggishness they let themselves fall into. But for the children who not only breathe but grow, who require proportionably more oxygen than adults need for their vital processes, it is absolutely cruel not to give them very frequent, if not daily, copious draughts of unvitiated, unimpoverished air, the sort of air that can be had only remote from towns. Solar light. But this is only one of the reasons why, for health's sake alone, it is of the first importance to give children long days in the open country. They want light, solar light, as well as air. Country people are ruddier than town folk. Miners are sallow. So are the dwellers in cellars and in sunless valleys. The reason is that to secure the ruddy glow of perfect health, certain changes must take place in the blood, the nature of which it would take too long to explain here. And that these changes in the blood, marked by free production of red corpuscles, appear to take place most favourably under the influence of abundant solar light. What is more, men of science are beginning to suspect that not only the colour light rays from the solar spectrum, but the dark heat rays and the chemical rays minister to the vitality in ways not yet fully understood. A physical ideal for a child. There was a charming picture in Punch some years ago of two little boys airing their English French on their mother's new maid. Two noble little fellows, each straight as a dart, with no superfluous flesh, eyes well opened, head erect, chest expanded, the whole body full of spring even in repose. It was worth looking at, if only as suggesting the sort of physique we delight to see in a child. No doubt the child inherits the most that he is in this respect, as in all others. But this is what bringing up may, with some limitations, effect. The child is born with certain natural tendencies, and according to his bringing up, each such tendency may run into a blemish of person or character, or into a cognate grace. Therefore, it is worthwhile to have even a physical ideal of one's child. Not, for instance, to be run away with by the notion that a fat child is necessarily a fine child. The fat child can easily be produced, but the bright eye, the open regard, the springing step, the tones, clear as a bell, the agile, graceful movements that characterize the well-brought-up child are the result not of bodily well-being only, but of mind and soul accordingly well, of a quick, trained intelligence, and of a moral nature habituated to the joy of self-control. Part 3. Habit is 10 natures. 1. Education based upon natural law. A healthy brain. What I desire to set before the reader is a method of education based upon natural law. In the first place, we have considered some of the conditions to be observed with a view to keep the brain in healthy working order. For it is upon the possession of an active, duly nourished brain that the possibility of a sound education depends. Out-of-door life. The consideration of out-of-door life in developing a method of education comes second in order, because my object is to show that the chief function of the child, his business in the world during his first 6 or 7 years of life, is to find out all he can about whatever comes under his notice, by means of his 5 senses, that he has an insatiable appetite for knowledge got in this way, and that therefore the endeavour of his parents should be to put him in the way of making acquaintance freely with nature and natural objects. That, in fact, the intellectual education of the young child should lie in the free exercise of perceptive power, because the first stages of mental effort are marked by the extreme activity of this power. And the wisdom of the educator is to follow the lead of nature in the evolution of the complete human being. The next subject for consideration, a rather dry psychophysiological one, seems to me all the same to be very well worthy of attention as striking the keynote of a reasonable method of education. Habit, the instrument by which parents work. Habit is 10 natures. If I could but make others see with my eyes how much this saying should mean to the educator. How habit, in the hands of the mother, is as his wheel to the potter, his knife to the carver, the instrument by means of which she turns out the design she has already conceived in her brain. Observe, the material is there to begin with. His wheel will not enable the potter to produce a porcelain cup out of coarse clay, but the instrument is as necessary as the material or the design. It is unpleasant to speak of oneself, but if the reader will allow me, I should like to run over the steps by which I have been brought to look upon habit as a means whereby a parent may make almost anything he chooses of his child. That which has become the dominant idea of one person's life, if it be launched suddenly at another, conveys no very great depth or weight of meaning to the second person. He wants to get at it by degrees, to see the steps by which the others has travelled. Therefore, I shall venture to show how I arrived at my present position, which is, from one of the 3 possible points of view, the formation of habits is education, and education is the formation of habits. 2. The children have no self-compelling power. An educational cul-de-sac. Some years ago, I was accustomed to hear, "Habit is 10 natures," delivered from the pulpit on at least one Sunday out of 4. I had at the time just begun to teach and was young and enthusiastic in my work. It was to my mind a great thing to be a teacher. It was impossible but that the teacher should leave his stamp on the child. His own was the fault if anything went wrong, if any child did badly in school or out of it. There was no degree of responsibility to which youthful ardour was not equal. But all this zeal notwithstanding, the disappointing thing was that nothing extraordinary happened. The children were good on the whole, because they were children of parents who had themselves been brought up with some care. But it was plain that they behaved very much as 'twas their nature to do. The faults they had, they kept. The virtues they had were exercised just as fitfully as before. The good, meek little girl still told fibs. The bright, generous child was incurably idle. In lessons it was the same thing. The dawdling child went on dawdling. The dull child became no brighter. It was very disappointing. The children no doubt got on, a little, but each of them had the makings in her of a noble character, of a fine mind. And where was the lever to lift each of these little worlds? Such a lever there must be. This horse-in-a-mill round of geography and French, history and sums, was no more than playing at education. For who remembers the scraps of knowledge he laboured over as a child? And would not the application of a few hours in later life affect more than a year's drudgery at any one subject in childhood? If education is to secure the step-by-step progress of the individual and the race, it must mean something over and above the daily plodding at small tasks which goes by the name. Love, law, and religion as educational forces. Looking for guidance to the literature of education, I learned much from various sources, though I failed to find what seemed to me an authoritative guide. That is, one whose thought embraced the possibility contained in the human nature of a child, and at the same time measured the scope of education. I saw how religious teaching helped the children, gave them power and motives for continuous effort, and raised their desires towards the best things. I saw in how far law restrained from evil and love, impelled toward good. But with these great aids from within and from above, there is still the depressing sense of labouring at education in the dark. The advance made by the young people in moral and even in intellectual power was like that of a door on its hinges. A swing forward today and back again tomorrow, with little sensible progress from year to year beyond that of being able to do harder sums and read harder books. Why children are incapable of steady effort. Consideration made the reason of the failure plain. There was a warm glow of goodness at the heart of every one of the children, but they were all incapable of steady effort because they had no strength of will, no power to make themselves do that which they knew they ought to do. Here, no doubt, come in the functions of parents and teachers. They should be able to make the child do that which he lacks the power to compel himself to. But it were poor training that should compel to keep the child dependent upon personal influence. It is the business of education to find some way of supplementing that weakness of will, which is the bane of most of us as well as of our children. Children should be saved the effort of decision. That the effort of decision is the most exhausting effort of life has been well said from the pulpit. It is surely not just to leave the children all the labour of an effort of will whenever they have to choose between the right and the wrong. 3. What is nature? Habit is 10 natures went on being proclaimed in my ears, and at last it came home to me as a weighty saying which might contain the educational open sesame I was in quest of. In the first place, what is nature and what precisely is habit? It is an astonishing thing when we consider what the child is, irrespective of race, country, or kindred, simply in right of his birth as a human being. All persons born with the same primary desire. That we all have the same instincts and appetites we are prepared to allow, but that the principles of action which govern all men everywhere are primarily the same is a little startling. That, for instance, the same desires stir in the breast of savage and of sage alike. That the desire of knowledge, which shows itself in the child's curiosity about things and his eager use of his eyes, is equally active everywhere. That the desire of society, which you may see in two babies presented to one another and all agog with glee and friendliness, is the cause alike of village communities among savage tribes and of philosophical meetings of the learned. That everywhere is felt the desire of esteem, a wonderful power in the hands of the educator, making a word of praise or blame more powerful as a motive than any fear or hope of punishment or reward. And affections. And it is not only the same desires, all people everywhere have the same affections and passions, which act in the same way under similar provocation. Joy and grief, love and resentment, benevolence, sympathy, fear, and much else are common to us all. So too of conscience, the sense of duty. Content of the most elemental notion of human nature. Dr. Livingstone mentions that the only addition he felt called upon to make to the moral code of certain of the Zambesti tribes, however little they observed their own law, was that a man should not have more than one wife. Evil speaking, lying, hatred, disobedience to parents, neglect of them, were all known to be sin by these dark peoples whom civilized or Christian teaching had never before reached. Not only is a sense of duty common to mankind, but the deeper consciousness of God, however vague such consciousness may be. And all this and much more goes to make up the most elemental notion of human nature. Nature plus heredity. Then heredity comes in, and here, if you please, is 10 natures. Who is to deal with a child who is resentful or stubborn or reckless because it is born in him? His mother's nature or his grandfather's? Think of the trick of the eye, the action of the hand, repeated from father to son, the peculiar character of the handwriting, traceable, as Miss Power Cobe tells us, is the case in her family, for instance through 5 generations. The artistic temperament, the taste for music or drawing, running in families. Here you get nature with a twist, confirmed, sealed, riveted, utterly proof, you would say, against any attempt to alter or modify it. Plus physical conditions. And once more, physical conditions come into force. The puny, feeble child and the sturdy urchin who never ails must necessarily differ from one another in the strength of their desires and emotions. Human nature, the sum of certain attributes. What then with the natural desires, affections, and emotions common to the whole race? What with the tendencies which each family derives by descent, and those peculiarities which the individual owes to his own constitution of body and brain? Human nature, the sum of all of these, makes out for itself a strong case. So much so that we are inclined to think the best that can be done is to be let it alone, to let every child develop unhindered according to the elements of character and disposition that are in him. The child must not be left to his human nature. This is precisely what half the parents in the world and 3/4 of the teachers are content to do. And what is the consequence? That the world is making advances, but the progress is, for the most part, among the few whose parents have taken their education seriously in hand, while the rest, who have been allowed to stay where they were, be no more or no better than nature made them, act as a heavy drag. For indeed, the fact is that they do not stay where they were. It is unchangeably true that the child who is not being constantly raised to a higher and higher platform will sink to a lower and a lower. Wherefore, it is as much the parent's duty to educate his child into moral strength and purpose and intellectual activity as it is to feed him and clothe him. And that in spite of that nature, if it must be so. It is true that here and there circumstances step in and make a man of the boy whose parents have failed to bring him under this discipline. But this is a fortuitous aid which the educator is no way warranted to count upon. I was beginning to see my way, not yet out of the psychological difficulty which, so far as I was concerned, blocked the way to any real education. But now I could put my finger on the place, and that was something. Thus, the will of the child is pitifully feeble, weaker in the children of the weak, stronger in the children of the strong, but hardly ever to be counted upon as a power in education. The nature of the child, his human nature, being the sum of what he is as a human being, and what he is in right of the stock he comes of, and what he is as the result of his own physical and mental constitution, this nature is incalculably strong. Problem before the educator. The problem before the educator is to give the child control over his own nature, to enable him to hold himself in hand as much in regard to the traits we call good as to those we call evil. Many a man makes shipwreck on the rock of what he grew up to think his characteristic virtue, his open-handedness, for instance. Divine grace works on the lines of human effort. In looking for a solution of this problem, I do not undervalue the divine grace. Far otherwise. But we do not always make enough of the fact that divine grace is exerted on the lines of enlightened human effort. That the parent, for instance, who takes the trouble to understand what he is about in educating his child deserves and assuredly gets support from above. And that Rebecca, let us say, had no right to bring up her son to be "thou worm, Jacob," in the trust that divine grace would, speaking reverently, pull him through. Being a pious man, the son of pious parents, he was pulled through, but his days, he complains at the end, were few and evil. The trust of parents must not be supine. And indeed, this is what too many Christian parents expect. They let a child grow free as the wild bramble, putting forth unchecked whatever is in him, thorn, coarse flower, insipid fruit, trusting they will tell you that the grace of God will prune and dig and prop the wayward branches lying prone. And their trust is not always misplaced. But the poor man endures anguish, is torn asunder in the process of recovery, which his parents might have spared him had they trained the early shoots, which should develop by and by into the character of their child. Nature, then, strong as she is not invincible, and at her best, nature is not to be permitted to ride rampant. Bit and bridle, hand and voice will get the utmost endeavour out of her if her training be taken in hand in time. But let nature run wild like the forest ponies, and not spur nor whip will break her. 4. Habit may supplant nature. Habit is 10 natures. If that be true, strong as nature is, habit is not only as strong, but tenfold as strong. Here then we have a stronger than he, able to overcome this strong man armed. Habit runs on the lines of nature. But habit runs on the lines of nature. The cowardly child habitually lies that he may escape the blame. The loving child has 100 endearing habits. The good-natured child has a habit of giving. The selfish child a habit of keeping. Habit working thus, according to nature, is simply nature in action, growing strong by exercise. But habit may be a lever. But habit, to be a lever to lift the child, must work contrary to nature, or at any rate independently of her. Directly we begin to look out for the working of habit on these lines. Examples crowd upon us. There are the children trained in the careful habits, who never soil their clothes, those trained in reticent habits, who never speak of what is done at home, and answer indiscreet questions with, "I don't know." There are the children brought up in courteous habits, who make way for their elders with gentle grace, and more readily for the poor woman with the basket than for the well-dressed lady. And there are children trained in grudging habits, who never offer to yield, or go, or do. A mother forms her children's habits involuntarily. Such habits as these, good, bad, or indifferent, are they natural to the children? No, but they are what their mothers have brought them up to. And as a matter of fact, there is nothing which a mother cannot bring her child up to. And there is hardly a mother anywhere who has not some 2 or 3 crochets sometimes, principles sometimes, which her children never violate. So that it comes to this, given a mother with liberal views on the subject of education, and she simply cannot help working her own views into her children's habits. Given, on the other hand, a mother whose final question is, "What will the people say? What will people think? How will it look?" And the children grow up with habits of seeming and not of being. They are content to appear well-dressed, well-mannered, well-intentioned to outsiders, with very little effort after beauty, order, and goodness at home and in each other's eyes. Habit forces nature into new channels. The extraordinary power of habit in forcing nature into new channels hardly requires illustration. We have only to see a small boy at a circus riding 2 barebacked ponies with a foot on the back of each, or a pantomime fairy dancing on the air, or a clown behaving like an India rubber ball, or any of the 1,000 feats of skill and dexterity which we pay our shillings to see, mental feats as well as bodily, though happily these are rarer, to be convinced that exactly anything may be accomplished by training, that is, the cultivation of persistent habits. And the power of habit is not seen in human beings alone. The cat goes in search of her dinner always at the same time and to the same place. That is, if it is usual to feed her in one spot. Indeed, the habit of place is so much to the cat that she will often rather die of famine than forsake the house to which she is accustomed. As for the dog, he is still more a bundle of habits than his master. Scatter the crumbs for the sparrow at 9 o'clock every morning, and at 9 o'clock they will come for their breakfast, crumbs or no crumbs. Darwin inclines to think that the terror and avoidance shown toward man by the wild birds and lesser animals is simply a matter of transmitted habit. He tells us how he landed upon certain of the Pacific islands where the birds had never seen man before, and they lighted upon him and flew about him with utter fearlessness. To come nearer home, what evidence of the mastery of habit is more sad and more overwhelming than the habits of the drunkard, for instance, persisted in spite of reason, conscience, purpose, religion, every motive which should influence a thinking being? parents and teachers must lay down lines of habit. All this is nothing new. We have always known that use is second nature and that man is a bundle of habits. It was not the fact, but the application of the fact and the physiology of habit that were new and exceedingly valuable ideas to me, and I hope they may be of some use to the reader. It was new to me, for instance, to perceive that it rests with parents and teachers to lay down lines of habit on which the life of the child may run henceforth with little jolting or miscarriage, and may advance in the right direction with minimum effort. 5. The laying down of lines of habit. Begin it and everything will be completed is infallibly true of every mental and moral habitude. Completed not on the lines you foresee and intend, but on the lines appropriate and necessary to that particular habitude. In the phrase unconscious celebration, we are brought face to face with the fact that whatever seed of thought or feeling you implant in a child, whether through inheritance or by early training, grows, completes itself, and begets after its kind, even as does a corporeal organism. It is a marvellous and beautiful thing to perceive an idea when the idea itself is a fine one, developing within you of its own accord, to find your pen writing down sentences whose logical sequence delights you, and yet in the conception of which you had no conscious part. When the experienced writer reels off in this fashion, he knows that so far as the run of words, the ordering of ideas go, his work will need no revision. So fine a thing is this, that the lingering fallacy of the infallible reason established itself thereupon. The philosopher, who takes pleasure in observing the ways of his own mind, is a thinker of high thoughts, and he is apt to forget that the thought which defiles a man behaves in precisely the same way as that which purifies. The one, as the other, develops, matures, and increases after its kind. We think as we are accustomed to think. How does this bear on the practical work of bringing up children? In this way. We think as we are accustomed to think. Ideas come and go and carry on a ceaseless traffic in the rut, let us call it, you have made for them in the very nerve substance of the brain. You do not deliberately intend to think these thoughts. You may indeed object strongly to the line they are taking. Two trains of thought are going on at one and the same time. And objecting, you may be able to barricade the way, to put up no road in big letters, and to compel the busy populace of the brain world to take another route. But who is able for these things? Not the child, immature of will, feeble in moral power, unused to the weapons of spiritual warfare. He depends upon his parents. It rests with them to initiate the thoughts he shall think, the desires he shall cherish, the feelings he shall allow. Only to initiate. No more is permitted to them. But from this initiation will result the habits of thought and feeling which govern the man, his character, that is to say. But is not this assuming too much, seeing that, to sum up roughly all we understand by heredity, a child is born with his future in his hands? The child is born doubtless with the tendencies which should shape his future. But every tendency has its branch roads, its good or evil outcome. And to put the child on the right track for the fulfillment of the possibilities inherent in him is the vocation of the parent. Direction of lines of habit. This relation of habit to human life, as the rails on which it runs to a locomotive, is perhaps the most suggestive and helpful to the educator. For just as it is on the whole easier for the locomotive to pursue its way on the rails than to take a disastrous run off them, so it is easier for the child to follow lines of habit carefully laid down than to run off these lines at his peril. It follows that this business of laying down lines towards the unexplored country of the child's future is a very serious and responsible one for the parent. It rests with him to consider well the tracks over which the child should travel with profit and pleasure, and along these tracks to lay down lines so invitingly smooth and easy that the little traveller is going upon them at full speed without ever stopping to consider whether or no he chooses to go that way. Habit and free will. But supposing that the doing of a certain action a score or two of times in unbroken sequence forms a habit which it is as easy to follow as not, that persists still further in the habit without lapses, and it becomes second nature, quite difficult to shake off. Continue it farther through a course of years, and the habit has the strength of 10 natures. You cannot break through it without doing real violence to yourself. Grant all this, and also that it is possible to form in the child the habit of doing and saying, even of thinking and feeling, all that it is desirable he should do or say, think or feel. And do you not take away the child's free will, make a mere automaton of him by this excessive culture? Habit rules 99 in 100 out of our thoughts and acts. In the first place, whether you choose or no to take any trouble about the formation of his habits, it is habit all the same, which will govern 99/100ths of a child's life. He is the mere automaton you describe. As for the child's becoming the creature of habit, that is not left with the parent to determine. We are all mere creatures of habit. We think our accustomed thoughts, make our usual small talk, go through the trivial round, the common task, without any self-determining effort of will at all. If it were not so, if we had to think, to deliberate about each operation of the bath or table, life would not be worth having. The perpetually repeated effort of decision would wear us out. But let us be thankful life is not thus laborious. For 100 times we act or think, it is not necessary to choose, to will, say more than once. And the little emergencies which compel an act of will fall to the children's lives just about as frequently as in our own. These we cannot save them from, nor is it desirable that we should. What we can do for them is to secure that they have habits which shall lead them in ways of order, propriety, and virtue, instead of leaving their wheel of life to make ugly ruts in miry places. Habit powerful even where the will decides. And then, even in emergencies, in every sudden difficulty and temptation that requires an act of will, why, conduct is still apt to run on the lines of familiar habit. The boy who has been accustomed to find both profit and pleasure in his books does not fall easily into idle ways because he is attracted by an idle schoolfellow. The girl who has been carefully trained to speak the exact truth simply does not think of a lie as a ready means of getting out of a scrape, coward as she may be. But this doctrine of habit, is it, after all, any more than an empirical treatment of a child's symptoms? Why should the doing of an act or the thinking of a thought, say a score of times in unbroken succession, have any tendency to make the doing of that act or the thinking of that thought a part of the child's nature? We may accept the doctrine as an act of faith resting on experience. But if we could discover the raison d'être of this enormous force of habit, it would be possible to go to work on the laying down of habits with real purpose and method. 6. The physiology of habit. A work of Dr. Carpenter's was perhaps the first which gave me the clue I was in search of. In his Mental Physiology, a most interesting book, by the way, he works out the analogy between mental and physical activity and shows that the correspondence in effect is due to a correspondence in cause. Growing tissues form themselves to modes of action. To state roughly the doctrine of the school Dr. Carpenter represents, the tissues, as muscular tissue for instance, undergo constant waste and as constant reparation. Even those modes of muscular action which we regard as natural to us, as walking and standing erect, are in reality the results of a laborious education, quite as much so as many modes of action which we consciously acquire, as writing or dancing. But the acquiring modes become perfectly easy and natural. Why? Because it is the law of constantly growing tissues that they should form themselves according to the modes of action required of them. In a case where the brain is repeatedly sending down to the muscles, under nervous control as they are, the message to have a certain action done, that action becomes automatic in the lower center, and the faintest suggestion from outside comes to produce it without the intervention of the brain. Thus, the joints and muscles of the child's hand very soon accommodate themselves to the mode of action required of them in holding and guiding the pen. Observe, it is not that the child learns with his mind how to use his pen, in spite of his muscles, but that the newly growing muscles themselves take form according to the action required of them. And here is an explanation of all the mountebank feats which appear simply impossible to the untrained looker-on. They are impossible to him because his joints and muscles have not the same powers which have been produced in the mountebank by a process of early training. Therefore, children should learn dancing, swimming, etc. at an early age. So much for mere bodily activities. And here we have the reason why children should learn dancing, riding, swimming, calisthenics, every form of activity which requires a training of the muscles at an early age. The fact being that muscles and joints have not merely to conform themselves to new uses, but to grow to a modified pattern. And this growth and adaptation take place with the greatest facility in early youth. Of course, the man whose muscles have kept the habit of adaptation picks up new games, new muscular exercises without very great labour. But teach a ploughman to write, and you see the enormous physical difficulty which unaccustomed muscles have in growing to any new sort of effort. Here we see how important it is to keep watch over the habits of enunciation, carriage of the head, and so on, which the child is forming hour by hour. The poke, the stoop, the indistinct utterance is not a mere trick to be left off at a pleasure, but when he is older and knows better, but is all the time growing into him, becoming a part of himself, because it is registered in the very substance of his spinal cord. The part of his nervous system where consciousness resides, the brain, has long ago given a standing order. And such are the complications of the administration that to recall the order would mean the absolute remaking of the parts concerned. And to correct bad habits of speaking, for instance, it would not be enough for the child to intend to speak plainly and to try to speak plainly. He would not be able to do so habitually until some degree of new growth has taken place in the organs of voice while he is making efforts to form the new habit. Moral and mental habits make their mark upon physical tissues. But practically, everybody knows that the body, and every part of the body, accommodates itself very readily to the uses it is put to. We know that if a child accustom herself to stand on one foot, thus pushing up one shoulder, the habit will probably end in curvature of the spine. That to permit drooping shoulders and consequently contracted chest is to prepare the way for lung disease. The physical consequences of bad habits of this sort are so evident that we cannot blind ourselves to the relation of cause and effect. What we are less prepared to admit is that habits which do not appear to be in any sense physical, a flippant habit, a truthful habit, an orderly habit, should also make their mark upon a physical tissue, and that it is to this physical effect the enormous strength of habit is probably due. Yet when we consider that the brain, the physical brain, is the exceedingly delicate organ by means of which we think and feel and desire, love and hate and worship, it is not surprising that that organ should be modified by the work it has to do. To put the matter picturesquely, it is as if every familiar train of thought made a rut in the nervous substance of the brain into which the thoughts run lightly of their own accord, and out of which they can only be got by an effort of will. Persistent trains of thought. Thus the mistress of the house knows that when her thoughts are free to take their own course, they run to the cares of the house, or the larder, to tomorrow's dinner, or the winter's clothing. That is, thoughts run into the rut which has been, so to speak, worn for it by constant repetition. The mother's thoughts run on her children, the painter's on pictures, the poet's on poems, those of the anxious head of the house on money cares, it may be, until in times of unusual pressure the thoughts beat in that well-worn rut of ways and means, and decline to run in any other channel, till the poor man loses his reason, simply because he cannot get his thoughts out of that one channel made in the subsistence of his brain. And indeed, that way of madness lies for every one of us in the persistent preying of any one train of thought upon the brain tissue. Pride, resentment, jealousy, an invention that a man has laboured over, an opinion he has conceived, any line of thought which he has no longer the power to divert will endanger the man's sanity. Incessant regeneration of brain tissue. If we love, hate, think, feel, worship at the expense of actual physical effort on the part of the brain, and consequent waste of tissue, how enormous must be the labour of that organ with which we, in fact, do everything, even many of those acts whose final execution falls to the hands or feet. It is true, and to repair this excessive waste, the brain consumes the lion's share of the nourishment provided for the body. As we have already seen, fully a sixth or a fifth of all the blood in the body goes to repair the waste in the king's house. In other words, new brain tissue is being constantly formed at a startlingly rapid rate. One wonders at what age the child has no longer any part left of that brain with which he was born. The new tissue repeats the old, but not quite exactly. Just as the new muscular growth adapts itself to any new exercise required of it, So the new brain tissue is supposed to grow any habit of thought in force during the time of growth. Thought here including, of course, every exercise of mind and soul. The cerebrum of man grows to the modes of thought in which it is habitually exercised, says an able physiologist, or in the other words of Dr. Carpenter, any sequence of mental action which has been frequently repeated tends to perpetuate itself, so that we find ourselves automatically prompted to think, feel, or do what we have been before accustomed to think, feel, or do under like circumstances without any consciously formed purpose or anticipation of results. For there is no reason to regard the cerebrum as an exception to the general principle that whilst each part of the organism tends to form itself in accordance with the mode in which it is habitually exercised, this tendency will be specially strong in the nervous apparatus, in virtue of that the incessant regeneration which is the very condition of its functional activity. It scarcely indeed admits of a doubt that every state of ideational consciousness, which is either very strong or is habitually repeated, leaves an organic impression on the cerebrum, in virtue of which the same state may be reproduced at any future time in correspondence to a suggestion fitted to excite it. Artificial reflex actions may be acquired. Or take Huxley's way of putting the case. By the help of the brain, we may acquire an infinity of artificial reflex actions. That is to say, an action may require all our attention and all our volition for its first, second, or third performance. But by frequent repetition, it becomes, in a manner, part of our organisation and is performed without volition or even consciousness. As everyone knows, it takes a soldier a long time to learn his drill. For instance, to put himself into the attitude of attention at the instant the word of command is heard. But after a time, the sound of the word gives rise to the act, whether the soldier be thinking it or not. There is a story, which is credible enough, though it may not be true, of a practical joker who, seeing a discharged veteran carrying home his dinner, suddenly called out, "Attention!" whereupon the man instantly brought his hands down and lost his mutton and potatoes in the gutter. The drill had been thorough, and its effects had become embodied in the man's nervous structure. The possibility of all education, of which military drill is only one particular form, is based upon the existence of this power which the nervous system possesses, organising conscious actions into more or less unconscious or reflex operations. It may be laid down as a rule that if any two mental states be called up together or in succession with due frequency and vividness, the subsequent production of one of them will suffice to call up the other, and that whether we desire it or not. Intellectual and moral education. The object of intellectual education is to create such indissoluble associations of our ideas and things in the order and relation in which they occur in nature. That of a moral education is to unite as fixedly the ideas of evil deeds with those of pain and degradation, and of good actions with those of pleasure and nobleness. But it is the intimate interlocking of mind and matter which is more directly important to the educator. The idea which we have put broadly under the, by no means scientifically accurate, figure of a rut. Given that the constant direction of the thoughts produces a certain set in the tissues of the brain, this set is the first trace of the rut or path, a line of least resistance, along which the same impression, made another time, will find it easier to travel than to take another path. So arises the right of way for any given habit of action or thought. Character affected by acquired modification of brain tissue. What follows? Why, that the actual conformation of the child's brain depends upon the habits which the parents permit or encourage, and that the habits of the child produce the character of the man, because certain mental habitudes, once set up, their nature is to go on forever unless they should be displaced by other habits. Here is an end to the easy philosophy of, it doesn't matter. Oh, he'll grow out of it. He'll know better by and by. He's so young, what can we expect? And so on. Every day, every hour, the parents are either passively or actively forming those habits in their children upon which, more than upon anything else, future character and conduct depend. Outside influence. And here comes in the consideration of outside influence. 9 times out of 10, we begin to do a thing because we see someone else do it. We go on doing it, and there is the habit. If it is so easy for ourselves to take up a new habit, it is tenfold as easy for the children. And this is the real difficulty in the matter of education of habit. It is necessary that the mother be always on the alert to nip in the bud the bad habit her children may be in the act of picking up from servants or from other children. 7. The forming of a habit. Shut the door after you. Do ne next thing. Lose this day loitering, and 'twill be the same story tomorrow, and the next, more dilatory. The indecision brings its own delays, and days are lost lamenting over lost days. Says Marlowe, who, like many of us, knew the misery of intellectual indolence, which cannot brace itself to do ne next thing. No question concerning the bringing up of children can conceivably be trivial, but this of dilatoriness is very important. The effort of decision, as we have seen, is the greatest effort of life, not the doing of the thing, but the making up of one's mind as to which thing to do first. It is commonly this sort of mental indolence, both of indecision, which leads to dawdling habits. How is the dilatory child to be cured? Time? She will know better as she grows older? Not a bit of it. And the next, more dilatory, will be the story of her days, except for occasional spurts. Punishments? No, your dilatory person is a fatalist. What can't be cured must be endured, he says, but he will endure without any effort to cure. Rewards? No, to him a reward is a punishment presented under another aspect. The possible reward he realizes as actual, there it is, within his grasp, so to say. In foregoing the reward, he is punished, and he bears the punishment. What remains to be tried when neither time, reward, nor punishment is effectual? What panacea of the educationalist? One custom overcometh another. This inveterate dawdling is a habit to be supplanted only by the contrary habit, and the mother must devote herself for a few weeks to this cure as steadily and untiringly as she would do to the nursing of her child through measles. Having in a few, the fewer the better, earnest words pointed out the miseries that must arise from this fault, and the duty of overcoming it, and having so got the, sadly feeble, will of the child on the side of right doing, she simply sees that for weeks together the fault does not recur. The child goes to dress for a walk. She dreams over the lacing of her boots, the tag in her fingers poised in mid-air. But her conscience is awake. She is constrained to look up, and her mother's eye is upon her, hopeful and expectant. She answers to the rein and goes on. Midway, in the lacing of the second boot, there is another pause, shorter this time. Again she looks up, and again she goes on. The pauses become fewer day by day, the efforts steadier. The immature young will is being strengthened, the habit of prompt action acquired. After that first talk, the mother would do well to refrain from one more word on the subject. The eye, expectant, not reproachful, and where the child is far gone in a dream, the lightest possible touch are the only effectual instruments. By and by, do you think you can get ready in 5 minutes today without me? Oh, yes, mother. Do not say yes unless you are quite sure. I will try. And she tries and succeeds. Now the mother will be tempted to relax her efforts, to overlook a little dawdling because the dear child has been trying so hard. This is absolutely fatal. The fact is that the dawdling habit has made an appreciable record in the very substance of the child's brain. During the weeks of cure, new growth has been obliterating the old track, and the track of a new habit is being formed. To permit any reversion to the old bad habit is to let go all this gain. To form a good habit is the work of a few weeks. To guard it is the work of incessant but by no means anxious care. One word more, prompt action on the child's part, should have the reward of absolute leisure, time in which to do exactly as she pleasures, not granted as a favour, but accruing, without any words, as a right. Habit a delight in itself. Except for this one drawback, the forming of habits in the children is no laborious task, for the reward goes hand in hand with the labour, so much so that it is like the laying out of a penny with the certainty of the immediate return of a pound. For a habit is a delight in itself. Poor human nature is conscious of the ease that it is to repeat the doing of anything without effort. And therefore the formation of a habit, the gradually lessening sense of effort in a given act, is pleasurable. This is one of the rocks that mothers sometimes split upon. They lose sight of the fact that a habit, even a good habit, becomes a real pleasure. And when the child is really formed the habit of doing a certain thing, his mother imagines that the effort is as great to him as at first, that it is virtue in him to go on making this effort, and that he deserves, by way of reward, a little relaxation. She will let him break through the new habit a few times, then go on again. But it is not going on, it is beginning again, and beginning again in the face of obstacles. The little relaxation she allowed her child meant the forming of another contrary habit, which must be overcome before the child gets back to where he was before. As a matter of fact, this misguided sympathy on the part of mothers is the one thing that makes it a laborious undertaking to train a child in good habits. For it is the nature of the child to take to habits as kindly as the infant takes to his mother's milk. Tact, watchfulness, and persistence. For example, and to choose a habit of no great consequence except as a matter of consideration for others, the mother wishes her child to acquire the habit of shutting the door after him when he enters or leaves a room. Tact, watchfulness, and persistence are the qualities she must cultivate in herself. And with these, she will be astonished at the readiness with which the child picks up the new habit. Stages in the formation of a habit. Johnny, she says in a bright and friendly voice, I want you to remember something with all your might. Never go into or out of a room in which anybody is sitting without shutting the door. But if I forget, Mother? I will try to remind you. But perhaps I shall be in a great hurry. You must always make time to do that. But why, Mother? Because it is not polite to the people in the room to make them uncomfortable. But if I am going out again that very minute? Still, shut the door when you come in. You can open it again to go out. Do you think you can remember? I'll try, Mother. Very well. I shall watch to see how few forgets you make. For 2 or 3 times Johnny remembers, and then he is off like a shot and halfway downstairs before his mother has time to call him back. She does not cry out, Johnny, come back and shut the door, because she knows that a summons of that kind is exasperating to big or little. She goes to the door and calls pleasantly, Johnny! Johnny has forgotten all about the door. He wonders what his mother wants, and stirred by curiosity comes back, to find her seated and employed as before. She looks up, glances at the door, and says, I said I should try to remind you. Oh, I forgot, says Johnny, put upon his honour, and he shuts the door that time, and the next, and the next. But the little fellow has really not much power to recollect, and the mother will have to adopt various little devices to remind him. But of 2 things she will be careful, that he never slips out without shutting the door, and that she never lets the matter be a cause of friction between herself and the child, taking the line of his friendly ally to help him against that bad memory of his. By and by, after say 20 shuttings of the door with never an omission, the habit begins to be formed. Johnny shuts the door as a matter of course, and his mother watches him with delight come into a room, shut the door, take something off the table, and go out again, shutting the door. The dangerous stage. Now that Johnny always shuts the door, his mother's joy and triumph begin to be mixed with unreasonable pity. Poor child, she says to herself. It is very good of him to take so much pains about a little thing just because he is bid. She thinks that all the time the child is making an effort for her sake, losing sight of the fact that the habit has become easy and natural, that in fact Johnny shuts the door without knowing that he does so. Now comes the critical moment. Some day Johnny is so taken up with a new delight that the habit, not yet fully formed, loses its hold, and he is halfway downstairs before he thinks of the door. Then he does think of it, with a little prick of conscience strong enough not to send him back, but to make him pause a moment to see if his mother will call him back. She has noticed the omission and is saying to herself, poor little fellow, he has been very good about it this long time. I'll let him off this once. He outside fails to hear his mother's call, says to himself, fatal sentence. Oh, it doesn't matter, and trots off. Next time he leaves the door open, but it is not a forget. His mother calls him back in a rather feeble way. His quick ear catches the weakness of her tone, and without coming back he cries, Oh, Mother, I'm in such a hurry. And she says no more, but lets him off. Again he rushes in, leaving the door wide open. Johnny, in a warning voice. I'm going out again just in a minute, Mother. And after 10 minutes rummaging, he does go out and forgets to shut the door. The mother's mistimed easiness has lost for her every foot of ground she had gained. 8. Infant habits. The whole group of habitudes, half physical and half moral, on which the propriety and comfort of everyday life depend, are received passively by the child. That is, he does very little to form these habits himself, but his brain receives impressions from what he sees about him. And these impressions take the form as his own very strongest and most lasting habits. Some branches of infant education. Cleanliness, order, neatness, regularity, punctuality are all branches of infant education. They should be about the child like the air he breathes, and he will take them in as unconsciously. It is hardly necessary to say a word about the necessity for delicate cleanliness in the nursery. The babies get their share of tubbing, and unlimited washing is done on their behalf. But indeed, scrupulous as mothers of the cultured class are, a great deal rests with the nurses, and it needs must be watchful to secure that there shall not be the faintest odour about the infant or anything belonging to him, and that the nurseries be kept sweet and thoroughly aired. One great difficulty is that there are still some nurses who belong to a class to which an open window is an abomination, and another is they do not all know the meaning of odours. They cannot see a smell, and therefore it is not easy to persuade them that a smell is matter, microscopic particles which the child takes into him in every breath he draws. A sensitive nose. By the way, a very important bit of physical education for a child is to train in him a sensitive nose, nostrils which sniff out the least stuffiness in a room, or the faintest odour attached to clothes or furniture. The sense of smell appears to have been given us not only as an avenue of pleasure, but as a sort of danger signal to warn us of the presence of noxious matters. Yet many people appear to go through the world without a nose at all. And the fact tends to show that a quick sense of smell is a matter of education and habit. The habit is easily formed. Encourage the children to notice whether the room they enter smells quite fresh when they come in out of the open air, to observe the difference between the air of the town and the fresher air beyond, and train them to perceive the faintest trace of pleasant or harmless odours. The baby is ubiquitous. To return to the nursery, it would be a great thing if the nurse could be impressed with the notion that the baby is ubiquitous, and that he not only sees and knows everything, but will keep for all his life the mark of all he sees. If there is a hole in your coats, I pray ye tent it. A child's amang ye taken notes, and faith he'll print it. Print it on his own active brain as a type for his future habits. Such a notion on the nurse's part might do something to secure cleanliness that goes beyond that of clean aprons. One or two little bits of tidiness that nurses effect are not to be commended on the score of cleanliness. The making up of the nursery beds early in the morning and the folding up of the child's garments when they take them off at night. It is well to stretch a line across the day, nursery at night, and hang the little garments out for an airing to get rid of the insensible perspiration with which they have been laden during the day. For the same reason, the beds and bedclothes should be turned down to air for a couple of hours before they are made up. Personal cleanliness as an early habit. The nursery table, if there be one, should be kept as scrupulously nice as that of the dining room. The child who sits down to a crumpled or spotted tablecloth, or uses a discoloured metal spoon, is degraded by so much. The children too should be encouraged to nice cleanliness in their own persons. We have all seen the dainty baby hand stretched out to be washed. It has got a smudge, and the child does not like it. May they be as particular when they are big enough to wash their own hands. Not that they should always be clean and presentable. Children love to mess about and should have big pinafores for the purpose. They are all like that little French prince who scorned his birthday gifts and entreated to be allowed to make dear little mud pies with the boy in the gutter. Let them make their mud pies freely, and that over, they should be impatient to remove any trace of soil and should do it themselves. Young children may be taught to take care of their fingernails and to cleanse the corners of eyes and ears. As for sitting down to the table with unwashed hands and unbrushed hair, that, of course, no decent child is allowed to do. Children should be early provided with their own washing materials and accustomed to find real pleasure in the bath and in attending to themselves. There is no reason why a child of 5 or 6 should not make himself thoroughly clean without all that torture of soap in the eyes and general pulling about and poking which children hate, and no wonder. Besides, the child is not getting the habit of the daily bath until he can take it for himself. And it is important that this habit should be formed before the reckless era of school life begins. Modesty and purity. The operations of the bath afford the mother opportunities to give necessary teaching and training in habits of decency and a sense of modesty. To let her young child live and grow in Eden-like simplicity is perhaps the most tempting and natural course to the mother. But alas, we do not live in the garden, and it may be well that the child should be trained from the first to the conditions under which he is to live. To the youngest child, as to our first parents, there is that which is forbidden. In the age of unquestioning obedience, let him know that not all of his body does Almighty God allow him to speak of, think of, display, handle, except for the purposes of cleanliness. This will be the easier to the mother if she speaks of heart, lungs, etc., which also we are not allowed to look at or handle, but which have been so enclosed in walls of flesh and bone that we cannot get at them. That which is left open to us is so left like that tree in the Garden of Eden, as a test of obedience, and in one case, as in the other, disobedience is attended with certain loss and ruin. The habit of obedience and the sense of honour. The sense of prohibition, of sin, is disobedience, will be a wonderful safeguard against knowledge of evil to the child brought up in habits of obedience. And still more effective will be the sense of honour, of a charge to keep, the motive of the apostolic injunctions on this subject. Let the mother renew this charge with earnestness on the eve, say, of each birthday, giving the child to feel that by obedience in this matter he may glorify God with his body. Let her keep watch against every approach of evil, and let her pray daily that each one of her children may be kept in purity for that day. To ignore the possibilities of evil in this kind is to expose the child to frightful risks. At the same time, be it remembered that words which were meant to hinder may themselves be the cause of evil, and that a life full of healthy interests and activities is among the surest preventatives of secret vice. Order essential. What has been said about cleanliness applies as much to order. Order in the nursery and orderly habits in the nurse. One thing under this head: the nursery should not be made the hospital for the disabled or worn out furniture of the house. Cracked cups, chipped plates, jugs and teapots with fractured spouts should be banished. The children should be brought up to think that when once an article is made unsightly by soil or fracture, it is spoilt and must be replaced. And this rule will prove really economical, for when children and servants find that things no longer do after some careless injury, they learn to be careful. But in any case, it is a real detriment to the children to grow up using imperfect and unsightly makeshifts. The pleasure grown-up people take in waiting on children is really a fruitful source of mischief. For instance, in this matter of orderly habits. Who does not know the litter the children leave to be cleared up after them a dozen times a day, in the nursery, garden, drawing room, wherever their restless little feet carry them? They are a bit sentimental about scattered toys and faded nosegays and all the tokens of children's presents. But the fact is that the lawless habits of scattering should not be allowed to grow upon children. Everybody condemns the mother of the family whose drawers are chaotic, whose possessions are flung about heedlessly. But at least some of the blame should be carried back to her mother. It is not as a woman that she has picked up a miserable habit which destroys the comfort, if not the happiness, of her home. The habit of disorder was allowed to grow upon her as a child, and her share of the blame is that she has failed to cure herself. The child of 2 should put away his playthings. The child of 2 should be taught to get and to replace his playthings. Begin early. Let it be a pleasure to him, part of his play, to open his cupboard, to put back the doll or the horse, each in its own place. Let him always put away his things as a matter of course, and it is surprising how soon a habit of order is formed, which will make it pleasant to the child to put away his toys, and irritating to him to see things in the wrong place. If parents would only see the morality of order, that order in the nursery becomes scrupulousness in afterlife, and that the training necessary to form the habit is no more, comparatively, than the occasional winding of a clock, which ticks away then of its own accord and without trouble to itself. More pains would be taken to cultivate this important habit. Neatness akin to order. Neatness is akin to order, but it is not quite the same thing. It implies not only a place for everything and everything in its place, but everything in a suitable place, so as to produce a good effect. In fact, taste comes into play. The little girl must not only put her flowers in water, but arrange them prettily, and must not be put off with some rude kitchen mug or jug for them, or some hideous pink vase, but must have jar or vase graceful in form and harmonious in hue, though it be but a cheap trifle. In the same way, everything in the nursery should be neat, that is, pleasing and suitable, and children should be encouraged to make neat and effective arrangements of their own little properties. Nothing vulgar in the way of print, picture book, or toy should be admitted. Nothing to vitiate a child's taste or introduce a strain of commonness into his nature. On the other hand, it would be hard to estimate the refining, elevating influence of 1 or 2 well-chosen works of art, however cheap a reproduction. Regularity. The importance of regularity in infant education is beginning to be pretty generally acknowledged. The young mother knows that she must put her baby to bed at a proper time, regardless of his cries, even if she leave him to cry 2 or 3 times, in order that, for the rest of his baby life, he may put himself sweetly to sleep in the dark without protest. But a good deal of nonsense is talked about the reason of the child's cries. He is supposed to want his mother, or his nurse, or his bottle, or the light, and to be a knowing little fellow, according to his nurse, quite up to the fact that if he cries for these things, he will get them. Habits of time and place. The fact is, the child has already formed a habit of wakefulness or of feeding at improper times, and he is as uneasy as his habits being broken in upon as the cat is at a change of habitation. When he submits happily to the new regulation, it is because the new habit is formed, and it is, in its turn, a source of satisfaction. According to Dr. Carpenter, regularity should begin even with infant life, as to the times of feeding, repose, etc. The bodily habit thus formed greatly helps to shape the mental habit at a later period. On the other hand, nothing tends more to generate a habit of self-indulgence than to feed a child or to allow it to remain out of bed at unseasonable times, merely because it cries. It is wonderful how soon the actions of a young infant, like those of a young dog or horse, come into harmony with systematic training, judiciously exercised. The habit of regularity is as attractive to older children as to the infant. The days when the usual program falls through are, we know, the days when the children are apt to be naughty. 9. Physical exercises. Importance of daily. The subject of the natural training of eye and muscles was taken up pretty fully in treating of out-of-door life. I will only add that to give the child pleasure in light and easy motion, the sort of delight in the management of his own body that a good rider finds in managing his horse, dancing, drill, calisthenics, some sort of judicious physical exercise should make part of every day's routine. Swedish drill is especially valuable, and many of the exercises are quite suitable for the nursery. Certain moral qualities come into play in alert movements, eye-to-eye attention, prompt and intelligent replies, but it often happens that good children fail in these points for want of physical training. Drill of good manners. Just let them go through the drill of good manners. Let them rehearse little scenes in play. Mary, the lady asking the way to the market. Harry, the boy who directs her, and so on. Let them go through a position drill. Eyes right, hands still, heads up. They will invent 100 situations and the behaviour proper to each, and will treasure hints thrown in for their guidance. But this sort of drill should be attempted while children are young, before the tyranny of mauvais honte sets in. Encourage them to admire and take pride in light, springing movements, and to eschew a heavy gait and clownish action of the limbs. Training of the ear and voice. The training of the ear and voice is an exceedingly important part of physical culture. Drill the children in pure vowel sounds, in the enunciation of final consonants. Do not let them speak of walkin' and talkin', of a fine day, nice boys. Drill them in the pronouncing of difficult words. Imperturbability, impecacuana, antananarivo, with sharp precision after each single hearing, in producing the several sounds of each vowel, and the sounds of the consonants without attendant vowels. French taught orally is exceedingly valuable as affording training for both ear and voice. The habit of music. As for a musical training, it would be hard to say how much that passes for inherited musical taste and ability is the result of the constant hearing and producing of musical sounds, the habit of music, that the child of musical people grows up with. Mr. Haller maintained that the art of singing is entirely a trained habit, that every child may be and should be trained to sing. Of course, transmitted habit must be taken into account. It is a pity that the musical training most children get is of a random character, that they are not trained, for instance, by carefully graduated ear and voice exercises to produce and distinguish musical tones and intervals. Let children alone. In conclusion, let me say that the education of habit is successful insofar as it enables the mother to let her children alone, not teasing them with perpetual commands and directions, a running fire of do and don't, but letting them go their own way and grow, having first secured that they will go the right way and grow to fruitful purpose. The gardener, it is true, digs about and dungs, prunes and trains his peach tree, but that occupies a small fraction of the tree's life. All the rest of the time, the sweet airs and sunshine, the rains and dews, play about it and breathe upon it, get into its substance. And the result is peaches. But let the gardener neglect his part, and the peaches will be no better than sloes. Part 4. Some habits of mine, some moral habits. A science of education. Allow me to say once more that I venture to write upon subjects bearing on home education with the greatest deference to mothers, believing that, in virtue of their peculiar insight into the dispositions of their own children, they are blessed with both knowledge and power in the management of them, which lookers on can only admire from far. At the same time, there is such a thing as the science of education that does not come by intuition, in the knowledge of which it is possible to bring up a child entirely according to natural law, which is also divine law, in the keeping of which there is a great reward. Education in habit favours an easy life. We have seen why habit, for instance, is such a marvellous force in human life. I find this view of habit very encouraging, as giving a scientific reasonableness to the conclusions already reached by common experience. It is pleasant to know that, even in mature life, it is possible by a little persistent effort to acquire a desirable habit. It is good, if not pleasant, to know also with what fatal ease we can slip into bad habits. But the most comfortable thing in this view of habit is that it falls in with our own natural love of an easy life. We are not unwilling to make efforts in the beginning with the assurance that by and by things will go smoothly. And this is just what habit is, in an ordinary degree, pledged to effect. The mother who takes pains to endow her children with good habits secures for herself smooth and easy days, while she who lets their habits take care of themselves has a weary life of endless friction with the children. All day she is crying out, "Do this," and they do not, "Do that," and they do not. But, you say, if habit is so powerful, whether to hinder or to help the child, it is fatiguing to think of all the habits the poor mother must attend to. Is she never to be at ease with her children? Training in habits becomes a habit. Here again is an illustration of that fable of the anxious pendulum, overwhelmed with the thought of the number of ticks it must tick. But the ticks are to be delivered tick by tick, and there are always to be a second of time to tick in. The mother devotes herself to the formation of one habit at a time, doing no more than keep watch over those already formed. If she be appalled by the thought of overmuch labour, let her limit the number of good habits she will lay herself out to form. The child who starts in life with, say, 20 good habits begins with a certain capital which he will lay out to endless profit as the years go on. The mother who is distrustful of her own power of steady effort may well take comfort in two facts. In the first place, she herself acquires the habit of training her children in a given habit, so that by and by it becomes not only no trouble, but a pleasure to her. In the second place, the children's most fixed and dominant habits are those which the mother takes no pains about, but which the child picks up for himself through his close observation of all that is said and done, felt and thought in his home. Habits inspired in the home atmosphere. We have already considered a group of half physical habits: order, regularity, neatness, which the child imbibes, so to speak, in this way. But this is not all. Habits of gentleness, courtesy, kindness, candour, respect for other people, or habits quite other than these, are inspired by the child as the very atmosphere of his home, the air he lives in and must grow by. 1. The habit of attention. Let us pass on now to the consideration of a group of mental habits which are affected by direct training rather than by example. First, we put the habit of attention because the highest intellectual gifts depend for their value upon the measure in which their owner has cultivated the habit of attention. To explain why this habit is of such supreme importance, we must consider the operation of one or two of the laws of thought. But just recall in the meantime the fixity of attention with which the trained professional man, the lawyer, the doctor, the man of letters, listens to a roundabout story, throws out the padding, seizes the facts, sees the bearing of every circumstance, and puts the case with new clearness and method, and contrast this with the wandering eye and random replies of the uneducated, and you see that to differentiate people according to their power of attention is to employ a legitimate test. A mind at the mercy of associations. We will consider then the nature and the function of attention. The mind, with the possible exception of the state of coma, is never idle. Ideas are forever passing through the brain by day and by night, sleeping or waking, mad or sane. We take a great deal too much upon ourselves when we suppose that we are the authors and intenders of the thoughts we think. The most we can do is to give direction to these trains of thought in the comparatively few moments when we are regulating the thoughts of our hearts. We see in dreams the rapid dance of ideas through the brain during lighter sleep, how ideas follow one another in a general way. In the wanderings of delirium, in the fancies of the mad, in the inconsequent prattle of the child, and the babble of the old man, we see the same thing, i.e., the law according to which ideas course through the mind when they are left to themselves. You talk to a child about glass. You wish to provoke a proper curiosity as to how glass is made and what are its uses. Not a bit of it. He wanders off to Cinderella's glass slipper. Then he tells you about his godmother who gave him a boat. Then about the ship in which Uncle Harry went to America. Then he wonders why you do not wear spectacles, leaving you to guess that Uncle Harry does so. But the child's ramblings are not whimsical. They follow a law, the law of association of ideas, by which any idea presented to the mind recalls some other idea which has been at any time associated with it, as glass and Cinderella's slipper, and that, again, some idea associated with it. Now, this law of association of ideas is a good servant and a bad master. To have this aid in recalling the events of the past, the engagements of the present, is an infinite boon. But to be at the mercy of associations, to have no power to think of what we choose when we choose, but only as something puts it into our head, is to be no better than an imbecile. Wandering attention. A vigorous effort of will should enable us at any time to fix our thoughts. Yes, but a vigorous self-compelling will is the flower of a developed character. And while the child has no character to speak of, but only natural disposition, who is to keep humming tops out of a geography lesson, or a doll's sofa out of a French verb? Here is the secret of the weariness of the home schoolroom. The children are thinking all the time about something else than their lessons. Or rather, they are at the mercy of 1,000 fancies that flit through their brains, each in the train of the last. "Oh, Miss Smith," said the little girl to her governess, "there are so many more interesting things than lessons to think about." Where is the harm? In this, not merely that the children are wasting time, though that is a pity, but that they are forming a desultory habit of mind and reducing their own capacity for mental effort. The habit of attention to be cultivated in the infant. The help, then, is not in the will of the child, but in the habit of attention, a habit to be cultivated even in the infant. A baby, notwithstanding his wonderful powers of observation, has no power of attention. In a minute, the coveted plaything drops from the listless little fingers, and the wandering glance lights upon some new joy. But even at this stage, the habit of attention may be trained. The discarded plaything is picked up, and with "pretty" and dumb show, the mother keeps the infant's eyes fixed for fully a couple of minutes. And this is his first lesson in attention. Later, as we have seen, the child is eager to see and handle every object that comes in his way. But watch him at his investigations. He flits from thing to thing with less purpose than a butterfly among the flowers, staying at nothing long enough to get the good out of it. It is the mother's part to supplement the child's quick observing faculty with the habit of attention. She must see to it that he does not flit from this to that, but looks long enough at one thing to get a real acquaintance with it. Is little Margaret fixing round eyes on a daisy she has plucked? In a second, the daisy will be thrown away, and a pebble or a buttercup will charm the little maid. But the mother seizes the happy moment. She makes Margaret see that the daisy is a bright yellow eye with white eyelashes round it, that all day long it lies there in the grass and looks up at the great sun, never blinking as Margaret would do, but keeping its eye wide open. And that is why it is called Daisy, day's eye, because its eye is always looking at the sun, which makes the day. And what does Margaret think it does at night, when there is no sun? It does what little boys and girls do. It just shuts up its eye with its white lashes tipped with its pink, and goes to sleep till the sun comes out again in the morning. By this time, the daisy has become interesting to Margaret. She looks at it with big eyes after her mother has finished speaking, and then, very likely, cuddles it up to her breast or gives it a soft little kiss. Thus the mother will contrive ways to invest every object in the child's world with interest and delight. Attention to things, words are weariness. But the tug of war begins with the lessons of the schoolroom. Even the child who has gained the habit of attention to things finds words a weariness. This is a turning point in the child's life, and the moment for the mother's tact and vigilance. In the first place, never let the child dawdle over copybook or sum, sit dreaming with his book before him. When a child grows stupid over a lesson, it is time to put it away. Let him do another lesson, as unlike the last as possible, and then go back with freshened wits to his unfinished task. If mother or governess have been unwary enough to let the child moon over a lesson, she must just exert her wits to pull him through. The lesson must be done, of course, but must be made bright and pleasant to the child. Lessons attractive. The teacher should have some knowledge of the principles of education, should know what subjects are best fitted for the child considering his age, and how to make these subjects attractive. Should know too how to vary the lessons so that each power of the child's mind should rest after each effort. and some other power be called into play. She should know how to incite the child to effort through his desire of approbation, of excelling, of advancing, his desire of knowledge, his love of his parents, his sense of duty, in such a way that no set of motives be called unduly into play to the injury of the child's character. But the danger she must be especially alive to is the substitution of any other natural desire for that of knowledge, which is equally natural and is adequate for all the purposes of education. Timetable, definite work in a given time. I shall have opportunities to enter into some of these points later. Meantime, let us look in at a home schoolroom managed upon sound principles. In the first place, there is a timetable written out fairly so that the child knows what he has to do and how long each lesson is to last. This idea of definite work to be finished in a given time is valuable to the child, not only as training him in habits of order, but in diligence. He learns that one time is not as good as another, that there is no right time left for what is not done in its own time. And this knowledge alone does a great deal to secure the child's attention to his work. Again, the lessons are short, seldom more than 20 minutes in length for children under 8. And this for 2 or 3 reasons. The sense that there is not much time for his sums or his reading keeps the child's wits on the alert and helps to fix his attention. He has time to learn just so much of any one subject as it is good for him to take in at once. And if the lessons be judiciously alternated, sums first, say, while the brain is quite fresh, then writing or reading, some more or less mechanical exercise by way of a rest, and so on, the program varying a little from day to day, but the same principle throughout, a thinking lesson first and a painstaking lesson to follow. The child gets through his morning lessons without any sign of weariness. Even with regular lessons and short lessons, a further stimulus may be occasionally necessary to secure the attention of the child. His desire of approbation may ask the stimulus not only of a word of praise, but of something in the shape of a reward to secure his utmost efforts. Now, rewards should be dealt out to the child upon principle. They should be the natural consequences of his good conduct. A natural reward. What is the natural consequence of work well and quickly done? Is it not the enjoyment of ampler leisure? The boy is expected to do 2 right sums in 20 minutes. He does them in 10 minutes. The remaining 10 minutes are his own, fairly earned, in which he should be free for scamper in the garden or any delight he chooses. His writing task is to produce 6 perfect M's. He writes 6 lines with only 1 good M in each line. The time for the writing lesson is over and he has none for himself. Or he is able to point out 6 good M's in his first line, and he has the rest of the time to draw steamboats and railway trains. This possibility of letting the children occupy themselves variously in the few minutes they may gain at the end of each lesson is compensation which the home schoolroom offers for the zest which the sympathy of numbers, the emulation, are supposed to give to schoolwork. Emulation. As for emulation, a very potent means of exciting and holding the attention of children, it is often objected that a desire to excel, to do better than others, implies an unloving temper, which the educator should rather repress than cultivate. Good marks of some kind are usually the rewards of those who do best, and it is urged that these good marks are often the cause of ungenerous rivalry. Now, the fact is, the children are being trained to live in the world, and in the world we all do get marks of one kind or another, prize or praise, or both, accordingly as we excel others, whether in football or tennis or in picture painting or poem making. There are envyings and heartburnings among those who come in second best. So it has been from the beginning, and doubtless will be to the end. If the child is to go out into an emulous world, why, it may possibly be well that he should be brought up in an emulous school. But here is where the mother's work comes in. She can teach her child to be first without vanity, to be last without bitterness. That is, she can bring him up in such a hearty outgoing of love and sympathy that joy in his brother's success takes the sting out of his own failure, and regret for his brother's failure leaves no room for self-glorification. Again, if a system of marks be used as a stimulus to attention and effort, the good marks should be given for conduct rather than for cleverness. That is, they should be within everybody's reach. Each child may get his mark for punctuality, order, attention, diligence, obedience, gentleness, and therefore marks of this kind may be given without danger of leaving a rankling sense of injustice in the breast of the child who fails. Emulation becomes suicidal when it is used as the incentive to intellectual effort, because the desire for knowledge subsides in proportion as the desire to excel becomes active. As a matter of fact, marks of any sort, even for conduct, distract the attention of children from their proper work, which is in itself interesting enough to secure good behaviour as well as attention. Affection as a motive. That he ought to work hard to please his parents who do so much for him is a proper motive to bring before the child from time to time, but not too often. If the mother trade on her child's feelings, if do this or that to please mother, do not grieve, poor mother, etc., be brought too frequently before the child as the reason for right doing, a sentimental relation is set up which both parent and child will find embarrassing. The true motives of action will be obscured, and the child, unwilling to appear unloving, will end in being untrue. Attractiveness of knowledge. Of course, the most obvious means of quickening and holding the attention of children lies in the attractiveness of knowledge itself, and in the real appetite for knowledge with which they are endowed. But how successful faulty teachers are in curing children of any desire to know is to be seen in many a schoolroom. I shall later, however, have an opportunity for a few words on this subject. What is attention? It is evident that attention is no faculty of the mind. Indeed, it is very doubtful how far the various operations of the mind should be described as faculties at all. Attention is hardly even an operation of the mind, but is simply the act by which the whole mental force is applied to the subject in hand. This act of bringing the whole mind to bear may be trained into a habit at the will of the parent or teacher, who attracts and holds the child's attention by means of a sufficient motive. Self-compelled. As the child gets older, he is taught to bring his own will to bear, to make himself attend in spite of the most inviting suggestions from without. He should be taught to feel a certain triumph in compelling himself to fix his thoughts. Let him know what the real difficulty is, how it is the nature of his mind to be incessantly thinking, but how the thoughts, if left to themselves, will always run off from one thing to another, and that the struggle and the victory required of him is to fix his thoughts upon the task in hand. You have done your duty, with a look of sympathy from his mother, is a reward for the child who has made this effort in the strength of his growing will. But it cannot be too much borne in mind that attention is, to a great extent, the product of the educated mind. That is, one can only attend in proportion as one has the intellectual power of developing the topic. It is impossible to overstate the importance of this habit of attention. It is, to quote words of weight, within the reach of everyone and should be made the primary object of all mental discipline. For whatever the natural gifts of the child, it is only insofar as the habit of attention is cultivated in him that he is able to make use of them. The secret of overpressure. If it were only as it saves wear and tear, a perpetual tussle between duty and inclination, it is worthwhile for the mother to lay herself out to secure that her child never does a lesson into which he does not put his heart. And that is no difficult undertaking. The thing is to be on the watch from the beginning against the formation of contrary habits of inattention. A great deal has been said lately about overpressure, and we have glanced at one or two of the causes whose effects go by this name. But truly, one of the most fertile causes of an overdone brain is a failure in the habit of attention. I suppose we are all ready to admit that it is not the things we do, but the things we fail to do, which fatigue us, with a sense of omission, with the worry of hurry in overtaking our tasks. And this is almost the only cause of failure in work in the case of a healthy schoolboy or schoolgirl. Wandering wits hinder a lesson from being fully taken in at the right moment. That lesson becomes a bugbear, continually wanted henceforth and never there. And the sense of loss tries the young scholar more than would the attentive reception of a dozen such lessons. The schoolboy's homework. In the matter of homework, the parents may still be of great use to their boys and girls after they begin to go to day school. Not in helping them, that should not be necessary. But let us suppose a case. Poor Annie does not finish her lessons till 9:30. She really has so much to do. Poor Tom is at his books till 10 o'clock. We never see anything of the children in the evening, says the distressed parents. And they let their children go on in a course which is absolutely ruinous both to bodily health and brain power. Wholesome home treatment for mooning. Now the fault is very seldom in the lessons, but in the children. They moon over their books, and a little wholesome home treatment could cure them of that ailment. Allow them at the utmost an hour and a half for their homework. Treat them tacitly as defaulters if they do not appear at the end of that time. Do not be betrayed into word or look of sympathy. Right at the moment the time for lessons is over, let some delightful game or storybook be begun in the drawing room. By and by they will find that it is possible to finish lessons in time to secure a pleasant evening afterwards. And the lessons will be much the better done for the fact that concentrated attention has been bestowed on them. At the same time, the custom of giving homework, at any rate to children under 14, is greatly to be deprecated. The gain of a combination of home and school life is lost to the children, and a very full scheme of schoolwork may be carried through in the morning hours. Rewards and punishments should be relative consequences of conduct. In considering the means of securing attention, it has been necessary to refer to discipline, the dealing out of rewards and punishments, a subject which every tyro of a nursemaid or nursery governess feels herself very competent to handle. But this, too, has its scientific aspect. There is a law by which all rewards and punishments should be regulated. They should be the natural, or at any rate the relative consequences of conduct, should imitate, as nearly as may be without injury to the child, the treatment which such and such conduct deserves and receives in afterlife. Miss Edgeworth, in her story of Rosamond and the Purple Jar, hits the right principle. though the incident is rather extravagant. Little girls do not often pine for purple jars in chemists' windows, but that we should suffer for our willfulness in getting what is unnecessary by doing without what is necessary is precisely one of the lessons of life we have all to learn, and therefore is the right sort of lesson to teach a child. Natural and educative consequences. It is evident that to administer rewards and punishments on this principle requires patient consideration and steady determination on the mother's part. She must consider with herself what fault of disposition a child's misbehaviour springs from. She must aim her punishment at that fault, and must brace herself to see her child suffer present loss for his lasting gain. Indeed, exceedingly little actual punishment is necessary where children are brought up with care. But this happens continually. The child who has done well gains some natural reward, like that 10 minutes in the garden, which the child forfeits who has done less well. And the mother must brace herself and her child to bear this loss. If she equalize the two children, she does a serious wrong, not against the child who has done well, but against the defaulter, whom she deliberately encourages to repeat his shortcoming. In placing her child under the discipline of consequences, the mother must use much tact and direction. In many cases, the natural consequence of the child's fault is precisely that which it is her business to avert, while at the same time she looks about for some consequence related to the fault which shall have an educative bearing on the child. For instance, if a boy neglect his studies, the natural consequence is that he remains ignorant, but to allow him to do so would be criminal neglect on the part of the parent. 2. The habits of application, etc. Rapid mental effort. The habits of mental activity and of application are trained by the very means employed to cultivate that of attention. The child may plod diligently through his work, who might be trained to rapid mental effort. The teacher herself must be alert, must expect instant answers, quick thought, rapid work. The tortoise will lag behind the hare, but the tortoise must be trained to move every day a trifle quicker. Aim steadily at securing quickness of apprehension and execution, and that goes far towards getting it. Zeal must be stimulated. So of application. The child must not be allowed to get into the mood in which he says, "Oh, I'm so tired of sums," or "of history." His zeal must be stimulated. There must always be a pleasing vista before him, and steady, untiring application to work should be held up as honourable, while fitful, flagging attention and effort are scouted. 3. The habit of thinking. Align operations included in thinking. The actual labour of the brain is known to psychologists under various names and divided into various operations. Let us call it thinking, which, for educational purposes, is sufficiently exact. But by thinking, let us mean a real conscious effort of mind, and not the fancies that flit without effort through the brain. This sort of thing, for instance, an example quoted by Archbishop Thompson in his Laws of Thought. When Captain Head was travelling across the pampas of South America, his guide one day suddenly stopped him and pointed high into the air, cried out, "A lion!" Surprised at such an exclamation, accompanied with such an act, he turned up his eyes, and with difficulty perceived, at an immeasurable height, a flight of condors soaring in circles in a particular spot. Beneath this spot, far out of sight to himself or the guide, lay the carcass of a horse, and over that carcass stood, as the guide well knew, a lion, whom the condors were eyeing with envy from their airy height. The signal of the birds was to him what the sight of the lion alone would have been to the traveller, a full assurance of its existence. Here was an act of thought which cost the thinker no trouble, which was as easy to him as to cast his eyes upward, yet which from us, unaccustomed to the subject, would require many steps and some labour. The sight of the condors convinced him that there was some carcass or other, but as they kept wheeling far above it instead of swooping down to their feast, he guessed that some beast had anticipated them. Was it a dog or a jackal? No, the condors would not fear to drive away or share with either. It must be some large beast, and as there were lions in the neighbourhood, he concluded that one was here. And all these steps of thought are summed up in the words, a lion. This is the sort of thing that the children should go through more or less in every lesson, a tracing of effect from cause, or of cause from effect, a comparing of things to find out wherein they are alike and wherein they differ, a conclusion as to causes or consequences from certain premises. 5. The habit of imagining. The sense of the incongruous. All of their lessons will afford scope for some slight exercise of the children's thinking power, some more and some less, and the lessons must be judiciously alternated so that the more mechanical efforts succeed the more strictly intellectual, and that the pleasing exercise of the imagination again succeed efforts of reason. By the way, it is a pity when the sense of the ludicrous is cultivated in the children's books at the expense of better things. Alice in Wonderland is a delicious feast of absurdities which none of us, old or young, could afford to spare. But it is doubtful whether the child who reads it has the delightful imaginings, the realizing of the unknown, with which he reads the Swiss Family Robinson. This point is worth considering in connection with Christmas books for the little people. Books of comicalities cultivate no power but the sense of the incongruous. And though life is the more amusing for the possession of such a sense, when cultivated to excess, it is apt to show itself in a flippant habit. Diogenes and the naughty boys of Troy is irresistible, but it is not the sort of thing the children will live over and over and play at by the hour, as we have all played at Robinson Crusoe finding the footprints. They must have funny books, but do not give the children too much nonsense reading. Commonplace tales, tales of imagination. Stories again of the Christmas holidays, of George and Lucy, of the amusements, foibles and virtues of children in their own condition of life, leave nothing to the imagination. The children know all about everything so well that it never occurs to them to play at the situations in any one of these tales, or even to read it twice over. But let them have tales of the imagination, scenes laid in other lands and other times, heroic adventures, hairbreadth escapes, delicious fairy tales in which they are never roughly pulled up by the impossible, even where all is impossible, and they know it and yet believe. Imagination and great conceptions. And this not for the children's amusement merely. It is not impossible that posterity may write us down a generation blessed with little imagination, and, by so far, the less capable of great conceptions and heroic efforts. For it is only as we have it in us to let a person or a cause fill the whole stage of the mind, to the exclusion of self-occupation, that we are capable of large-hearted action on behalf of that person or cause. Our novelists say there is nothing left to imagination, and that, therefore, a realistic description of things as they are is all that is open to them. But imagination is nothing if not creative, unless it see not only what is apparent, but what is conceivable and what is poetically fit in given circumstances. Imagination grows. Now, imagination does not descend full grown to take possession of an empty house, like every other power of the mind. It is the merest germ of a power to begin with, and grows by what it gets. And childhood, the age of faith, is the time for its nourishing. The children should have the joy of living in far lands, in other persons, in other times, a delightful double existence. And this joy they will find for the most part in their storybooks. Their lessons too, history and geography, should cultivate their conceptive powers. If the child does not live in the times of his history lesson, be not at home in the climes his geography book describes, why, these lessons will fail of their purpose. But let lessons do their best, and the picture gallery of the imagination is poorly hung if the child have not found his way into the realms of fancy. Thinking comes by practice. How the children's various lessons should be handled so as to induce habits of thinking, we shall consider later. But this for the present, thinking, like writing or skating, comes by practice. The child who never has thought, never does think, and probably never will think. For are there not people enough who go through the world without any deliberate exercise of their own wits? The child must think, get at the reason why of things for himself, every day of life, and more each day than the day before. Children and parents both are given to invert this educational process. The child asks why, and the parent answers, rather proud of this evidence of thought in his child. There is some slight show of speculation even in wondering why, but it is the slightest and most superficial effort of the thinking brain produces. Let the parent ask why, and the child produce the answer if he can. After he has turned the matter over and over in his mind, there is no harm in telling him, and he will remember it, the reason why. Every walk should offer some knotty problem for the children to think out. Why does that leaf float on the water, and this pebble sink, and so on? The habit of remembering. Remembering and recollecting. Memory is the storehouse of whatever knowledge we possess, and it is upon the fact of stores lodged in the memory that we take rank as intelligent beings. The children learn in order that they may remember. Much of what we have learned and experienced in childhood and later we cannot reproduce, and yet it has formed the groundwork of after knowledge. Later notions and opinions have grown out of what we once learned and knew. That is our sunk capital, of which we enjoy the interest though we are unable to realize. Again, much of that we have learned and experienced is not only retained in the storehouse of memory, but is available capital we can reproduce, recollect upon demand. This memory, which may be drawn upon by the act of recollection, is our most valuable endowment. A spurious memory. There is a third kind of spurious memory, facts and ideas floating in the brain which yet make no part of it, and are exuded at a single effort, as when a barrister produces all his knowledge of a case in his brief and then forgets all about it. Or when the schoolboy crams for an examination, writes down what he has thus learned, and behold, it is gone from his gaze forever. As Ruskin puts it, they cram to pass and not to know. They do pass and they don't know. That the barrister, the physician, should be able thus to dismiss the case on which he has ceased to be occupied. The publisher, the book he has rejected, is well for him, and this art of forgetting is not without its uses. But what of the schoolboy who has little left after a year's work, but his place in a class list. Memory, a record in the brain substance. To say anything adequate on the subject of memory is impossible here, but let us try to answer 2 or 3 queries which present themselves on the surface. How do we come to remember at all? How do we gain the power to utilize remembered facts? That is, to recollect. And under what conditions is knowledge acquired that neither goes to the growth of the brain and mind, nor is available on demand, but is lightly lodged in the brain for some short period and is then evacuated at a single throw? We are interested in a wonderful invention, an instrument which records spoken words and will deliver, say a century hence, speech or lecture in the very words and in the very tones of the speaker. Such an instrument is that function of the brain called memory, whereby the impressions received by the brain are recorded mechanically, at least. Such is the theory pretty generally received now by physiologists. That is, the mind takes cognizance of certain facts and the nerve substance of the brain records that cognizance. Made under what conditions? Now the questions arise. Under what conditions is such an imprint of fact or event made upon the substance of the brain? Is the record permanent? And is the brain capable of receiving an indefinite numbers of such impressions? It appears both from common experience and from an infinite number of examples quoted by psychologists that any object or idea which is regarded with attention makes the sort of impression on the brain which is said to fix it in the memory. In other words, give an instant's undivided attention to anything whatsoever, and that thing will be remembered. In describing this effect, the common expression is accurate beyond its intention. We say, such and such a sight or sound or sensation made a strong impression on me. And that is precisely what has happened. Arrest the attention upon any fact or incident, and that fact or incident is remembered. It is impressed, imprinted upon the brain substance. The inference is plain. You want the child to remember? Then secure his whole attention, the fixed gaze of his mind, as it were, upon the fact to be remembered. Then he will have it, by a sort of photographic process. That fact or idea is taken by the brain, and when he is an old man, perhaps the memory of it will flash across him. Recollection and the law of association. But it is not enough to have a recollection flash across one incidentally. We want to have the power of recalling at will, and for this, something more is necessary than an occasional act of attention producing a solitary impression. Supposing, for instance, that by good teaching you secure the child's attention to the verb avoir, he will remember it. That is to say, some infinitely slight growth of brain tissue will record and retain that one French verb. But one verb is nothing. You want the child to learn French. And for this, you must not only fix his attention upon each new lesson, but each must be so linked into the last that it is impossible for him to recall one without the other following its train. The physical effect of such a method appears to be that each new growth of brain tissue is, so to speak, laid upon the last. That is, to put it figuratively, a certain tract of the brain may be conceived of as being overlaid with French. This is to make a practical use of that law of association of ideas, of which one would not willingly become the sport. And it is the neglect of this law which invalidates much good teaching. The teacher is content to produce a solitary impression which is only recalled as it is acted upon by a chance suggestion, whereas he should forge the links of a certain chain to draw his bucket out of the wall. Probably the reader may have heard or heard of a Dr. Pick who grounded a really philosophical system of mnemonics on these two principles of attention and association. Whatever we may think of his application of it, the principle he asserts is the right one. Every lesson must recall the last. Let every lesson gain the child's entire attention, and let each new lesson be so interlaced with the last that the one must recall the other. That again recalls the one before it, and so on to the beginning. No limit to the recording power of the brain. But the lightly come, lightly go of a mere verbal memory follows no such rules. The child gets his exercise by heart, says it off like a parrot, and behold, it is gone. There is no record of it upon the brain at all. To secure such a record, there must be time. Time for that full gaze of the mind we call attention, and for the growth of the brain tissue to the new idea. Given these conditions, there appears to be no limit of quantity to the recording power of the brain, except in this way. A girl learns French and speaks it fairly well. By the time she is a grandmother, she has forgotten it entirely, has not a word left. When this is the case, her French has been disused. She has not been in the habit of reading, hearing, or speaking French from youth to age, whereby it is evident that to secure right of way to that record of French imprinted on her brain, the path should have been kept open by frequent goings and comings. But links of association, a condition of recollection. To acquire any knowledge or power whatsoever, and then to leave it to grow rusty in a neglected corner of the brain, is practically useless. Where there is no chain of association to draw the bucket out of the well, it is all the same as if there were no water there. As to how to form these links, every subject will suggest a suitable method. The child has a lesson about Switzerland today, and one about Holland tomorrow, and the one is linked to the other by the very fact that the two countries have hardly anything in common. What the one has, the other has not. Again, the association will be of similarity and not of contrast. In our own experience, we find that colours, places, sounds, odours recall persons or events, but links of this sensuous order can hardly be employed in education. The link between any two things must be found in the nature of the things associated. 6. The habit of perfect execution. The habit of turning out imperfect work. Throw perfection into all you do is a counsel upon which a family may be brought up with great advantage. We English, as a nation, think too much of persons and too little of things, work, execution. Our children are allowed to make their figures or their letters, their stitches, their doll's clothes, their small carpentry, anyhow, with the notion that they will do better by and by. Other nations, the Germans and the French for instance, look at the question philosophically and know that if the children get the habit of turning out imperfect work, the men and women will undoubtedly keep up that habit. I remember being delighted with the work of a class of about 40 children of 6 and 7 in an elementary school at Heidelberg. They were doing a writing lesson, accompanied by a good deal of oral teaching from a master who wrote each word on the blackboard. By and by, the slates were shown, and I did not observe one faulty or irregular letter on the whole 40 slates. The same principle of perfection was to be discerned in a recent exhibition of schoolwork held throughout France. No faulty work was shown, to be excused on the plea that it was the work of children. A child should execute perfectly.
No work should be given to a child that he cannot execute perfectly, and then perfection should be required of him as a matter of course. For instance, he is set to do a copy of strokes and is allowed to show a slate full of all sorts of slopes and all sorts of intervals. His moral sense is vitiated, his eye is injured. Set him 6 strokes to copy. Let him not bring a slateful, but 6 perfect strokes, at regular distances and at regular slopes. If he produces a faulty pair, get him to point out the fault and persevere until he has produced his task. If he does not do it today, let him go on tomorrow and the next day. And when the 6 perfect strokes appear, let it be an occasion of triumph. So with the little tasks of painting, drawing, or construction he sets himself. Let everything he does be well done. An unsteady house of cards is a thing to be ashamed of. Closely connected with this habit of perfect work is that of finishing whatever is taken in hand. The child should be rarely allowed to set his hand to a new undertaking until the last is finished. 7. Some moral habits. Obedience. It is disappointing that, in order to cover the ground at all, we must treat these moral habits, which the mother owes it to her children to cultivate in them, in a slight and inadequate way. But the point to be borne in mind is that all that has been already said about the cultivation of habit applies with the greatest possible force to each of these habits. The whole duty of a child. First and infinitely the most important is the habit of obedience. Indeed, obedience is the whole duty of the child, and for this reason, every other duty of the child is fulfilled as a matter of obedience to his parents. Not only so, obedience is the whole duty of man, obedience to conscience, to law, to divine direction. It has been well observed that each of the 3 recorded temptations of our Lord in the wilderness is a suggestion, not an overt act of sin, but of an act of willfulness, that state directly opposed to obedience, and out of which springs all that foolishness which is bound up in the heart of a child. Obedience no accidental duty. Now, if the parent realize that obedience is no mere accidental duty, the fulfilling of which is a matter that lies between himself and the child, but that he is the appointed agent to train the child up to the intelligent obedience of the self-compelling, law-abiding human being, he will see that he has no right to forego the obedience of his child, and that every act of disobedience in the child is a direct condemnation of the parent. Also, he will see that the motive to do the child's obedience is not the arbitrary one of, do this or that because I have said so, but the motive of apostolic injunction. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Children must have the desire to obey. It is only in proportion as the will of the child is in the act of obedience, and he obeys because his sense of right makes him desire to obey in spite of temptations to disobedience, not of constraint but willingly, that the habit has been formed which will hereafter enable the child to use the strength of his will against his inclinations when these prompt him to lawless courses. It is said that the child of parents who are most strict in exacting obedience often turn out ill, and that orphans and other poor waifs brought up under strict discipline only wait their opportunity to break out into license. Exactly so, because in these cases there is no gradual training of the child in the habit of obedience, no gradual enlisting of his will on the side of sweet service, and a free will offering of submission to the highest law. The poor children are simply bullied into submission to the will. That is, the willfulness of another. Not at all, for it is right only because it is convenient. Expect obedience. The mother has no more sacred duty than that of training her infant to instant obedience. To do so is no difficult task. The child is still trailing clouds of glory from God, who is his home. The principle of obedience is within him, waiting to be called into exercise. There is no need to rate the child or threaten him or use any matter of violence because the parent is invested with authority, which the child intuitively recognizes. It is enough to say, "Do this," in a quiet, authoritative tone and expect it to be done. The mother often enough loses her hold over her children because they detect in her tone of voice that she does not expect them to obey her behests. She does not think enough of her position, has not sufficient confidence in her own authority. The mother's great stronghold is in the habit of obedience. If she begin by requiring that her children always obey her, why, they will always do so as a matter of course. But let them once get the thin edge of the wedge in, let them discover that they can do otherwise than obey, and a woeful struggle begins, which commonly ends in the children doing that which is right in their own eyes. This is the sort of thing which is fatal. The children are in the drawing room and a caller is announced. "You must go upstairs now." "Oh, mother dear, do let us stay in the window corner. We will be quiet as mice." The mother is rather proud of her children's pretty manners, and they stay. They are not quiet, of course, but that is the least of the evils. They have succeeded in doing as they chose and not as they were bid, and they will not put their necks under the yoke again without a struggle. It is in little matters that the mother is worsted. "Bedtime, Willie!" "Oh, mamma, just let me finish this." And the mother yields, forgetting that the case in point is of no consequence. The thing that matters is that the child should be daily confirming a habit of obedience by the unbroken repetition of acts of obedience. It is astonishing how clever the child is in finding ways of evading the spirit while he observes the letter. "Mary, come in." "Yes, mother." But her mother calls 4 times before Mary comes. "Put away your bricks." And the bricks are put away with slow, reluctant fingers. "You must always wash your hands when you hear the first bell." The child obeys that once and no more. To avoid these displays of willfulness, the mother will insist from the first on an obedience which is prompt, cheerful, and lasting, save for lapses of memory on the child's part. Tardy, unwilling, occasional obedience is hardly worth the having, and it is greatly easier to give the child the habit of perfect obedience by never allowing him to do anything else than it is to obtain this mere formal obedience by a constant exercise of authority. By and by, when he is old enough, take the child into confidence. Let him know what a noble thing it is to be able to make himself do in a minute, and brightly, the very thing he would rather not do. To secure this habit of obedience, the mother must exercise great self-restraint. She must never give a command which she does not intend to see carried out to the full. And she must not lay upon her children burdens grievous to be borne, of command heaped upon command. Law ensures liberty. The children who are trained to perfect obedience may be trusted with a good deal of liberty. They receive a few directions which they know they must not disobey, and for the rest, they are left to learn how to direct their own actions, even at the cost of some small mishaps, and are not pestered with the perpetual fire of
do this and don't do that. 8. Truthfulness. It is unnecessary to say a word of the duty of truthfulness, but the training of the child in the habit of strict veracity is another matter, and one which requires delicate care and scrupulosity on the part of the mother. 3 causes of lying, all vicious. The vice of lying arises from 3 causes: carelessness in ascertaining the truth, carelessness in stating the truth, and a deliberate intention to deceive. That all 3 are vicious is evident from the fact that a man's character may be ruined by what is no more than a careless misstatement on the part of another. The speaker repeats a damaging remark without taking the trouble to sift it, or he repeats what he has heard or seen with so little care to deliver the truth that his statement becomes no better than a lie. Only one kind visited on children. Now, of the 3 kinds of lying, it is only as a matter of fact the third which is severely visited upon the child. The first and the second he is allowed in. He tells you that he has seen lots of spotted dogs in the town. He has really seen 2. That all the boys are collecting crests. He knows of 3 who are doing so. That everybody, says Jones, is a sneak. The fact is, he has heard Brown say so. These departures from strict veracity are on matters of such slight importance that the mother is apt to let them pass as the children's chatter. But indeed, every such lapse is damaging to the child's sense of truth, a blade which easily loses its keenness of edge. Accuracy of statement. The mother who trains her child to strict accuracy of statement about things small and great fortifies him against temptations to the grosser forms of lying. He will not readily colour a tale to his own advantage, suppress facts, equivocate, when the statement of the simple fact has become a binding habit, and when he has not been allowed to form the contrary vicious habit of playing fast and loose with words. Exaggeration and ludicrous embellishments. 2 forms of prevarication, very tempting to the child, will require great vigilance on the mother's part. That of exaggeration and that of clothing a story with ludicrous embellishments. However funny a circumstance may be as described by the child, the ruthless mother must strip the tale of everything over and above the naked truth. For indeed, a reputation for facetiousness is dearly purchased by the loss of that dignity of character in child or man, which accompanies the habit of strict veracity. It is possible, happily, to be humorous without any sacrifice of truth. Reverence, etc. As for reverence, consideration for others, respect for persons and property, I can only urge the importance of a sedulous cultivation of these moral qualities, the distinguishing marks of a refined nature, until they become the daily habits of the child's life. And the more, because the self-assertive, aggressive, self-seeking temper is but too characteristic of the times we live in. Temper born in a child. I am anxious, however, to say a few words on the habit of sweet temper. It is very customary to regard temper as constitutional. That which is born in you is neither to be helped nor hindered. Oh, she is a good-tempered little soul. Nothing puts her out. Oh, he has his father's temper. The least thing that goes contrary makes him fly into a passion, are the sorts of remarks we hear constantly. Not temper, but tendency. It is no doubt true that the child inherits a certain tendency to irascibility or to amiability, to fretfulness, discontentment, peevishness, sullenness, murmuring, and impatience, or to cheerfulness, trustfulness, good humour, patience, and humility. It is also true that upon the preponderance of any of these qualities upon temper, that is, the happiness or wretchedness of child and man depends, as well as the comfort or misery of the people who live with him. We all know people possessed of integrity and of many excellent virtues who make themselves intolerable to their belongings. The root of the evil is not that these people were born sullen or peevish or envious. That might have been mended, but that they were permitted to grow up in these dispositions. Here, if anywhere, the power of habit is invaluable. It rests with the parent to correct the original twist. All the more so if it is from them the child gets it, and to send their child into the world blessed with an even, happy temper, inclined to make the best of things, to look on the bright side, to impute the best and kindest motives to others, and to make no extravagant claims on his own account. Fertile source of ugly tempers. And this because the child is born with no more than certain tendencies. Parents must correct tendency by a new habit of temper. It is by force of habit that a tendency becomes a temper, and it rests with the mother to hinder the formation of ill tempers, to force that of good tempers. Nor is it difficult to do this while the child's countenance is an open book to his mother, and she reads the thoughts of his heart before he is aware of them himself. Remembering that every envious, murmuring, discontented thought leaves a track in the very substance of the child's brain for such thoughts to run in again and again, that this track, this rut, so to speak, is ever widening and deepening with the traffic in ugly thoughts, the mother's care is to hinder at the outset the formation of any such track. She sees into her child's soul, sees the evil temper in the act of rising. Now is her opportunity. Change the child's thoughts. Let her change the child's thoughts before ever the bad temper has had time to develop in the conscious feelings, much less act. Take him out of doors, send him to fetch or carry, tell him or show him something of interest. In a word, give him something else to think about. But all in a natural way and without letting the child perceive that he is being treated. As every fit of sullenness leaves place in the child's mind for another fit of sullenness to succeed it, so every such fit averted by the mother's tact tends to obliterate the evil traces of the former sullen tempers. At the same time, the mother is careful to lay down a highway for the free course of all sweet and genial thoughts and feelings. I have been offering suggestions not for a course of intellectual and moral training, but only for the formation of certain habits which should be, as it were, the outworks of character. Even with this limited program, I have left unnoticed many matters fully as important as those touched upon. In the presence of an embarrassment of riches, it has been necessary to adopt some principle of selection, and I have thought it well to dwell upon considerations which do not appear to me to have their full weight with educated parents, rather than upon those which every thoughtful person recognizes the force. Part 5. Lessons as instruments of education. 1. The matter and method of lessons. It seems to me that we live in an age of pedagogy, that we of the teaching profession are inclined to take too much upon ourselves, and that parents are ready to yield the responsibility of direction as well as of actual instruction more than is wholesome for the children. Parents must reflect on the subject matter of instruction. I am about to invite your attention to a subject that parents are accustomed to leave very much in the hands of schoolmasters or governess when they do not instruct their children themselves. I mean the choice of subjects of instruction and the ways of handling those subjects. Teachers are the people who have, more than others, given themselves to the consideration of what a child should learn and how he should learn it. But the parent also should have thought out this subject, and even when he does not profess to teach his children, should have his own carefully formed opinions as to the subject matter and the method of their intellectual education. And this for the sake of the teacher as well as for that of the children. Nothing does more to give vitality and purpose to the work of the teacher than the certainty that the parents of his pupils go with him. Even when children go to schools taught by qualified persons, some insight on the part of fathers and mothers is useful as hindering the teacher from dropping into professional grooves, valuing proficiency in this or that subject for its own sake, and not as it affects the children. But in the early days of the homeschool room, it is iniquitous to leave the young governess with little qualification beyond her native French or German or scanty English to chalk out a course for herself and her charges. That the children waste their time is the least of the evils that accrue. They are forming habits dead against intellectual effort. And by, when they go to school, the lessons go over their heads, the work slips through their fingers, and their powers of passive resistance baffle the most strenuous teachers. Home the best growing ground for young children. All the same, whatever be the advantages of kindergarten or other schools for little children, the home schoolroom ought to be the best growing ground for them. And doubtless it would be so were the mother at liberty to devote herself to the instruction of her children. But this she is seldom free to do. If she live in town, she can send them to school when they are 6. If in the country, she must have a governess. And the difficulty is to get a woman who is not only acquainted with the subjects she undertakes to teach, but who understands in some measure the nature of the child and the arts and objects of education. A woman capable of making the very most of the children without waste of power or of time. Such a rara avis does not present herself in answer to every advertisement, and in default of a trained teacher, the mother must undertake to train her governess. That is, she must supplement with her own insight the scanty knowledge and experience of the young teacher. I wish the children to be taught to read thus and thus because, or to learn history in such a way that the lessons may have such and such effects. Half an hour's talk of this kind with a sensible governess will secure a whole month's work for the children, so well directed that much is done in little time and the widest possible margins secured for play and open air exercise. 3 questions for the mother. But if the mother is to inoculate the governess with her views as to teaching of writing, French geography, she must herself have definite views. She must ask herself seriously, why must the children learn at all? What should they learn? And how should they learn it? If she take the trouble to find a definite and thoughtful answer to each of these 3 queries, she will be in a position to direct her children's studies, and will, at the same time, be surprised to find that 3/4 of the time and labour ordinarily spent by the child at his lessons is lost time and wasted energy. Children learn to grow. Why must the child learn? Why do we eat? Is it not in order that the body may live and grow and be able to fulfill its functions? Precisely so must the mind be sustained and developed by means of the food convenient for it, the mental pabulum of assimilated knowledge. Again, the body is developed not only by means of proper sustenance, but by the appropriate exercise of its members. A young mother remarked to me the other day that before her marriage, she had such slender arms she never liked to exhibit them. But a strong 5-month-old baby had cured her of that. She could toss and lift him with ease and could now show well-rounded arms with anyone. And just as the limbs grow with exercise, so does intellectual effort with a given power of the mind make that power effective. People are apt to overlook the fact that mind must have its ailment. We learn that we may know, not that we may grow. Hence the parrot-like saying of lessons, the cramming of ill-digested facts for examinations, all the ways of taking in knowledge which the mind does not assimilate. Doctoring of the material of knowledge. Specialists, on the other hand, are apt to attach too much importance to the several exercise of mental faculties. We come across books on teaching with lessons elaborately drawn up, in which certain work is assigned to the perceptive faculties, certain work to the imagination, to the judgment, and so on. Now, this doctrine of the faculties, which rests on a false analogy between the mind and the body, is on its way to the limbo where the phrenologist's bumps now rest in peace. The mind would appear to be one and indivisible, and endowed with manifold powers. And this sort of doctoring of the material of knowledge is unnecessary for the healthy child, whose mind is capable of self-direction and of applying itself to its proper work upon the parcel of knowledge delivered to it. Almost any subject which common sense points out as suitable for the instruction of children will afford exercise for all their powers if properly presented. Children learn to get ideas. The child must learn, in the second place, to order that ideas may be freely sown in the fruitful soil of his mind. Idea, the image or picture formed by the mind of anything external, whether sensible or spiritual. So the dictionary. Therefore, if the business of teaching be to furnish the child with ideas, any teaching which does not leave him possessed of a new mental image has, by so far, missed its mark. Now, just think of the listless way in which children too often drag through reading and tables, geography and sums, and you will see that it is a rare thing for any part of any lesson to flash upon them with the vividness which leaves a mental picture behind. It is not too much to say that a morning in which a child receives no new idea is a morning wasted, however closely the little student has been kept at his books. Ideas grow and produce after their kind. For the dictionary appears to me to fall short of the truth of its definition of the term idea. An idea is more than an image or a picture. It is, so to speak, a spiritual germ endowed with vital force, with power, that is, to grow and to produce after its kind. It is the very nature of an idea to grow. As the vegetable germ secretes that it lives by, so fairly implant an idea in a child's mind and it will secrete its own food, grow and bear fruit in the form of a succession of kindred ideas. We know from our own experience that, let our attention be forcibly drawn to some public character, some startling theory, and for days after we are continually hearing and reading matter which bears on this one subject, just as if all the world were thinking about what occupies our thoughts. The fact being that the new idea we have received is in the act of growth and is reaching out after its appropriate food. This process of feeding goes on with peculiar avidity in childhood, and the growth of an idea in the child is proportionably rapid. Scott and Stevenson worked with ideas. Scott got an idea, a whole group of ideas, out of the border tales and ballads, the folklore of the countryside on which his boyhood was nourished. His ideas grew and brought forth, and the Waverley novels are the fruit they bore. George Stephenson made little clay engines with his playmate Thomas Tholoway. By and by, when he was an engine man, he was always watching his engine, cleaning it, studying it. An engine was his dominant idea, and it developed into no less a thing than the locomotive. Value of dominant ideas. But how does this theory of the vital and fruitful character of ideas bear upon the education of the child? In this way, give your child a single valuable idea and you have done more for his education than if you had laid upon his mind the burden of bushels of information. For the child who grows up with a few dominant ideas has his self-education provided for, his career marked out. Lesson must furnish ideas. In order for the reception of an idea, the mind must be in an attitude of eager anticipation, and how to secure that state we have considered elsewhere. One thing more, a single idea may be a possession so precious in itself, so fruitful that the parent cannot fitly allow the child's selection of ideas to be a matter of chance. His lessons should furnish him with such ideas as shall make for his further education. Children learn to get knowledge. But it is not only to secure due intellectual growth and the furnishing of his mind with ideas that the child must learn. The common notion that he learns for the sake of getting knowledge is also a true one, so much so that no knowledge should be so precious as that gained in childhood. No later knowledge should be so clearly chronicled on the brain, nor so useful as the foundation of that to follow. At the same time, the child's capacity for knowledge is very limited. His mind is, in this respect at least, but a little file with narrow neck, and therefore it behoves parents or teacher to pour in only of the best. Diluted knowledge. But poor children, they are too often badly used by their best friends in the matter of a sort of knowledge offered them. Grown-up people who are not mothers talk and think far more childishly than the child does in their efforts to approach his mind. If a child talk twaddle, it is because his elders are in the habit of talking twaddle to him. Leave him to himself, and his remarks are wise and sensible so far as his small experience guides him. Mothers seldom talk down to their children. They are too intimate with the little people, and have therefore too much respect for them. But professional teachers, whether the writers of books or the givers of lessons, are too apt to present a single grain of pure knowledge in a whole gallon of talk, imposing upon the child the labour of discerning the grain and of extracting it from the worthless flood. Dr. Arnold's knowledge as a child. On the whole, the children who grow up among their elders and are not provided with what are called children's book at all, fare the better on what they are able to glean for themselves from the literature of grown-up people. Thus it is told of Dr. Arnold that when he was 3 years old, he received a present from his father of Smollett's History of England as a reward for the accuracy with which he went through the stories connected with the portraits and pictures of the successive reigns. An amusement which probably laid the foundation of a great love for history, which distinguished him in afterlife. When occupying the professorial chair at Oxford, he made quotations, we are told, from Dr. Priestley's Lectures on History. Verbally accurate quotations, we may believe, for such was the habit of his mind. Besides, a child has little skill in recasting his manner. and that, though he had not had the book in his hands since he was a child of 8. No doubt he was an exceptional child. And all that I maintain is that had his reading been the sort of diluted twaddle which is commonly thrust upon children, it would have been impossible for him to cite passages a week, much less some 20 years after the reading. Literature proper for children. This sort of weak literature for children, both in story and lesson books, is the result of a reactionary process. Not so long ago, the current impression was that the children had little understanding, but prodigious memory for facts, dates, numbers, rules, catechism, of knowledge. Much information in small parcels was supposed to be the fitting material for a child's education. We have changed all that and put into the children's hands lesson books with pretty pictures and easy talk, almost as good as storybooks, but we do not see that. After all, we are but giving the same little pills of knowledge in the form of a weak and copious diluent. Teachers and even parents who are careful enough about their children's diet are so reckless as to the sort of mental aliment offered to them that I am exceedingly anxious to secure consideration for this question of the lessons and literature proper for little people. 4 tests which should be applied to children's lessons. We see then that the children's lessons should provide material for their mental growth, should exercise the several powers of their minds, should furnish them with fruitful ideas, and should afford them knowledge really valuable for its own sake, accurate and interesting, of the kind that the child may recall as a man with profit and pleasure. Before applying these tests to the various subjects in which children are commonly instructed, may I remind you of 2 or 3 points which I have endeavoured to establish in the preceding pages. Resume of 6 points already considered. A. That the knowledge most valuable to the child is that which he gets with his own eyes and ears and fingers under direction in the open air. B. That the claims of the schoolroom should not be allowed to encroach on the child's right to long hours daily for exercise and investigation. C. That the child should be taken daily, if possible, to scenes, moor or meadow, park, common or shore, where he may find new things to examine, and so add to his store of real knowledge. That the child's observation should be directed to the flower or boulder, bird or tree. That, in fact, he should be employed in gathering the common information which is the basis of scientific knowledge. D. That play, vigorous, healthful play, is, in its turn, fully as important as lessons as regards both bodily health and brain power. E. That the child, though under supervision, should be left much to himself, both that he may go to work in his own way on the ideas he receives, and also that he may be the more open to natural influences. F. That the happiness of the child is the condition of his progress, that his lessons should be joyous, and that occasions of friction in the schoolroom are greatly to be deprecated. Premising so much, let us now consider what the children should learn and how they should be taught.